Well, good morning. Well. How art thou, friends? All right, if this light doesn't turn on, we're going to have a problem. Not really. I'm just going to have to manually do it. God damn it. Hello, friends. Good morning to all. Good to see you. If it is early morning for you, hope you got your coffees. I hope you got your stuff. We are doing an early access preview today of the update that is releasing tomorrow. This will include the reworked Willow Street, a brand new ghost that we need to figure out, and more. Tons of fixes. All right. So I can't technically, if we are being technical, I can't start showing it until 7 in the morning. It's like 20 minutes. So what we'll do is we will go over the last preview, quality life preview, before we do that. Before we actually go through the things and go through Willer Street for our first look. So we will we will hold until that time. We will hold until that time. Do I post VODs? What do you mean? The last 60 days of VODs will live on this channel. I have a VODs channel on YouTube that archives every single one of my streams. So if you go to YouTube, actually here, I got you. Exclamation point VODs will take you to my VOD channel on YouTube, but I also YouTube stream as well. So there's multiple different facets of this where if you are looking to get a stream with all the sounds, you go to my YouTube live stream after. If you're looking to see a VOD that does not have all the doesn't have the music, that doesn't have the alerts, doesn't have all that stuff, watch the Twitch VOD on the VOD channel. It won't have any of the sounds. A little more chill, a little bit less anarchy at sometimes. Yeah. Phasmo only fan. What the hell? Savvy, thank you for the 5 subs, dude. Thank you so much for the subs, friendo. Let me turn this down a skosh. There we go. Loved watching you and Doc yesterday. I'm glad you guys were there. Thank you for watching. We're definitely gonna play Funnel Runners again soon. Yeah. It's so early, dude. Trust me, I'm very well aware. I'm very well aware. All right, let me try to catch up real fast, shall I? See, thank you so much for the 3 months, Mother Ducker. Thank you for the 3-month Prime friend. Belly Babe, thank you for the 12 months. Thank you for the year. Absorbent Bubble, thank you for the 13 BM. Thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate you guys. Todd, thank you for the 8 months. Tozy, oh, thank you for the 13. And Griff, thank you for the 13. Yeah, guys, thank you for all the resubs, man. Want to get Funnel Runners, but I don't have a PC. I can't even give you an idea as to like how far out console would be if that is something that they're interested in doing. Yeah, I don't know. What's up, Mark? Again, I'm going to reiterate, I can't even start showing Willow Street and the new update for 20 minutes. So it's not like, let's go. We have 20 minutes. Whether it's we spend it here just sitting here talking like this, or we like look at the quality of life, like past previews that they've already sent us. Either or. I'm guessing you split the audio chaos from the VODs by having them on separate audio tracks. Yeah, so I've got like a VOD track on Twitch that I use for music and for alerts and all that jazz. And then that way I do have a separate version of the stream without it. But then I do have the live stream on YouTube that does have it. So that way, if somebody's like, well, you had a day where you purposefully had it where we were able to play alerts and they could alert the ghost so the ghost could hear all that jazz. I want you to be able to hear that if you want to. So it is available. Yeah. Hi, Aldi. 20 minutes to get breakfast and coffee. You better hurry the fuck up. You got the update early access? Yes. Yeah. As a Kinetic partner, I do get a nice perk, which is 24-hour early access. Yeah. What's my coffee brand? I don't know what my wife bought. I have no idea. It's good though. I don't know what the brand is that she bought for this one, but it is damn good, whatever it may be. Yeah, I need to get like a coffee sponsor or something. I heard there was a badge to get. How does that work? Starts tomorrow. It doesn't start today. It starts tomorrow. Mm-hmm. So if you guys are curious about drops, if maybe you didn't know that drops were coming tomorrow. Wife brand, good option. It's good stuff. What's up, Phoenix? Good morning, friends. Good to see you all. You want the man cave? Oh, in the basement of Willow Street. We're going to take a look at all the stuff. I have only done a very minimal amount of walking around on the map. A very minimal amount. I've not really messed with anything. So we'll get there. Yeah. Hey, Deviant, good to see you. Madam Bunny, thank you for the 9 months. Thank you so much. Scruff, thank you for the biddies, dude. I hope the fixes actually fix things. Same. So I don't know if I plan on playing multiplayer today at any point. If I do, then we'll be able to test out some more stuff. But obviously, I think a question on a lot of our minds is, were a lot of things fixed that needed fixed? Things that were added from the player character update that kind of messed stuff up. Did they remove it or change it to fix it and make the gameplay feel faster again? A lot of the player character update made the game feel slow, super slow. It made your gameplay go slow because you had to wait for the damn animations to finish. And nobody wants that. Nobody wanted that. So we'll see, dude. I've been watching for ages. I want to know how to get levels really fast. You play the highest possible difficulty you can as fast as you possibly can. And you do that over and over to get as much money as you can. If you're trying to learn the game, I would highly suggest that you don't do that. Yeah. Hey, bro. What's up, bruh? What type of games do you play? Co-op, whatever? Kind of everything under the sun, man. It just depends. Depends on the mood. Depends on who's available. Yeah. I mean, one we've been into recently is called Funnel Runners. It's literally a chaotic game where you're trying to fix a vehicle and get the hell away from tornadoes. The sound is awesome. The sound design in that game is fantastic. Houses literally get ripped apart from above you. It's great. Freaking great. Nad, thank you for the 8 months. Jazzy, thank you for the 2-month Prime friend. Mark, thank you for the biddies. Stacy, thank you all for the follows. Welcome in, friends. Good to have you. Appreciate you. Bedoria, thank you for the 23 months. Is that a ghost behind you? There's no ghost behind me. People are very confused about that. There's nothing back there. I prefer Funnel Runners to Outbreak. What about you? I like them both for different reasons. But if I'm in the mood for just a nice, fun, crazy, chaotic time, Funnel Runners is definitely the way to go. Yeah, so the early access, I'll be able to start in 15 minutes. Yeah, so we're not like in a hurry to do anything just yet. We're ready to rock. I'm ready to go. I've got the update queued. It's just waiting. Yeah, so we're just sitting here talking basically at this point. Recently started liking The Other Side. Good deal. I need to play that more. I need to play it more. One of our friendos, Mr. Barron, is a creator for them. And the game's been around for like a year at this point, but it's still obviously still early access. Yeah. Excited to see it. Yeah, me too, dude. Me too. It's too early in the morning to hurry. Amen. Amen. What's up, Alan? Good morning. Oh, you got Mecha Chameleon. Oh, that's a good one. That's been a lot of fun. I need to see if there's any new maps that we want to try. Can we play before the update first? But then I've got to switch to the other branch of it, and then we go play, and then I'd come back in less than 15 minutes. There's almost no point. We might as well just sit here and wait. Hey, Shade, welcome in. Hope you learn a lot of Phas. Let's go. Hell yeah. Yeah. For anybody that does watch on the YouTube side, I'll go live as soon as the update is able to go live. So I'm not going to start it now while we're doing this. I'll wait until I'm able to open the game and then I'll start it over there. Been so caught up in the Welcome to the Game 3 lately. I haven't played Welcome to the Game at all. Not 1, 2, or 3. Excited for the Willow update though. Can't wait to try it. Yeah, I'm excited, dude. Yeah. Notice on Funnel Runners, if the weather is really bad, you find stuff easier. If the weather's good, finding stuff is harder. You know, I feel like there's one item that game knows you need to find, whether it's like the scissor jack or whatever the hell it might be. And they take that one item and say, we're going to give you one of these. And we're going to place it not even in a house. We're placing this damn thing out in a field somewhere. So good luck. That's what it feels like to me. It feels like that has worked every time when we're like, we can't find it. It's not in a house. Followed you from the man, Baron. Appreciate you, Chaos. Yeah, Baron's a homie. Are you going to show the entire patch note? I'm going to show, yeah, whenever they send it to me. Yeah, I don't even have access to the entire patch note. But we did mention to them that we would like the ability to show what you guys would more than likely see tomorrow. So I think they're going to try to compile it all onto one page and give it to us. We just haven't received it yet. Yeah. And then drops will start tomorrow. So I'll go live probably the same time tomorrow. So if you guys are looking to earn the animated and the static badges, tomorrow. Yeah. Tape Eater, hello. Are you going to show the restricted large maps? No, because we don't have access to the restricted large maps. They're not out yet. Yeah. Time tomorrow will be the same. I'm guessing so. Paulo, I think so. I'm not 100% certain about that. How do you use your rewards? What rewards? Are they redoing the restricted maps? No, they're adding restricted maps. No. They're going to be adding restricted maps for high school, for prison, and for Point Hope. Yeah. So I believe I have to go back and look. I think that's going to come next month. I think next month. How do you use the rewards? Blue, red, green lights? The lights behind me. Yeah, it's those lights. Yeah, these have been changing because people have been redeeming the rewards. Yeah. Restricted Tanglewood. It's just the front door. Right now, the only map that has a restricted version is Sunny. That's correct. So they're adding, just for a nice little quality of life, they're adding a few more, but I don't think that's happening until next month. Hi, Epic. Good night, Fred. See you in your morning. The new ghost is not on the cheat sheet yet. No, because there's been zero information about the new ghost. There's been none. There's been nilch, nothing. I wonder how they'll restrict the prison in high school. I think they've already talked about it. I think we've talked about it. I just can't remember exactly what they said. I think with prison, the idea with restricting that was it would be like, I forget how many different sections they said. I can't remember. High school, I believe it was like 4 sections. Basically like 4 or 5. Basically like bottom left, bottom right, top left, top right. And then maybe like the middle area. I think you said 3 sections for prison. Yeah. Like that front area, upstairs office area, like ish. I don't think the cell blocks are included in any of the restricted versions. I think it was 6. Oh, maybe it was 6 for high school. Damn, let me think. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then maybe the middle for the top and the middle for the bottom. Yeah, I guess so. Man, that walk, Jesus Christ. The walk going from downstairs, going up around to the middle, that would suck. I would leave. We leave. Yeah, Point Hope. So the Point Hope restricted is supposed to be, we think it's like the bathroom. So think about like going up the different floors for Point Hope. You get to the bathroom, that should basically cut it off there. That's where you're restricted Point Hope. No cell blocks and restricted, I believe. Yeah, I don't think so. Did the weekly chat? I have not done the weekly, by the way. I'm going to probably do that later tonight. So what I'm going to do is I'm streaming again tonight. So we're going to do this all day today. And then tonight I'm going to go back to the original branch that's available for everybody. I'll do the weekly, and then we will switch from the weekly to the new one so I can show the new map to the people for tonight. I normally stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8:30 p.m. and Sunday at 1. This is all Eastern time. Obviously, today's a little bit special, a little bit different because we're going to be showing early access in less than 10 minutes. Yeah. I wake up in your live. I know. What is this jazz? I know. Stewie, thank you for the 5 subs, friend. Thank y'all for the follows. Appreciate you. Hi, Carumba. Good morning, Mr. Flash. It's like 5 in the morning. Going well. Hope you're going well too. I am. It's almost 7 in the morning for us. Almost. I tried to get to bed early last night. Yeah, that failed miserably. It was a very miserable fail. I didn't sleep till like 2 in the morning. Habits. Hey, Shadow. Did you miss it? Yeah, sorry. You missed it. All that talking that we did for the last 10 minutes, just gone into the ether. We haven't done anything yet. You're good. No, I don't start. I'm not allowed to show the update for another 8 minutes. So, no, you're good. You're fine. You're fine. Sorry. Snivels. So you should put a ladder to quickly climb up to get to the top of Point from the outside to the bottom. I still think that they should do a dumbwaiter inside of Point Hope to allow you to send your items up. So like if you have your ghost room is literally at the top, that there's a dumbwaiter in the middle that you literally can put all of your items in, press the button, and then it goes up. Now, if the power goes out, then you can't do anything and your stuff is stuck in the middle of the thing, but that's fine. You just got to go turn it back on. I think that would be an awesome idea because then you are not a effing choo-choo train going downstairs, downstairs, upstairs 500 times with all of your items. And as somebody who does a lot of solo, it sucks a lot. Yeah. Hi, Hope. Yeah. I think that'd be an awesome idea. I don't know if that's something they would ever even consider, but I think that'd be great. Yeah, Big, thank you for the 15 months. Graham, thank you for the 15. Thank you guys for the subs. Thank you for the follows. Then it changes from the top to the bottom. Yeah. Lodge, heads up, by the way, friend. I'm probably just going to be here in 2 today. Yeah, I want to make sure that I'm not like doing too much with any extra lag or anything. It takes 2 minutes to go up and down each time on Point Hope. That's rough. That is freaking rough, dude. No thanks. Think if someone done that in RL, they'd be tired big time. Probably a little bit. A dumbwaiter does have a lot of interesting situations that can come with it. Oh yeah, imagine you can like crawl in it yourself, you know, like do like one of those like Home Alone situations and it just falls out from under you. Yeah, something like that. All right. Let's see. Okay, nothing yet. Nothing so far, friends. I'm keeping my eyes peeled if they're going to send us that like sheet. We might just have to go over it a little bit later. But we'll see how it goes, man. Got some ice cream and I'm ready to lurk. Got some ice cream? What time is it for you? Why you calling waiters dumb? They only serve you. Yeah, but this waiter's dumb. You shut up. Could be an official hiding spot. Hiding inside of the dumbwaiter. That'd be kind of funny. Yeah, we're playing the new Willow today. 4 a.m. If that's not so, well, I was about to say, if that's not the definition of being an adult, then I don't know what is. Rocking some ice cream whenever the hell you feel like it. Or your parents aren't awake yet, and then I would make sure you're being quiet. Imagine skins for equipment. We've talked about that. It'd be pretty cool if they allowed us to unlock the ability to have like a new looking ghost book or new like cursed possession skins or something like that. That'd be kind of sick. How do you get the new ID card with the cats? You start watching tomorrow. Yeah, drops don't start till tomorrow. So I don't know what time exactly. I'll have to look and see if the thing that I got actually mentions a time. Let me look. Because as of right now, all I know is that it says the date. It doesn't say time. We're just assuming that the time is going to be like today, but it's possible that more than likely, the drops are probably not going to start until they do the drop. I mean, until they do the update. More than likely. Probably 7 a.m. Eastern, we guess. I don't know. Gonna switch to the twos when you start there. You're good, Tony. Yeah. You're good. Tony, thank you for the sub, dude. And Lana, thank you for the 3 months. Ice cream sounds good when it gets much hotter later. Oh, yeah. Yesterday for us, it was actually nice. It was a shocker. It's been feeling like 100 degrees here. And then all of a sudden, last night, my son had a game outside. And I was like, oh, thank God. It's like 80 degrees. This is wonderful. Which normally I'm like, I don't know. I'm a wimp. I like 70 degrees. Anything hotter than I cry about it. But no, it was nice. Good morning, Cookie Puff. Hello. 4 minutes. 4 minutes, and then we're going to open her up. 77 right now at 5 a.m. That's kind of nice though. That's not bad. That ain't bad. What's up, Mr. Cheese? How are you? For those that are looking for the drop also, I will obviously ping my server. So if you're like, I want to get notified when when the live's gonna happen, but Twitch is a pain in the arse and they don't send out noties until after like 40 minutes of you being live. I will always ping the server. So if you want to get that ping, the Discord link is in chat. So the rest of the socials. Yeah, you're good, Blaze. Yeah. Yep. Tomorrow, friend. 65. Oh, that sounds good. Anything hotter than 75? I sweat really easily. Yeah. It's a problem. Hey, Grimmer Q's, welcome in. How are you? Could be 90 later. Yeah. I mean, at least the air quality is not as bad. Yeah, it was a little bit rough there for a while. I'm hoping that some of my friends in the north of the U.S. are having a better time. Check out the game at dead of night. I probably will at some point. I've known about it at dead of night for ages. I just have never played it. Here in Georgia, the humidity is brutal. Ugh. 105 yesterday. Ugh. Not as smoky here in Minnesota. Good. Well, I haven't looked into it to see if the fires have calmed down in Canada or not. Unless you live this time again this week, I'll have to get the drop through. Catching usual streams at 2 a.m. might be difficult. Shell, I'm going to be live tomorrow at 6:30 a.m. my time. Yeah, tomorrow at 6:30 a.m. Eastern, I'll be live. So if the drops start at 7 a.m. Eastern my time, I'll be live. Yeah. Why can't it be fall all year long, dude? That's what I'm saying. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I'll be here. Let's go. Please do make sure you're watching the friendos though. Tommy Tom, Tater, Mel, all the peeps. Anybody, well, and anybody that's going to be streaming Phas. There's going to be basically the animated drops are going to be happening at the same time as the standard drops. So yes, the animated drops are for Kinetic partners, but every single person that streams Phasmo will have access to drops tomorrow. So make sure you're showing everybody some love. Ready today and tomorrow. Let's go. Here in Florida, about to head to Universal Studios with the kiddos. Oh, have fun. Hell yeah. Have you one screen and Tom on the other right now? Appreciate you, Splat. I appreciate you. Oh my God. Pray for the southern states. We're in hell ovens currently. Oof. Eek. We were in Florida a few months ago. Yeah, it was rough. 'Twas rough. Can't wait to play a new update tomorrow. I'm excited to see what has changed. I know we've read a lot of stuff. We've seen previews about what might change, or like, hey, we've adjusted this, we fixed this, but without us being able to actually show it, play it, it's rough. It's hard to say like, oh, here it is. So that will be nice. And then whatever we don't, my guess, whatever we see that we're like, man, I wish this would have gotten fixed. It's possible that that is a next month fix. Remember, there's 2 quality of life updates that are happening. This one, and then another one that is happening next month. So like huge fixes this one, huge fixes on the next one. Okay. 7 o'clock. Let's do the thing. It's game time. It is game time. Hope they don't delay the 1.0 update again. I mean, of course not. None of us wanted to delay, but oh, I need to move my chat.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs
Sorry,
ready for you.
had it down there. We were running away from naders. Okay. Mr. 420, hello, friend. All right. Oh, sorry. I can bring my brightness back down now. Let's do we'll do 150 for now. You see how close the journal is right now in my face? You see how booking Doc is going to be way harder. All right, let's do field of view. I had it set to 80. We'll leave it at 80 for now. I need to bring the cursors back up because I was doing screenshots. There we go. Is your mic okay? Yes? Will you keep the music on? Not in the middle of games. In the book. Oh! I can't check the actual push to talk until we're in a game. Yeah. That's a big book. I know, now that we're used to it the other way around. No, now when you do the book, look how fast this is. Look how fast this is. And look at this now. Back to the way that it was. We can now see the journal without squinting. Was I the only one that was squinting when I was trying to do the other book? I understand I'm blind already, but it wasn't helpful that the book was pushed further even back. Like, it did not help that the book was even further back. But the book being closer to us allows us to see something a little different. Is that a new ghost I see? Megs, thank you for the 17 months. Pharaoh, thank you for the 17. All right, let me, oh, I didn't go live on the other thing. Oh yeah, sorry. Anybody that was waiting on the tubes, I got you. We got us a new ghost. Yeah, anytime, whenever I'm doing the games, when we go into games, I turn the music off. I don't like having the music playing while we're hunting. That I can't do that. Some people can. I'm not that guy. I can't do that. I prefer it spooky without the sounds, but I'll turn it down a little bit. All right. Deldagast? Dealdagast. One of those two, probably. Not exactly sure. But why don't we figure out what this ghost is? Okay. A diddle? No, it is not called a. Swear to God. Now that's a book. Dealdagast? I don't know. Whatever. We'll figure it out later. I'm sure they're going to correct us. It'll be fine. It's going to get called, right. They're going to say something else. No, it's called Steve. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. Wow. I know, right? So we'll just pronounce it however we want to pronounce it for now. Dealdagast. Having tampered with other people's property in life and death, the Dealdagast is doomed to fixate on anything misplaced. Strength. At the beginning of an investigation, the Dealdagast has an upper hand. Weakness. Dealdagast can be slowed down by both the living and the dead. It's doomed to fixate on anything misplaced. At the beginning of an investigation, the ghost has the upper hand. What do we think that means? EMF 5, ghostwriting, and dots. Dead players can affect this ghost. Whatever that means. If it's doomed to fixate on anything misplaced, then it fixates on the items in that room that you move. But if it moves rooms, does it fixate on those items? I don't know. I don't know. We'll just have to see. Hard to say, friends. I don't know. Maybe moving items distracts it. Maybe you moving items makes it angry. I don't know. And then when dead players can move items. And yeah, do not forget, for this, they finally brought back the ability for the new ghost to spawn more frequently. So there's like twice the chance to get this ghost. So the more we play, the higher the chance we get it. So there's a possibility what we might be doing today is we might like play pro at some point to just get evidence and see if we can get this ghost and start figuring out what the hell it can do. Body blocking when we die. I don't know, man. I don't know. We think we can only assume it's tied to the items. I don't know. But there we have it. All right. I might leave the brightness the way that it is, because any brighter might make the journal just way too bright. What's 200 look like? Making the brightness go up is nice for gameplay because it makes it a lot easier for you guys to see. That's a little bright, but that might not be that bad. We'll see. All right. Oh, my lovely friends. We got us a new Willers. Let's go do the things. Let's do the things. Does it look blinding? I can turn it down. Yeah, here. We'll do crisp. Well, I'll go back to the crisp 150. There you go. Maybe it'll be affected by in-map items getting moved. That's what we're thinking. I was wondering at first by reading, I'm like, I wonder if the ghost can move our equipment. How cool would that be? Yeah. Event board? Nuh-uh. Oh, wait. No, go back. We now have 2 pages for the event board. There it is. Artists Retreat. Artist Retreat. The artist who once lived here has since retreated. Their canvases paint the scene of a house left haunted. Can you investigate deeper? Willow Street. Correctly identify the ghost and survive 50 times to unlock the new badge for Willow Street. Now, according to that, for me, that says 50 of 50. Does that mean that I have that badge available right now? I don't think so. All right, we'll have to wait. No idea. Why is the event guide still there? Because eventually they will have events in the game, and people asking how the events work, all they have to do is go to the events guide. Yeah, there's no point in only bringing that up whenever there's events. Just leave it there. Leave it there. People can go and look at it whenever they want to. Yeah. All right. So we are going to do a friendly investigation here to look at the ghost. I mean, sorry. We're going to do a friendly investigation to look at the new Willow Street. That way the ghosty can't screw things up. Friendly ghost. Let's make sure that the events are low. No, low. Less likely for the ghost to blow the lights as we're trying to look at stuff. Good morning. How are you, princess? Good morning. All right. We are going to do our first look at the new reworked Willow Street. Willow Street is now a custom map. It is the next in line. The next one after this, I believe, is going to be Edgefield in December. And then we will get more than likely Ridgeview the next year. But let's take a look at Willow Street. We are going to do this on Friendly Ghost. I have all of the cursed possessions added. I have all the hiding open. So that way we can get an idea of where the curses are and where the hiding is. Weather. I have it set to sunrise. I might leave it. Because then it's just a little bit easier to see. Maybe add all the cursed? You mean like all the cursed that are added? Thank you for the follows, by the way. All right. Let's go.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation. There's been no reports of violence or sightings, but please remain careful.
It's like echoey. Yeah, that was like, okay, it was echoey for you too. Okay, good deal. All right. There is the overlook of the new Willow Street. Layout looks the same-ish. You've got the front room, the foyer. You've got the living room. You've got garage or weightlifting room. Go through the kitchen. You've got the back bedroom on the left, the painting room on the right. And then we've got the basement. Let's go. Don't know what that sound is. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Oh, I have no lighters. I mean, I don't need one, but we're fine. What in the bleep bloops? That does not sound like a car. That doesn't sound like a car. Okay, got some vehicles outside here. We've got some palm trees. Oh, she's looking pretty. Oh, look, there's a little cacti. Super freaking cool. Okay. So we have a vehicle on the outside of the map. Here is said map, by the way. LA apparently? Yeah. Now, from the looks of it, this car doesn't look like something you can't interact with. So I'm guessing we don't have any like car keys inside that we need to get or anything. Oh yeah, way more modern. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Very Arizona. Yeah. Hold on, please. I'm making the fans sit on me. It's hot in this room. Agreed upon. All right. Nothing special here. I don't think so. Did we miss anything? Would you relax? Okay, 13. Wait a minute. Hold, please. What does that say? I thought I saw something for a second. You've got mail. Petitions and protests are not enough. We're putting together a class action lawsuit. Perhaps they will listen when money's involved. Join our committee and help us fight for clean water. I don't know if that's a real QR. I'd be afraid if I were you. I wouldn't do the things. Hillsdale Citizens Committee. Okay. And then sanitation solution. Okay. This is probably no info. This is probably useless info. But the fact that it's in here. Yeah, what that thing said. Bet it's a Rickroll. Oh my God. Say goodbye to organic pollutants, PFAs, and other dangerous material. Okay, sounds good. Why put them in there? That's a fantastic question. I don't know. Yeah, what is the reasoning behind that, having that crap there? I don't know. Listen, whatever this thing is that's outside that's like ready to murder us, let's go inside. Next map, water plant. Let's go. All right. What do we have out here? AC's pumping. Nice. We have a grill out front. Okay. Make some goddamn hot gags. Let's go. The new Willer Streets. The Cat Hotel, if you will, if we may. Tons and tons and tons of things related to cats. Tons. So, looping is still here. Got to be careful, SpongeBob, about this guy. Wonder how hard it'll be, like, to get around the ghosty if you're trying to do this. Well, that doesn't seem bad. If you're going wide enough, it looks okay. We have a Nintendo Switch. Okay. First thing we do, go right to the gaming systems. What else do we have? Wait. Oh, my heart is sad. Oh. Can you imagine if you turn that on, it actually shows something on the screen from the gaming system? Oh, come on now. New suggestion. Okay. Now, I have a question. Do the controller? Oh, let me try. Let me try. Oh, come on. Like you right click on the controller or something and it pulls up. Oh, come on. Whatever. It's fine. With this is really, really closely like modeling a NES. I'm really curious if they got the actual license to use this or if it's just something super similar, because they're working obviously really close with them to make the Switch version of Phasmo. Obviously this is different because it's got 2 D-pads on it, which is probably how they can get away from it. Oh, hey, those things are here. Oh, hey. It's this thing. Wait, was the QR code on the back? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's this. You son of a bitch. All right, well, let me turn the power back on. Is it still in? Oh God, I don't know where the power locations are. It said in here, right? Right. Oh, it's right there. Okay. You jerk. Anyway, let's look around. All right. So, lots of little items here. Okay, cat toys we can potentially get thrown. Now, remember the important thing is understanding what those sounds are when the items get thrown. Like when you hear that, knowing that it's the hat or a shoe or a toy, it's helpful when you're in another room and that goes off. It's not a djinn. Watch it be the new damn ghost. I swear to God. But we do have hiding here. Look at that. That's pretty good. I mean, I think the chances of the ghosty like walking into this area and looking at you here probably effing small. Love the rework. It's, I mean, we've only looked at the first room outside of the photos and the video we've seen. Very cool. What do the shoes sound like? It's very ginger. Okay. That's a good spot. Oh, the ambiance. The ambiance. Is there another light in here? Oh, there should be. I think that would fill the space. That's okay. Oh. Oh, there's like 3 little elephants up here. Interesting. Okay, I'm just making a mess. It's fine. All right, next room. There was nothing in here we really missed, right? We saw the toys, we saw the things. There's a light by the chair in the corner. Wait, what? Oh, that one. Oh, you're right. It's like a little reading light. Yeah. Oh, also, side note, I remember this from last time here. Oh my God, I'm failing miserably at showing you guys stuff. I'm so sorry. I'm squirreling all over the place. So on here, we obviously have our first cursed possession, which is the music box. So we got that guy here. As for books and items, we could throw that stuff. It doesn't look like any of the books are movable. So all this other stuff is though. You still have a ton of crap here to mess with. If you're trying to get like a Polty or something, look at all that stuff. So yeah, music box, first room. We don't want to bust the breaker. All right, number 2, summoning circle. Oh, I think Ghosty's over that way. So, go here. Doors. Okay. Lots of Nanors, which I guess are really awesome for checking for the UVs. No, the ghost can't hunt me. No. I put it on friendly ghost so that way we don't get hunted in the middle of our preview. No, absolutely not. Willow was my favorite map, okay? We're taking our time. Very nice. Very empty. Well, you know, they're a minimalist. What do you want them to do? They traveled a lot. Like, look at all the stuff that's on the table here. Okay. What else do we have? Yeah, but look, I don't care if there's crap in there or not. The fact that there's all these doors, it's just more opportunity for the ghost to leave UV. Because God forbid you have a room that doesn't have any doors and the ghost can't do that. Air fryer? Dino Nugs, anybody? Okay. Microwave? Cat food? Okay. Espressos, let's go. Little packets, we got a shaker. Oh. Paper towels we can take off the roll. That's cool. Was that me or the ghost? Why are these, is this house crooked? Okay. Anything else up here that can be thrown? No, it's this stuff. Let's see. I'm trying to grab everything here. It won't let me grab anything else. That's okay. That's okay. Check for scorpions with a UV. That'd be kind of cool, actually. That'd be kind of cool. Bray, thank you so much for the prime, dude. All right. Let's look around some more. Hydro Center. Yeah, sure. Whatever you say, boss. Can we open the fridge? Oh, we can't open the fridge. However, we do have some kitty pictures. Are these actual pictures of CJ's cats? Like, is one of these actually Willow? So Willow was named after CJ's cat. So I don't know if these are his kitties. If one of them is Willow, I'm not sure. but we got kitties. We got kitties. Okay. What else do we have? Stuff on the table. So you guys can see where we are ish. He's like making this the cat house was appropriate. Oh yeah. I think that was inevitable for sure. So this is obviously going to lead us to something, whether that is the next map that's also in the same region. I don't know. But I think by getting into VR and getting really close to this will make it a lot easier for us to figure out what the hell this says. Roadmap ends in Sacramento. I don't know. Little Devil, thank you for the 3 months. Okay. As for items, let's see here. We got a Swiss Army knife that we can't open up. That's okay. A walkie. Do you think we'll get anything creepy in this? Dusty Trail's brother. Like, I'm invested. I want to know if something weird happens. Hey, Ghosty. He's here. Da, 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 da. Take your soul. Da, 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 da. All right. We'll have to try it in the middle of an investigation. So in the middle of an investigation, we'll put the walkie in there and see if anything happens. Probably not, but it's worth a try. All right, got a first aid kit, some more packets, some bottles. Got a little pewter over here that the ghosty can turn on. Okay, a phone, book, pen, pencil, blah, 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 blah. That may be what they mean by items out of place. Yeah, but that would refer to the ghost on one particular map. I think that'd be a little weird. When's the new drop? The new drop starts tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're assuming close to the same time, around 7 a.m. Eastern, but they haven't definitively said when. Oh, hey, the bow. Okay. What do we got here? We got Kingsley. Okay, gluten-free. Nice. Toe bean cat litter. Chingus will be happy. Okay, anything else special in here? I don't think so. Now, I wonder if this is a hiding place. So we'll have to see if maybe the doors will be locked. I'm guessing yes, but it's hard to say. And the light for that is that light there. So that light is for both. It's for this and that room. So one single light rather than having to turn on multiple, which is nice. Okay, and there's the overheads. Oh, never mind. Wait. I just said that backwards. Hold on. Wait. Oh, it's this. I'm an idiot. So that right light switch will turn on this light and turn on that light. If you want to turn on the kitchen lights, the overheads, the pendants, you got to turn on that one. There we go. Okay, we'll just do that for now. All right, moving on. Let's go see the potty. Now, I understand the overheads with like the warm lighting about it. Like mine were like the same way where they were installed. I think the ghostie's in the painting room. We'll go to the bathroom and then we'll make our way. This does feel bad. This feels bass backwards. Hold on. This feels bass backwards. We should go to the garage first. We should go in here. So summoning circle, music box. Okay. Now we head into what is the garage slash weightlifting room, workout room. Okay. I don't know if any of this stuff is actually usable. Like, I'm assuming we can't like make it like, you know what I mean? Like it's a row machine, but you can't do anything with it. That's fine. Oh, I can't even get swole, bruh. We can't lift anything up. Oh. Need a garage like that? It's pretty sick. I'm playing dodgeball. Hell yeah, let's go. Can we pick up every single one of these? Holy night. Well, we're gonna have the strongest Pulte around. Good Lord. Kettlebells, dumbbells. What else we got? Jesus. Oh, hey, there's a little mouse in here. That doesn't make a squeak. I'm sad. Wait, do you make a squeak? No, my heart's sad. Yeah, look at all this. Holy shit. All of them. All of them. So in other words, you can get murdered by the Pulte now, which is fun. We got bikes. We've got treadmills. We've got the mirror. It looks like it fits perfectly. If you look at this, that looks perfect. Okay. Very cool. Put that there. Treadmill. If this actually moved you, that would be next level. My next suggestion. I want to be able to actually move on the treadmill. Okay. What about a light for that room? Up. There we go. Okay, we got a shower, which I'm guessing is kind of like Point Hope in the sense that it's a hiding spot. I can only imagine that is what that is. Oh, the curtain being able to move would be cool. Imagine if it could move or make the ghost stuck on it. Imagine if you got the ghosty like a Dio to come over this way and you got it to like right here as you sat like right here and then you just made it continually run. Oh my God. Okay. Cool. Got some stuff you can throw in here. Again, the 1,500 dumbbells that are over there. Ghosty really wants us to come say hello. Ghosty, we're working on it. So, well, I already looked at this room, jerkhole. So, music box, summoning circle, mirror, and grandpa. You know what? I'm picking up your bone, jerk. All right, on to Zapate. So we come through the kitchen. Obviously, the bathroom's in the same exact spot. Can the ghost fill the bathtub with dirty water? Is that a new thing? Turlet still flushable. Lots of items to throw. All of this stuff is throwable. Every bit of it. Every single bit of it. That's awesome. Like the vanity? Yeah. It almost makes you think that that's the haunted mirror. So you just got to be careful. Don't look for the circle. Don't look for the circle. Oh, we got some slides. All right. All right. Nice, nice, nice. Loverly. I'll carry this around the map for sure. Okay. No more soap dispenser of doom? It doesn't look like it. I don't think so. So the light switch for this hallway is here now. So when you come through the kitchen and you get to here, you don't have to go down to there to get the switch. Switch is right there. Yeah. Cabinets open? Cabinets open. Oh, these. No, it doesn't look like it. No. No, I don't think so. No cabinetries to open in there. Yeah, in Old Willow, there was a soap dispenser that when you picked it up, you could not pick up any other item. So that is fixed and gone. All right, we have books. And okay, we can't touch any of this. This is not touchable. Okay, that's fine. Cat toy? Nope. Nope. We got, okay, those are touchable. I'm just looking for things that we can mess with the ghost with. Okay, another light to check for UV. Groovy. Oh, look at the little paw prints. Adorable. Adorable. Okay, so there's items in this hallway. It's fine. Nothing too crazy. Man, imagine if we could actually like make that come down. Oh. There's multiple litter boxes? Well, yeah. You don't want to make the house, you don't want to make the cat go all the way across the house just to go potty. Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah, so we have a three-way switch where we have here and we also have here. So if you want, well, don't mind if I do. Grandpa? Hello? I mean, he wanted us to come in here, so I guess we're going in here. I'd say, let me see. Hold on. No to the Ure. It touched the door and the door didn't fully open or shut. Look, it went like this. I was able to open it. Not a Ure. All right, what do we have here? Okay. Closet, which, oh, that's nice. Oh, look at the light coming through. That's cool. Hey, hey, back off. He's following me into the closet. I don't like it. Hairbrush, mirror, working hair dryer. Okay, got a flat iron. We have all kinds of fun stuff. This weird statue thing. Can you hide in the closet? I would guess so. We'll have to see what this map is like whenever the hiding is turned off. Yeah. But the hairdryer isn't plugged in. It's a battery operated one that, you know, everybody uses. Just let it be. Okay. Got an iPad. Franklin! Oh, well, we found where he is. Franklin's over here on the corner on top of the little kitty house. Can you click the flat iron? I don't think so. Ads are happening. Oh, we gotta run outside. We gotta run outside. I don't want people to miss. We will come back. I have unlimited sprint. Okay. Ads are happening. Hold on. Waiting on ads. There we go. That way people understand. We wait. Especially during this, there's no point why we can't stop. So we'll stop and wait, and then we'll go back into that room and continue. Anyway, what are we thinking so far? King, thank you so much for the 12-month Prime, friend. The voodoo doll is the cat toy, I guess. Looks really nice. Is it playing good? I mean, it feels good, but we haven't played an actual investigation yet, so it's really hard to say. Hard to say. That was the fastest ads. Let's go. Sometimes you'll get them for like a second. Sometimes you won't get them at all. Sometimes you'll have them for a really long, basically all 3 minutes. I do my best to run my ads whenever we're in the lobby, so that way people don't miss anything. So I do 3 minutes every hour. So if you're not subbed, you don't have turbo, I usually wait. So this, they snuck up on me. That's why I was like, I'll run outside real fast. Didn't get one? Hell yeah. What's up, Strang? Good to see you, Mafia. The back left room, was there a hiding spot on the right side of the corner? Yeah, we just didn't look at it yet. That little partition thing? For sure. So I assume, well, I don't know then. If that, they wouldn't put 2 hiding spots in that room, would they? I mean, maybe. I guess they could, technically. Can you try to close the closet door? Yeah, when we go back inside, I'll try. Willow looks better than it did. It just has character, man. It has character. I need my man cave. I trust we will get there. We need to look at the, we need to finish looking at the back left room. Also, the little kitty door right here, by the way. We need to look at the back left room. We need to look at the right room, which is the painting room, and then we can go to the basement. I like how realistic it is overall. Right. It just, again, character. It feels custom. It doesn't feel like copy pastas. Frank looks comfy in his new spot. He does look comfy. Hi, Kate. You missed a hiding spot to the right of the glass sliding doors. Are you talking about in the hallway? Midas, thank you for the 15 months. This Entangle update makes me excited for the future reworks, makes the maps come alive. Agreed. Agreed. How are my ads still 3 minutes long? Well, there's 7 seconds left of them. Could you put Frank in the car house? In the car house? The cat house? We back. Yeah, we're done. Well, sorry, the ads are finished. Yeah. I do 3 minutes every hour, and it snuck up on me, so I went outside so that way you guys that got hit didn't miss anything. So I didn't go over anything else. We literally went outside. So you guys are good. You guys are good. We're going back. Let's go back. We continue. Is the power still on? You son of a bitch. I think it cut the power again. What a jerkhole. Cabby Cab, thank you for the subs, dude. Thank you, man. All right. So we continue. I don't know if this is going to be a... Did I just hear a cat? Okay. I thought somebody played a blurp and someone was trolling with cat sounds. No, that was here. That was a little purr. I keep hitting this. You hear that sound? It's me running into this. That's what that is. Yeah, that's me. So like when we run into plants, hold on. You hear that? That's us hitting that. It's the same with whatever this is that's over here. Okay, so there's a cat purr sound. Very interesting. Anywho, what items do we have? A radio that I can't turn on myself? Oh, I guess that can only be done by the ghost. Oh, tools of a killer. This is the ghost room, by the way. Just a side note. Okay. We looked at all that stuff. Okay. Okay. Drop of truth. Good deal. We found Frank. Okay, Frank is here. Can he go inside? Hold on, Frank. I can't angle that, dude. I would love to get you in a little home, but I don't think he can even do it here. A little more comfy there on the bed. Don't think so. Got a nice little seating area. Oh, look, there's a flamingo out there. Hey! Better knock it off, you jerk. So, it's hard to see with the reflections. I mean, here you can kind of see it. Got a little flamingo out there. But there's a hiding spot right here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There it is. So this will definitely get moved. That, I don't know. With the closet, I don't know if that's something that we're going to be able to always hide in, or if that's just another hiding spot. Like, you might have one of these available, or both. We're not going to know until we go in there and actually, like, block it off. What is the flamingo's name? Jerry's a good one. Fiona? Oh, that's good. Fiona the flamingo. Freddy? Oh, I like Freddy. Freddy's good. Freddy's good. I like that. Hey, Eric, welcome in. Good to see you. Peggy the flamingo? No, no, it's not Baron. Do you guys like Jerry? Do we like Jerry or do we like an F name? Like a Freddy? Floyd? That's a good one. I do like that. All right, 1 in chat if you like Jerry, 2 in chat if you like an F name like Floyd. Or Fiona. Fiona's a good one. I like Fiona. That's very torn. There's a lot of 2s in there. There's a lot of 2s to be had in there. Yeah, I think we're going with an F name. We'll figure it out as we go through. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Okay. Yeah, I think we're definitely going to do an F name of some kind. Okay. That is the master bedroom. Okay. Yeah, good luck resetting that if you got to touch it. It's like 500 feet in the air. You son of a bitch! Stop turning up the power. Flamingo Floyd. Oh, man, it's pretty good. Oh, sorry. Floyd is sounding better and better every time. Flamantha? It's Flamantha. I wish that we could go out here. I know that we can't. Are you over here now? It's following us. Floyd. Pink Floyd is good. I do like Floyd. I think we're gonna stick with it. That's Floyd. Yeah, Floyd the Flamingo. Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd is the flamingo's full name. Yeah, that's good. All right, next. On to Artist Alley. Since apparently the ghost wants to move around to the rooms that we're in. Look at all of these kidder photos and also drawings. Oh my goodness. Oh my Lanta. The art room is pretty cool. Look at that art. Found your favorite room? It's pretty cool. Now, I'm a little curious as well if the ghost is able to like throw paint around or something like that. Dude, listen. I get you're trying to set the mood, but we're not in the mood right now. Iconic women artists, painting wildlife, study of faces, contemporary art. I like that it's all related. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Oh, I see the cursed possession in here. Got a monkey paw. Got us a monkey paw on the shelf. Oh, found another Boobah statue. Okay. We've got, okay, all this stuff. Oh, well, not all this stuff. A lot of the stuff is throwable. These books are. Okay. Oh, little startup sound. I like that. Got another light. A fan the ghost can mess with. Oh, I didn't want that anyway. F that flashlight. And what looks to be a hiding spot. So we've got a loopy spot here, which is nice. Able to actually go into the back part of the map, into the corner, and frickin' make a nice little loop around here. If you get stuck in the back, that's nice. Now, I don't know what it's going to be like on those other spots. I've got a feeling that they don't break line of sight, but you can still try to loop the ghost, at least a little bit, so you can run away to your hiding spots. Jesus, dude. That was right in the schnoz. Get away from me. Back off. Damn it. What's up, Remy? Welcome in. God, you jumped. My heart, it's 7 in the morning, man. Okay. Got some pallets here. Bunch more stuff. Oh, razor blade. Oh, that's it. Oh, here we go. Now we got a weapon. F that guy. Lots of little, like, warm lights. Lots of little warm lights. Now, I can only imagine, like, oh, look at that one. They must have had fun painting. Like, they must have had fun making these, too. Do you think we have a buff artist or a couple? Oh, you mean, like, for who lived here? Painting wildlife. Oh, look at that. Like, did they make that? You are a nuisance. Would you shut up? Sorry, just testing the waters here, seeing if anything happened. Like if any paint or anything like that comes out. You are such an ass. Stop it! Holty's favorite room? I don't know. The garage / weight room had like 1,500 weights in it. So, yeah. Is CJ still in charge of the art? I think that he is technically the head, I believe, for it, but I don't know what he created here. Like, are you pissed? Does your shadow look different? Like not the shadow, you know what I mean? Whatever whatever that event was. That looked more distinguishable, did it not? Wonder if this is the new ghost and it's getting pissed off because we keep moving items. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Sharper. Yeah, that's probably a good way of putting it. You suck so much. Stop. Dude is a bully. What is the new ghost? So the new ghost, the deal to ghast, I don't know, whatever it's called. At the beginning of an investigation, it has the upper hand. It can be slowed down by both the living and the dead. All right, so we have seen what cursed possessions? We have seen music box. We have seen summoning circle. We have seen the mirror. Frank. Monkey paw. Right? So we're missing the tarot cards. And the Ouija board. Tarot cards and Ouija board. So unless I missed the tarot cards somewhere, maybe both of them are downstairs. Let's go find out. Shall we? So we have a light now in the hallway going downstairs. You just have to get this light on. Somebody was actually talking about that literally the other day. And now onto the bachelor pad. There's the Ouija board. Okay, I think I knew that this was going to spawn here. I think there was an image I saw that had it in it. Yeah, strike fast, strike hard. Roger that. Okay. Oh, cool. A drill. Just what I wanted for Christmas. All right. So again, three-way switch. You've got one upstairs, downstairs. Both control the lights for there and here. Good deal. Well, we saw this. This is probably utilities. So we'll go over here and then we'll come back around. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Any of this movable? No, this looks similar to the thing upstairs. We have another Tendo. VES? Virtual Entertainment System? Okay. And then... what does that say? Does that say game base? Does that say game base? No. This is the GB3, I think. I think it's the GB3. Okay. All right. Zeke. Okay. Williams. Mm-hmm. Oh, football. It's a very odd sounding football. Very full of air. Let's get the other light on so we can see through both sides. There's got to be a switch over here. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Touchdown. Like I was saying, I wish. Oh, man, they really need to fix that. We have a laser pointer for the cat? But there's no cat. Oh. Oh my God. We have a kitty laser. Doc, give me the cat. I'm okay with that. Hi, Roxy. Oh my God. All right, more lights here. Backpack. Okay. Game controllers. That's fine. Special here. Nope. Okay. Again, dangerous, I'm sure, but a nice little loopy spot here. The Cobras. All right, let's go to the next room. Look how nice this is. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, bud. Oh, yeah. So hiding, obviously, under the stairs. 100%. Crouch behind the chair? He's doing his hair. That's I think you're going to be seen there. Listen, I appreciate that you want to look your best, but I need you to shut up. As for hiding over here, as long as the ghost doesn't go over there, self-care. As long as it doesn't go over there, I guess you'd be okay. Yeah, Shallow, thank you for the 12 months. Roxy, thank you for the 51 months. Even Crouched, I mean, it's still the same situation. That ghost would be, if it's over there, it's going to be able to see you, right? More than likely. What's up, DG? Until we play it and try it out and just see if it works or not, it's hard to say. All right, got some darts and some pool and a bar. Okay, I can't open that. Okay, we do have darts though. Hey yo. Okay. And side of one of these. Duke it. Oh, that's garbage. It doesn't even hit the board. Cool guy, think of the super chat, man. Okay. Hot. I can't turn it on though. Okay, that's fine. Lots of booze. We do have our 6-finger Scotch whiskey. Little 6-finger Scotch. And we have tarot cards. There we go. 'Tis the last cursed possession. So we had the Ouija board over there and we had the tarot cards over here. That's some thick coffee. It's just been sitting in there for a day or two. It's fine. We do have a new game machine though. Galactic Tier Zone. If these gaming consoles do not eventually become playable, I won't be happy until they are. There's like 3 of them now, or 4 of them now. Just saying. Just saying. Could you check and see if the animation's fixed for the cards? Yes, I can. Oh. Okay, have we seen everything we need to see here? Oh, well, the ghost said, yes, you have. What an effing troll, dude. You're still a troll! Okay. Just in case the lights get burst inside of this room or something because we event the ghost or whatever. I just want to make sure. A-hole. Corner pocket. What'd I just say? Would you go home? Why do you? That's the 3rd time it's done that. That is the 3rd time it's done that. The tarot cards have been fixed. The tarot cards now show up in our face. It is not 15 miles away. Okay. Loop him. I'm looping him. I'm looping him. Never mind. Anyway. You are a nuisance. No. Watch this be the new ghost. I swear to God. Okay. All right. Yeah, oh yeah, the basement for looping the ghost, you have this huge area. So you can loop it around the table, run into this room here, go over that way. You have a hiding spot over here, it looks like. Go that way. Oh yeah, massive looping areas down here. Lots of stuffs. Oh hey, a vacuum. I mean, shop vac. I'm telling you right now, this ghost is such a prick. This is like the 4th time we've had to turn the power on. Basement's feeling bigger. Yeah, it just feels like there's so much more to do. Sorry, guys. I keep trying to show you the map, and the ghost says, I'm kind of done. I'm kind of finished. Okay. Oh, no buttons? No sounds? Nothing? Oh, that's okay, I guess. All right. Lots of little stuff in here. Lots of little stuff to throw. Stuff on the wall. I mean, stuff over there. So if we need the ghosty to move objects, I don't know. Maybe it can leave like handprints on the freezer. I don't know. But yeah, this will be nice. all the different ways. Like if you loop the ghost, it's coming at you this way. Like I said, if you can do this, shut that door and keep on moving. Yeah. But that's the map, friends. That's the nice thing about Willow. Willow's not a very large map. Now, as for rooms, I assume it's one room. Why don't we do a quick check of that real fast? This absolute nuisance. Actually, you know what? We'll do that. I'll do that a little bit. We'll do that in a little bit. We'll do that in a little bit. We'll do the room. We'll check out the room separation, see all that jazz to see if it's one room, if it's two. Actually, I'm a liar. We'll do it now. Sound sensor time. Yep. I'm a liar. Let's do this. Actually, wait. Drop that. Give me this. Give me this. Give me this. We'll just use our headlamp and we'll run. What I could do is I could do, we know living room, we know kitchen. I don't know exactly what this room is going to be called. Looking to get swole, huh, bruh? We want to see if this is considered one or two. So we'll do that. Hey, Mr. Atos, how are you? I was asleep watching the vid last night. I get to watch you live this morning. Can watch it Saturday morning cartoons. All right, what do we have? Ah, so it is two rooms. So down in the basement, we have the basement bar, and then we have the basement living room. So if you are trying to do Goryo tests, if you're just trying to get out of the room to let the ghost interact with things, maybe it's a shade, you can at least go to the other room, hop back and forth, because it's not the same. I imagine that the other one, and that little walkway is probably just utility. I can only imagine. What about the pantry? Well, let's try. This said gym. Oh no, you burst these lights. Did you cut the power again? Told you. Nuisance. All right, we'll put that in there. Let me go get the two from downstairs real fast. Because I need to move one of them into here. Because that'll be one room for sure. And then this room over here. The other ones are pretty self-explanatory as to what they're going to be called. But those ones for sure we need to know. The new Willow doesn't feel as cluttered. Well, think about it. The old person's house, that's going to feel cluttered. They're going to have a ton of crap that they don't throw away, right? All right. Basement, utility, kitchen, and then studio. So that is technically called a studio up here. The pantry is still part of the kitchen, obviously. And this back area here is basement utility. Okay. Is the shower in the gym a separate room? Let's find out. I mean, shit, we might as well now, right? The music box is right here on the, it's right here on the little cabinet thingy. Okay. What did I do? Nope. You? I need you. I mean, shit. We might as well at this point. Right? Might as well. We checked one or two. We might as well check them all. This ghost is everywhere, man. Quite literally everywhere. All right, so studio. We got that. I got one there. I've got one here. Let's just make sure that the rooms are called bathroom. We'll just do it anyway. Why not? Yeah, this is the new Willow. It'll be released tomorrow. Drops and the new Willow will go public tomorrow. Yeah. So bathroom, master bedroom, hallway. Okay. Self-explanatory. It could be the ghost that follows you. Well, yeah, it definitely could be, but we're wondering if it's the new one. It definitely could be the one of the ghosts that follow me. But the thing is, if it's following, well, no, it hasn't followed me downstairs. And there was a lot of singing. It could be a banshee. But I'm wondering if it's the new one. That's what I'm curious about. Is the hallway still one hallway? I believe so. Yeah, the new map does, it looks really nice. Super modern. I like it a lot. Yeah. Yeah, so this was hallway. Hallway, well, I imagine we'll go to here. Like, we could test that by going like this. I'm curious if it's probably what it is. So this one should say kitchen. Just to be sure. Oh yeah, it can't be a banshee because it's a dude. Oh yeah, you're right, you're right. All right, I didn't put one in here. And I didn't put one over here. Someone was asking me about the shower. Gym bathroom in its own room. We're about to find out. We'll find out right now. Yeah, kitchen. So this one right here, the one I was talking about. So as soon as you have hallway that's here, that hallway ends where the line is there, where you basically get to like where the fridge wall is. And then you've got gym, living room. It cut the breaker again. Maybe it's just a Hantu. So living room. This is all technically one room. It's not two. We thought maybe there was going to be a separation there, which I don't know. I guess kind of would have been nice. But no, that's two rooms. Okay. Did I miss any rooms? No, we got all those down there. We did the bathroom, the hallway, did the pantry. That should be it. That's it. All right. What's the ghost? Which one is it? Feels really active for low act. That is true. I did set it to low activity, didn't I? Should I just guess? I should, you know what? Just in case, we should guess the new ghost. Just in case. Because if it's not the new ghost and I say it's a different ghost, I don't want to, we want to start off batting 100. You know? We want to start off getting it 100% of the time. What does it do? Pfft, you got me. We haven't gotten it yet. I don't know. All right. Dale DeGast, whatever the hell it's called. All right. That's the new Willer Street. There she is. Let's go. It's shut the power off like 7 times. It's probably going to be a Hantu, but again, I'd rather at least place that ghost down there. It was an Obake. Wow, dude. It shut the power off so much. Ay caramba. I would have never guessed Obake. Ay, ay, ay. All right, well, there it is. That is our new Willow Street. And do not forget, there is a new player card that we can get with that, with the second page of the event board, with the Artist Retreat. So we complete this map 50 times, get the ghost correct 50 times, and we can get a new badge, which is awesome. And then the new drops start tomorrow. Very cool. Very cool. Completely missed it. I mean, we're going to be doing hunts on it. So trust, we'll be doing it over and over and over again. We're not going to do it like this. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. So is Willow still your favorite? It's hard to say without us playing it yet. So not having played it yet, it's really hard to say. Doing runs on it today? Oh, yeah. Many of them. Can we see the page with the new ghost? Absolutely. There you go. Here, while you guys looking at this, I need to download something. So here, you watch this. All right, groovy. All right, I'll mess with that in a little bit. It is a cool name. I'm really curious as to what this ghost is going to be like. Google says, Delagast? Really? That's how it's pronounced? Does the power at Tangle need to be on for Norm to work? I don't think so. No. No idea. Don't know any of that means? None of us do. It's a guessing game at this point. No, there's nobody that can definitively say this unless they've played it, what this is like with this new ghost. We haven't seen it yet. Tells you nothing? There you go. Gonna nap the sick away. I hope you feel better, friend. All right. Well, now that we have done our walkthrough, now we are going to actually do an official run at Willow Street to see how it feels. Okie dokie. Hi, Juju. All right. Oh, that was for the knot challenge. Oh, yeah. Anything special here that I can do? I do have a better... Wait. Okay. Oh, that is a Zippo. It's lying down. I was like, what the hell? Okay. Groovy. I think it has something to do with dropped items. No, we don't have an official time for tomorrow. I'm assuming that it's going to be like 7 a.m. Eastern, but there is no definitive it's at this time. Thank you guys for all the follows. Appreciate you guys for coming in. Jen, Singularity, David, welcome in. Rare, how are you? All right, let's do our first official run. Let's do our first official run at the new Willow Street. We'll do it on Pro. If we're lucky, we'll get the new Ghost. If we're lucky. Let's see how this goes. APOC 3, perfect game. Watch me walk around for 40 minutes. Negative.
Whoever was here must have summoned the ghost with a cursed object.
Okay.
Investigate it, but be careful.
Oh, you're good, Squish. Yeah. All right, what do we have? It's foggy. All right, Sophie. We need to capture 3 photos, capture a photo, and capture videos. Thank you, Mark. Did you notice the key, by the way? Did you notice the key? Yeah. All right. So this is going to be really one of the tells when it comes to this update, how it's starting to feel when it comes to the items. You know what I mean? So we'll see how it goes. Can you select the ghost? No, I don't think so. Not right now. So here's our Willow Streets during fog. Very cool. Relentless, thank you for the biddies. It's a killer key. I don't have unlimited sprint anymore. We do got to pay attention to that. We're here. Let's go see if the power's in the same place that it was for us just this last time. 'Tis not. Now, I wonder if it's only here or downstairs. I imagine so. So let's go. Photo camera will be like the video camera now. It should be. Let's prep the switch. It'll probably be in utilities somewhere, I imagine. Oh, there it is. It makes sense. It just makes sense. Ghosty. There's Floyd. Hi, Floyd. Like how the basin's finished now. It looks really nice. Always not cold. No hiding here. Look, that's gone. I thought I saw my breath. I'm like, but it's not 5 degrees. I'm seeing stuff. I'm seeing things. It could be utility, and I just didn't check the temps down there. 13, no, that's not that cold. 16 degrees, no. Ooh. Ghosty, ghosty, are you in theirs? let's go. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, I forgot. Wait. Hold on. Controls. Wait. I forgot about the freaking keybinds with 1, 2, 3, and 4, first of all. Secondly, I also forgot about this. Which I can change, which I probably will. You know what I'm going to change that to? Because I would not use H. I don't use tab for anything. Now I can quickly... Nice. Very nice. Now let's see... My lighter? I do have my lighter. Okay, so this would be... I don't know if that would consider it 1, 2, 3, right? 1. Flashlight. 2 dots. 3 book. 4 lighter. I think 4 is always your igniter. I think. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 3, 2, 4. Yeah. It's a little faster. Just a little bit. If we're worried about speed, it seems okay. Just a touch. Just a little bit. Hey, did you already? Oh my God, I hate you. Are you okay, dude? Apparently we have EMF 5. Oh, oh yeah, EMF 5 on the cat toy. It's a cat. It's a cat. We can leave. Put the book down. Got that. I really didn't need the flashlight, did I? Am I gonna play Blair on Roblox? No, I'm not playing on a predatory platform. No, we did it once before and I will never do it again. You don't see that option. Correct, because this is the update that nobody has yet. Yeah, it'll come out tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, apparently this ghost is having just an absolute little hissy fit ever since we left. I need to go turn the frickin' the thing back on. All right, you know what? Let me take the photo camera so we can check and see, because we can do the EMF 5. That's right. We don't have an official... If you want an official time, I would go to Phasmophobia socials. Make sure you're following them on like Twitter, Insta, you name it. If you go in their Discord, that's going to be the quickest way you can get any information about the updates. Where are you?
That was taken away.
And why did that happen? Oh, that's just loverly. Oh, isn't that just a delight? Okay, let's go turn the power back on. Oh, that's so freaking nice. And you notice as soon as it's just like the video camera where as soon as you got it, it's gone. As soon as you got it, it's out of there. Let's see if we can see anything else on the photo camera. No need for footies. Yeah, but I mean, it's if you do get footies, it'll be that much faster though, right? We have EMF 5 and Spirit Box. Okay. Is there a train still? On Willow? No. Why did that sound like that was over there? Jiminy Christmas, dude. Okay, Yuri's off the table. Psst, 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 psst. Psst, 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 psst. I think it's a cat. Let's get more stuff. So they did. I don't know. I don't know. Well, here's the question. So the Ure has been well, I say the Ure, literally every single ghost has been having an issue where they've been able to do the Ure ability. Did they say it was this update where that was supposed to get fixed? Is that correct? And if that's so, and let's just say let's say what we just witnessed was what every ghost can do. Does that mean that the Ure can do something that is way more unique now? That is the real question. Should be fixed. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, we will see about that. Nice. Okay, let's do let's do this just in case. Best case scenario, the Ure would have the ability to do something crazy. That's supposed to be a light. Like a tell? Yeah, well, like if its ability was like something crazy. Like if when it slammed a door, it slammed a door. All right, let's lay down salt. I kind of wish they would just get rid of that animation altogether. Like that still looks a little goofy. I mean, it's instant though. Look, it's done. So you don't have to wait for it. You can just throw the thing down so it doesn't stop your gameplay. I would just get rid of it. This is gonna be a wraith, isn't it? Oh, disgusting. It's a child. Can I turn this off while that's on? No. But this is close enough now to where it's not really bothering us as much. So that's nice. That's a fix in my opinion. A wraith. You little son of a bitch. Oh, we have UV. Oh, it's a Galu. Oh. How nice. What door did you just touch? Oh, you touched this one. Oh. Let's see. What's my camera set to? 3. Oh, and it showed up his handprint. Oh, nice. I'm loving that where it's showing you stuff you can actually take photos of. Now, when somebody's like, I don't know if I can take a photo of it, you just tell them, well, if there's an outline that tells you what it is, you can take a photo of it. So it's just an easier way to explain to people what you can and can't take photos of. So that's nice. Yeah, that's really, really good. Before, our explanation to people was basically the way you know if you can take a photo is if you showed somebody this image, would they say that that's paranormal? But now you don't have to worry about that. Now you just say, oh, did the outline not show up inside of the photo camera? Then you could not get a photo of it. Do they improved performance and lag for multiplayer? I don't know. I haven't played. You got me. I got no ideas. Hey! Hey! You sick bastard. That would explain why I walked in the one salt and it didn't walk in the other one, because it's a Galu. Yeah, we know where the cursed objects spawn. If I can recall the rooms. So you've got music box in the living room. You've got the mirror in the gym. What was the garage? You have the summoning circle in the kitchen. You've got Frank in the back left bedroom. You've got the monkey paw in the art room or the studio. You've got the Ouija board downstairs when you go downstairs to the right, and you've got the tarot cards on the table next in the basement bar. Did I forget anything there? I don't remember. All right, let's keep going. Do the paintings in the studio have Easter eggs with UV? Oh, I don't know. Board, like I said, downstairs to the right. Mirror in the gym. Yeah. All right. let's get sound recorder, motion sensor. I'm going to take, oh, it can kill us. That's fun. That's so cute. By Frank, do you mean the voodoo doll? Yeah, sorry, the voodoo doll. Yeah, sorry. That's just what we call it. Wish there was a countdown thing for the drop. Well, that wouldn't really make sense for me to have a countdown thing for the drop when it's not until the following day. Yeah. Because then also everything for today would have this little like drops countdown thing on the screen. I would hate that. So, nah, no thanks. It's tomorrow. And there's usually something that pops up in chat that's telling you that it's tomorrow. It's way easier that way. Bone Stiller new items. We're not going to get the conduits until like 1.0 release, if I got that correct. All right, let's take this. Yeah, let's take these in there. Delicious crunchy pills. Num num. New ghost? No. No, we don't have a new ghost. Not yet. Not yet. I don't see my breath in here. You suck. It's because you're in here now. Stupid kids. Put that in there. We'll bring this in here just so I have that next to me because we're going to need it. We'll put the crucifix in there. Ka-chow. And I could get audio of the spirit box. That's good. Turn that off. Turn that off. Turn that on. Where are you?
Taken away.
It's taken away. Okay, set that off, please. Any day now. Logan, thank you for the 6 months. Maybe Strange, thank you for the 6 months. Obsidian, thank you for the Prime. Squishworms, thank you all for the Prime subs. Appreciate you guys. Thank you, thank you. Nanor? Nanor? Yeah, this is the new Willow Street. Yeah, this is our first investigation. I'm not going to get that in time. No shot in hell. Oh, it turned off. I hate it here. Now, I can get EMF 5 audio as well. I'd like to get the sounds just knocked out. Get rid of them. Okay, one thing I don't like. So I do believe that they increased the lighting around the player to make it easier to see when you have the lights off. If you notice what that's done, the tier 1 sound recorder, really reflective on that front screen. I hope that they fix that or do something with it. Did they fix the cruci burn sound? We'll figure it out. Can you show the bone spot in the book? Did they say that there would be a bone spot in the book right now? I don't want to. No thanks. I'll pass. Oh, nee. Thank you for the tier 1, man. Welcome in. My candle's gonna burn out, you little bastard. Hurry up. Thank you. So kind. All right. I have one more photo to get. This is still messed up. One more photo. We need 3 videos. We have all the sounds. Oh, I need a photo of the ghost. Oh, crap. Oh, crap sandwiches. Oh, crap sandwiches. I dropped that by the front door, yeah? Whoa, crap. Well, crap. motion. It feels faster when it comes to the items, like actually moving or like getting these items out and doing what you need to do. It already feels faster. Removing some of the animations is so nice. What's up, Zoe? Ghosty, we'd love a photo. Brand, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Oh, you prick. Was the bone found yet? No. We found the ghost and we've been sticking with it. I don't think I found the bone yet. Have I? Oh, you know what I could do? Hold on. EMF interaction. You know what? Let's do this. Let's go find the bone. Let's go find it. I'm gonna find it by using the camera. Do you like the new map? Yeah, it's been pretty great so far. I'm not even honest. I'm honestly only looking through the photo camera. Seeing if it pops up with the little thing that says bone. You grabbed it earlier after it evented? Did I? Are we sure that I did that? I don't think I did. Yeah, no, I didn't think so. Get away from me. Get away from me. Stop trying to take my sanity, you little prick. The ghost fart dissipate? Yes. Okay, good. No. Did you just disappear? Oh, you are such a little bastard. Oh. It didn't even get that close to me and it disappeared. Damn kids. Stupid. Just dumb. Look. Oh, there it is. Okay, so here's the distance you need to be so that you can see the bone is there, yeah? Like this far away. This far away and we're able to see the bone. Like 4 steps. I don't know if that still counts like meters and all that jazz, but now when you walk into a room and you're doing this, as long as you're getting around the room, you'll eventually see it. So that's cool. Yeah, no bone indicator. I think people assumed there would be one, but no, there isn't one. Sanity, we're okay. Yeah, this is you know, this is a better change than I expected it to be. Hello, dear. Okay, bye. Love you. It is a better change than I anticipated. Yeah, the highlights on the camera is a super nice quality of life. I like that a lot. Does your game has mods? No, it is against the TOS of the game to play with mods on your game. Yeah, I would highly suggest you don't do that. Pro tip, don't. All right, I still need a ghost photo, which is really unfortunate. Wait a minute, what am I missing? Not the music box. Is it downstairs? Oh, it's the Ouija board. Yeah, it's still that same sort of like 4 steps kind of thing. Hey, I still need a ghost photo. Oxley, have a good one. Have they announced Edgefield Ridgeview? They have. Yeah, if you go through their Phasmophobia, if you go through their blogs, you can see the information. Edgefield was announced that it'll be released in December, and Ridgeview hasn't been announced, but it'll probably be next year. Ghost, I need a photo, dude. And I can't just make that happen with the Ouija board. Hey, you want to play games? Wait, we're in the ghost room, remember? It's probably going to do nothing, but you know what? We're in the room with it. Might as well. Such a bop, dude. Such a bop. All right, same thing. I just saw ads are playing. We'll go outside. We'll go outside. All right. Same deal. There we go. I snoozed them, but I can only snooze them so long for so long. So we'll wait out here while the ads play. Off to work. See you later, friends. See ya. Have a good one, Rastin. We'll be I'll be live later tonight too. What are we waiting on? Oh my god. Can someone explain the new Ghost? They're probably gonna have a hard time outside of the book because we haven't had it yet. Yeah. Scandinavian folklore. Oh, really? It's a creature ghost which represents the spirit of a person who illegally moved property boundaries to steal land from neighbors. I think it has a curse and some tasks, but I don't remember. Ooh, interesting. It's very windy out here. Good lord, dude. Is it better in the truck? Maybe a little bit. Restless spirit condemned to endlessly haunt boundary markers. The ghost originated from a person who illegally shifted boundaries stones in life to enlarge their property. To find peace, the specter is cursed to unsuccessfully attempt to return the stone to its rightful place. I wonder what that would mean with this ghost, though. I don't know. Am I playing Funnel Runners today? I don't know. Yeah, not sure. I think the odds are unlikely, but we'll see. Someone gifted a sub, but I can't see any notice about it. Oh, weird. I don't know. Enjoy the sub, though. Enjoy, friend. All right, 40 more seconds. Download that part of the VOD while we're doing this. Installed it. The training video is brilliant. Oh, Kill, it's so good, isn't it? Oh, I can't wait till we play, man. It's so fun. How are you, Mr. Killiam? Try tier 1 photo on the next investigation. Why? Just try to buy stuff. You only have $69. Damn, dude, sucks. If we create a pull tube on the new Ghost Lose, I don't know. I don't know. The new indicator. Where would we see the indicator on the tier 1 photo camera? It's a Polaroid camera. When's the next Mecha stream? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, the light will change color. Yeah, but you're not going to see an indicator like that's like a little screen guy. Yeah. What's up, Tio? All right, we're going back in. We going back in. I ran outside so we could run ads real fast. Oh, you know what? Actually, while we're out here, let's get a smudge. Unless it has a rumble pad. I think a light changes color, which, I mean, yippies and skippies, but I'm not too worried about it. I think you should try the hunting ghost photo. I think you should mind your business. How's that sound? I think the ghost is going to show up and I'm not going to need to do that. Aren't you? Sophie Lewis. Hey, Sophie, show up with some ringy rosies and tell them to shut up. Sophie? 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 Use that kinetic partner magic to get the new ghost. Next game, I will. I'll try. I'll use it right now to get the ghost photo. In 4, 3, 2, 1. That was unnecessary. I feel like you had that locked and loaded. That's not fair. That's not fair. No, the missed photo does not count because that's not technically the ghost. I'd like to get not the ghost photo during a hunt. Typically, when I try to do that, it's really bad luck. As in, it like, what the hell? As in, it just doesn't work out. I'd prefer not. Sophie said no photo for you. Sophie, please. Hello? Ask nicely. Sophie, will you please show up by the fridge so I can take your photo? Or shut the power off, you little demon. I don't think nice is going to work with this ghost. I don't think it's going to work. Noob, thank you for the biddies. Miss Hightower, thank you for the biddies. Thank you, friends. Sophie? Hey, Sophie. Your mom's cooking smells like shit. What if they agree? They're like, yeah, it does. Might not speak English, to be fair. Damn it. But why do they have so many books that are written in English? Shadow Ghost! Ka-chow! Ha-ha! Yes! Yahtzee! So you just had to insult their mother, and look, it worked perfectly. Alright, I still need 2 videos, though. Oh, all that's done. We got the bone. We did all that jazz, which is nice. Look, you can barely see it, but the little indicator came up, which is cool. All right, motion sense, door move, fire extinguish, so I could get a cruci burn. And if it decides to show up again, or we can get an object throw, I am going to throw these at the door. Hey, let's go. Thank you all for the follows. Welcome in. Ray, thank you for the biddies. Oh, the camera thing is great. That's one of the best additions I've seen in a while. I dig it, dude. And we're going to grab all these backups just in case. Oh, yeah. The new photo camera thing helps so much. If you have trouble seeing, I mean, that little indicator popping up is a blessing in disguise. All right. We get it. You're angry. Look, the stuff I said about your mother's cooking, I didn't mean it. It's just a joke, bruh. Stop taking everything so seriously. All right. Don't let me record a door move. Cruci burn would work. Oh, look, we can do that even while we're recording. Oh my God. It should be close to hunting. Do I have anywhere to hide? So it treats this just like the other radios. Huh. Well, that's good to know, I guess. Got that object midair. Hey, you want to burn one of the crucies there, bucko? I got them both here. You know what? Let's turn that off just in case. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I don't know where to hide. Thing had wheels. Good lord. Your mother's cooking still sucks. Jiminy Christmas, dude. Yeah, we definitely angered it. That's for sure. But we had EMF 5 and Ultraviolet and Spirit Box, so we know for sure that it's Galu. There was no question about that. But I needed a last video, so I guess the hunting ghost works for me. Little Tokyo Drift. Oh my god. All right. Our first actual hunt, a perfect professional game. Thank you, Sophie. We bid you adieu. Jeez, dude. So angry. What's up, Viper? Has dreams of racing.
Welcome back. There's some
Galoo.
ready for you.
Nice. Got some extra bucks out of it. 1,600. Very nice. Good night, Ninja. Have a good one. Is there a god spot on this map? Well, I don't want to know if there's a god spot. I hope not. Iron Fight, thank you for the prime, dude. Thank you. Thank you. I might need to pause so I can do something. Might need to pause real quick so I can do something. Can't wait. The map looks so good. It plays really well so far. I mean, we did the walkthrough and then we did just the one investigation so far. But from what I've seen though, it's been pretty nice. Pretty nice. Yeah. What was the new ghost? Dilgast, whatever it's called. I don't know what it's called. I got nothing. I got nothing. Go pause. We might need to. Give me a minute or two. I want to do something real quick. So I'm going to pause. Like, I'm just going to basically just sit here real fast. Or I could go into Willow Street and we could look at the ambiance of Willers. Let's do that. Let's go back to Willow. Let's do another.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating.
Okay, it's normal. Tis normal. Okay, I was curious. Want to see the new ghost die now? Thermo, EMF, flashlight. Give me this guy. Give me that guy. Yeah. Oh, the Willer Streets. It's so dark. Well, yeah, there's no lights on. Of course it's going to be dark. I'm sorry, what happens at nighttime near you? Does the sun come up? I bet the blood moon looks sick. It probably looks so good. Yes? Oh, okay, I'll shut up. Have they fixed the Cruciburn sound recording issue? I haven't tried it. We could try it this game though. I believe they have. I just haven't tried it. Yeah, yeah. All right. Do you guys music, yay or nay? Yay or nay? Can't see. Open your eyes. Hey, Wild West. Yay. I just need like a minute or two. I need like a minute or two. So just, we'll have background noise. So BRB, I'm literally going right over here, but BRB. Ay, caramba, dude. Ay, ay, ay. Thank you for the patience. Damn. My other computer was like, it was trying to render the video transcript and like freezing. It was the weirdest damn thing, man. He's alive. I know. Sorry. Okay. Back to where we were. Holy hell. Thank you for the follows, friends. Welcome in. We shall continue. Yeah. I'm trying to render something over there and it was just giving me all kinds of issues. All right. Turn this crap on. Yeah. Yeah. At a dance party? Let's go. All right. Let's go find out where this one's going to be. Ghost is going to be all pissed. Well, I waited for like 5 hours, dude. What I just... thought I heard something. Maybe I did. Did I hear it back here? Oh, that is a hiding... dude, there's like no hiding. What the hell? Floyd, do you see this? So that hiding is gone. That hiding is gone. Okay. What else hath you removed from us? Okay, this one's here. We have hiding here. Your friend is complaining about them adding a new ghost. Well, sucks to suck. All right, so we go check over here. Ghost is gonna get you. Hey, don't say that. It's not very nice. I thought I heard the ghost, but I don't know. Maybe I didn't. I love that we named the... we had to name it. It was a requirement. A lot of new ghosts have been hard to learn. No, it's just... what's been difficult is when you don't have the ghost a lot. It can make it a little difficult, but with the next update, I think with the next one, we're going to be able to actually pick the ghost to mess with, which will be really cool. That will be neato. For sure's. Yeah. Sriracha, hello. Seems like a cool refresh. It's really nice. Yeah, I like it a lot. Base Monte. Oh, it's here? Oh, there's hiding in this room. Well, crap on a stick. Found it. It's the... of course it's the Ouija board. What's up, Rhythm? Good to see you. I did play darts in the basement. I did. When we did our walkthrough. That's what that's what I was trying to render right now was my walkthrough video. Alright, let's get stuff. Found the ghost. Pick the ghost in a custom. Obviously, you won't be able to get any XP or any money for it, but we are going to, in the near future, have the ability to pick what ghost we want to go up against in a custom game so that we can trial and error the ghost and figure out what's going on, which will be really cool. All right, we're at 86. The water, like it's hitting metal. Interesting. All right, give me that, give me that, give me that. Let's go. Yeah, that'll be really cool. Which ghost would y'all pick? Well, all of them, obviously. Some people want to play the ghost so we could have 5 players. No, that would be awful. That would destroy the game. The ability to actually play as the ghost and turn this PvE game into a PvP game would be terrible. Oh, hey. Orbs. Why is the orb here? But the I'm confused. Temps, please. You farting mother, mom, what the... Oh, King, I'm very well aware. I know. Dude, what the? Okay, yeah, 12 degrees. Uh-huh. 6 degrees. Okay. 4 degrees. So it's actually here. But it said 3. Anyway. I swear to God, it said 3 in the other room. But we have orbs in here, so that's okay. That's what matters. Whatevs. Put that there. That's fine. We'll turn that off for now. No, the basement is not one room. Technically, the basement is 3 separate rooms. So you have the basement bar, you have the basement, I think living is what it was called, and then the basement utility. Found a layout bug? I don't think we found a layout bug. I think the ghosty might have moved. It's possible that it just moved away from where we were. It's trolling us. Yeah. What do you think is cooler, the old or new Willow Street? What do you think is cooler? Yeah, that's the bone. Yeah. I like the new. The old cookie cutter maps that have been puzzled together from asset pieces were fine and great. But having these completely brand new custom maps that are the same layouts that we really enjoy, this is the way. Wheel spin? I'll do it after this game. After this game, I'll do it for sure. Yeah. Yeah, there's people that would ask the same thing. They would ask the same thing about like Tanglewood. They're like, do you like the old Tanglewood or the new Tanglewood? Like, why would I want the old? I'm sure some people are different, but like, why would I want the old generic compared to the brand new? It's, for me personally, new. As long as the map still feels the same, or it feels, if not good, if not better. It's a great question. I don't have an answer to. I'm at 70 sanity. Let's do this. Hey, they fixed that. I think so. Now you can actually see the top is off the pill bottle instead of it looking the exact same, which it shouldn't. Nice. Wonder why they didn't make them new maps instead, since they are completely different. You mean like why they didn't name them differently? What do you mean? Is every map getting a rework? All the asset ones are, to our knowledge. Layout's somehow different. No, I mean the basement's the basement's obviously different. We'll place one there. We'll place one here. Make sure the temps are still cold. Why are they reworking all the maps? They're reworking, dude, no effing way. They're reworking the maps that are all asset maps that they purchase licenses for, so that way they can make them their own. Did you? I'm sorry. Is this another room move? It's been like 2 room changes already. Fun part of the reworks is dying to learning the new routine around them. Yeah. Absolutely would agree with you. Because it's, yes, it's the same layout, but it's going to feel a little bit different, right? Look at you, you son of a... Where are you? Are you here? Where are you?
Away.
Well, why? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you near? Are you here? Where are you? Dude, that was really responsive. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near?
Far from there.
Trying to get me. Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you here?
Slips
Where
away.
are you? Are you angry?
Gotcha, kid.
Are you old?
In a young
Where are you? Are you near?
Slips away.
Where are you?
Right here.
Ha! I'm right here. Okay. Orbs, spirit box, UV. Cormos? I mean, not the new ghost, but a new ghost? Oh, never mind. It's freezing. I'm gonna go get a smudge now. Was that Mr. Flash saying right here? Yeah. Yeah, I have 3 sayings on the spirit box. Listen, it's my favorite ghost, but I still want to be careful and not die. Yeah, so anybody that's newer to the game, just so you understand what's happening there, because when you select all this stuff like this, you have no ghost. There's nothing there. The reason for that is because with a mimic, the orbs are not real evidence. The orbs will always be present with a mimic, so they are technically fake evidence. When you are doing a no evidence run, where you literally turn off the evidence, mimic will still have orbs. So if you're playing no evidence and you see orbs, that's 100% a mimic, no questions asked. But you can see that right there, so we have a mimic. Yippee. Repel, parabolic microphone. Okay, let's have a smudge on us just in case. We'll put a crucifix down there and let's see if we can get our objective done. Yeah, mimic is my favorite because of how unpredictable they are. Yeah, I do like it. Don't forget the bone. Oh, I won't. Whenever I go get the photo camera, we'll get it. Which maps are considered asset maps? And which ones are original? Well, most of the reworks are obviously original because they wanted to redo them. But like Ridgeview and Edgefield, both are asset maps. If you noticed, before they redid them, Tanglewood, Willow, Edgefield, Ridgeview all had the same feel. The same exact feel, just different layouts. Grafton and Bleasdale felt the same. They just had different layouts. They were just farmhouses. Now Grafton and Bleasdale feel absolutely polar opposite different. Oh, I need to be careful. You know, let's put this here. I'm gonna slowly back away. What's my sanity right now? Okay, we should be okay. If I'm sprinting near a Cormos and my sanity is low enough, it can hunt me. Hello, child. Love you. Okay. Oh, it's a gaggle of children. Oh, hello. Fallen. Hi, babe. I appreciate you. Love you. Okay. Oh, it's upstairs, isn't it? They're playing Mario Party. The minis have wandered to the basement. Yeah, the minis. Well, one of them's not so mini. He is a tall child. All right. Smudge is in there. Let's get a photo camera, sound recorder, do all the things. Oh yeah, we like playing Mario Party with them. We try to like go back and forth with them. Like we're doing gaming nights. Some nights we'll do something like Mario Party or Mario Kart, or like other nights we'll do like board games. So I try to go find like old board games at thrift stores and introduce them to new stuff. So yeah, a very tall mini. That is correct. Can we play Mario Party 2? No. Oh, I need to upgrade this sound recorder. Okay. We might have a Cormos on our hands, so we're trying to be a little careful about this. Aw, Dad. All right, can I see the bone from here on the camera? Nope, I gotta be in there. All right. If you guys haven't seen this yet, if you're just popping in, some new stuff. The ability to see inside of the photo camera, tier 2, tier 3. The ability, oh wait, no, not a Cormos, it's a mimic. I hate it here. Never mind, I'll shut up. The ability to see inside of the tier 2 and tier 3 a little border, just like the video camera, of things you can actually take a photo of. So now when people are asking you, what can I take a photo of when something's happening? They'll know because it'll pop up. And then it goes away. Oh, look, Ouija board. All right. Let's see what our coverage is here. This corner looks pretty good. And then if I put this one over here. Oh, look, no hiding. We still have hiding over here, though, if I recall. Yeah. That's good. And I imagine if you need to like do a last minute tuck, like you could try to dodge the ghost like this. Yeah. Have you ever tried Rocket League? Ah, sounds weird. I don't know if that's something I would enjoy. Repel while it's chasing. Okay. Is there a lack of natural hiding spots? I don't know. We haven't tried. Is this on Twitch and YouTube? Yeah. Yep, doing both. Oh. You imagine how bad Flash would be Rocket League, right? Weird, dude. Just weird. I have not played 7 Days to Die. No, I have not. In that utility hallway, there's a... Jeez, dude. No, it's not like that. Whatever that song is. So look, UV. Oh look, UV. Oh look, translucent ghost. We're flooring it now. Hi, Rhonda. Miss you. What do you play when you're not streaming? It depends. Definitely depends. If I'm playing, usually I'm playing with like friends doing something. Oh, freezing. Oh, you're right. Wonder if it'll just show it. Oh, and it does immediately. Oh, I'm glad you said that. I'm so glad you said that. Oh my God, look how far away I am. Didn't even think about the freezing photo. Wonderful. Wonderful suggestion. I still need 2 sounds though. Flash plays Hop Hotel. Hey. Hey. They updated the photo camera. The thing that we just did? Yeah. Where's the sound? Yeah. If you guys ever have game suggestions for me, always feel free to place them in the Discord. Wait, where's... Because if you don't, there's no shot I'm going to remember what it was. Didn't I have a smudge? No. Where are you?
Not far from there.
Freebie. Freebie. Does a ghost want coffee or a beer? Might want some wine. Company who made fun runners likes your suggestion. What was your suggestion? Wonder if the camera label will show up for Goryo dots. I think it will. I think so. Would that include board game ideas for you and the family? Oh yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Can you pick up some equipment really quick? I was able to pick up equipment quickly in the previous update. Even when the game was like effed, I could still pick up things this exact same speed. That never changed. But now we have the ability, if I pick up a few things here, so like you see the things in my hand, I now have the 1, 2, 3, 4 keys for like different things. So like 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 is always your igniter. 1, 2, 3, 4. We did a trick. She thought it was funny. She enjoyed. I like the update so far. It's been good. It's been good. There is a higher chance of getting the new ghost. Yes. Yes, there is. Indeed, friend, indeed. I did get the spirit box sound. Yeah. ADHD item swapping for the win. I'm assuming 1, 2, 3, 4 can be keybind to other things. Yes, it can. So like, let's say you have extra buttons on your mouse and you want to use your mouse to swap between different things quickly. You can do that. I don't know how much I'm going to use it. Honestly, I don't know if I'm going to be using it that much. You can get UV on that, by the way. All right. Do I care about perfects for this right now? Kind of not really. Especially because we know that it's not the new ghost. I do need to repel it while it's chasing, though. So I could go get a smudge and we could do that. Now I'm kind of on a mission, like on a hunt for the new ones. Not the new ghost flea. Maybe. Ooh, the Cruci sound test. I could do that for sure. Let me get another smudge or two just to be sure, and then we'll lower our sanity with the Ouija board. We can do that. What is the new ghost? The new ghost is however you want to pronounce this. Dildagast or something. And Navarre, thank you so much for the sub, man. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate you. Yeah, you choose. Your choice. Actually, give me the flashlight. Actually, I'm a liar. Give me this instead. Alright, I need to know that you're in this room and that you stay here, though. Okay. OBKB. Alright, crucifix is there and there. Where are you?
Struck from behind.
Where are you? Goodbye. Well, aren't you just a prick? Starts hunting from the other room. Just mean-spirited. I'm getting motion sensors. Map looks different? Oh, yeah. I mean, the layout's the same. It's just, it's got an awesome new coat of paint. Could you rebind the controls before? You could not even have the controls before for the 1, 2, 3, 4. It wasn't even possible. You are such an ass. Ghost, we don't like you. Now, she started from the other room, which is really unfortunate. Very, very, very unfortunate. I'm running. Do this, that. We can do it now. It hath been fixed. Yeah, suck on that, jerk. Yeah, fixed. Yep, indeedy. All right, let's get out of here. It's gonna be mimicking that ghost, which I wouldn't even know. I wouldn't even know what to expect with it. Now, can you keep the smudge in the first spot and rebind it to your mouse button? Wonder if it'll work. I think it's a matter of how you pick the items up. I think that's what matters. So, like, after the lighter, whatever I pick up next would be my 1. Right? Like, let's just say, let's go in line. 1, 2, 3. Oh, shit. I might have messed that up. No, it should be okay. So, like, 1, 2, 3. It's a matter of how you pick them up. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 is always going to be your igniter. It will always be your igniter. So really you're just, it's a matter of what you're picking up for these. Yeah. That's all that matters. Does it work for console too? No, I don't think so. Not yet. All right. Get out. Our mission right now is really to get the new ghost if we can, if it's possible. Can you feel a difference in the speed up? It feels faster.
Welcome back.
Oh, mimic. Oh, mimicries. All right, I have ads coming, so we will do them here instead of doing them in the middle of the map. Yeah. And you can also do your watch as well. So this, you can rebind that to whatever you want. It started off as H on mine, so I rebounded to tab because I don't have anything for tab. Some people do journal with tab. I don't do that. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to run ads quick, friends, while we're sitting here. So I do 3 minutes every hour. If you're not subbed, if you don't have turbo, I try my best to not be in the middle of the map when things are happening so that way you don't miss anything. Okay. 3 minutes of ads. Get a drink. Go stretch. Whatever you need to do. BRB. Real quick ads. And then after that, we'll do the wheel. After that, we'll do the wheel. Your journals to see. Yeah. There you go. Send you a DM about that thing. Oh, thank you, Mayor. Oh, bah. All right. I wonder if there we go. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, easy enough. It's fixed. Easy enough. Ryan, thank you for the prime, dude. Fixed and fixed. Do you think Supernova Studios should add different types of tornadoes? Oh, I don't know. Whatever doesn't get me killed. Do I love the rework? It's pretty enjoyable. It's pretty great so far. I don't feel like there's really anything that's felt like a downgrade. I bet I can almost guarantee what's going to happen. That the table in the kitchen does not look very tall, meaning that we probably can't break line of sight with that table. And in the garage, previously we had the red truck, and now you have that like that little middle area, but you also have the shower spot you can hide into. Anybody that's obsessed with trying to loop or like try to play the game that way is going to probably be upset about that. I guarantee it. It doesn't bother me. I'm not hell bent on trying to loop the ghost every chance that there's a ghost. If I want to loop it, I'll do a quick loop around something and then I'll smudge and run. Others, I don't know, whatever. I don't care. I wonder if Kinetics will fix the hair on the characters, the second part of the quality of life. I hope so. 10 out of 10, it's pretty enjoyable. Yeah, the art room table, that's definitely tall enough. You could absolutely crouch at that table and then the ghost won't be able to see you. Find any bugs yet? Minimal. only a couple things where I noticed that it seemed like a bug, but it didn't even seem like it was something that would hinder my gameplay. It was more just like a visual thing. Yeah. Country, thank you so much for the follow. Static, thank you for the prime. 15 seconds and then the ads are done. And then we can get back into it. Did they fix the salt? They did. It still looks wonky to me. I kind of wish that they would just get rid of the animation altogether because it's just weird. Salt wise, you don't have to wait. It's just instant, but it still does the animation thing. And that's a little weird to me. They should just get rid of it. Are the restricted maps next month? I think so. The other fixes for sure, 100%. Restricted maps should come with the next quality of life update. I believe so. Kind of feels like a lag. What feels like? The salt? No, it feels like that's just the way they made it. It doesn't feel like lag. That just seems like that's how they wanted it to be, but I still think it's weird. I still think it's weird. All right, hold on. Sorry, I'm messing with this upload. I was wondering why this is taking so long. It's because my other computer is on the wrong Wi-Fi. It's literally connected to upstairs. I'm like, oh, well, that explains why it's taking so effing long. All right, let me start this upload. And once I start this upload, we'll continue. Ah, caramba. Is it a large file? I mean, it's not a small file, but my internet's pretty damn good. Yeah, it went from what was taking an hour to 13 minutes. Never mind, I lied, like 30 minutes. But that's okay. I'll let that run, and then once it's finished uploading, I'll actually post it. So that way anybody that hasn't seen the Willow Street walkthrough will be able to see it. So I'll let that upload and do its thing. I won't worry about it right now. It's fine. Shadow, thank you for the biddies. Thank you so much, friend. All right, let's do the thing. Michael said, thank you for the gifted sub to Eric. When placing salt, does it still double up? I haven't noticed it. It hasn't happened to me. When I throw items down, they don't randomly turn back on or off. That seems okay. All right. Well, we did reach the goal, so we will do the thing. Please be kind. Please be kind. Tarot card animation fixed. From what I could tell, the tarot cards are now closer to the screen. They are now closer. It is easier to see. Just like the journal. When you pop the journal open, it's closer to your face. Yep. Before, I know the tarot cards, it felt like we were literally holding them out like this when we were trying to look at them. Yeah. Chat choice, you mean? Right? No, someone could be really nice and say, you should gift somebody merch because that sounds so good. You don't know. The highlight for the photo is probably one of my favorite things so far. This landed on Mod's choice like 3 times in the past, like 4 times we've done this. Merch? Is it a kind morning? Is it a kind morning? Be nice to the stomach because you have a long day. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Well, there you go. No, they're being kind. No. And listen, and I will say that they are not unfair. They go back and forth between good and bad. It is very fair. Drop start tomorrow, yes. And I'll be live in the morning for when they begin as well. All right, let me do a quick merch giveaway, and then after we do that, we will go into another one. We'll do it again. Try and get us, we want to get a blood moon, and we also want to get the new ghost. Those are kind of our wants. Agent, thank you for the 23 months. I tell you what, something I need to do today is what we're going to give away. All right. All right. It'll happen. I'll let you know when it happens in chat. And obviously this is only something that can happen on it can only happen on the Twitch side. Unfortunately, we can't do this on the YouTube side. Not yet. What are the chances that the ghost is the one I sent to them? I would have no idea how to even calculate that. Yeah. Hey, Waffles, I have no idea. We haven't gotten the new ghost yet. The turtle, that's not what it is. No. All right. Exclamation point enter. And you guys could be entered to win some merch. Exclamation point enter. Ungi, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for making amazing content. Keep it up. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you. Twitch drops are happening tomorrow. We're just making an assumption right now as to what time that's going to start. And we're thinking it's probably going to be like 7 a.m. Eastern. More than likely. Yeah, I know it censors the name. It's so dumb. It's so silly. Yeah. All right. It's a 60-second give. I need to like get water and like other stuff. We'll do that here soon. I've come from the tubes. Welcome over, friend. Am I going to get a friend on tomorrow? I have no idea. Maybe, possibly, maybe not. I don't know. It's hard to say. Hard to say. You think they'll do more collabs like they did with Alan Wake? I think they will, but I don't think it's going to happen for quite a while. I think it's going to be quite a while before we see that again. Jinja Ninja, let's go. GG's. Make sure you click that redeem link, friend. Oh, God, it froze up. It's going to do a random wow. Yeah, there it goes. All right, let's go back to Wheeler Streets. Now, unfortunately, I don't think I'm earning. Yeah, I'm not earning at all towards this, which is fine. It's fine. We'll work on it tomorrow. Hey, no, anonymous giveaway. Well, if you guys do exclamation point enter, there's another one. This one's for a pillow. Hi, Karumba. Shouldn't do any more collabs till after 1.0. I think that's the plan. Yeah, there's no point in stress testing that. No way. Yeah, there's 2 pages. Since there's so much stuff, now we have 2 pages. So now it's not cramped. And they can add more things here. Yeah. Do you think hot temp should be added for some ghosts like the demon? Well, wouldn't that conflict with the game and being able to figure out where the ghost is if you can never know where the ghost is because the temperature's warm? Or do you mean like super hot? Is that a demon thing? I don't know. Violet, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. All right, to Willers. We're going to start changing it up to nightmare and no evidence and all that stuff. But I really want to get the new ghost. I'm hoping we get lucky and get it. We shall see. Enjoy the merch, friend. All right. Michael Elliott. It looks clear, I guess. Firelight, capture a photo of the ghost, and EMF. The nice thing about professional is being able to mess around with the watch. I do like that. That is nice. All right, flashlight, this guy, do that, do this, do that. Let's go. Floor it. Yeah, the tour happened earlier. Yeah. So what I'm doing right now, I'm literally trying to upload it as we speak. So if you haven't seen us do a walkthrough of the entire map and go through all the details and stuff, I'm literally going to be uploading that to YouTube ASAP. So We'll get there. Patience, my friends, patience. So I'm guessing there's only 2 breaker spots. I'm guessing. Boner jam. Ah, I thought I heard that. What did you... Oh, is that water bottle literally right there? Okay. No mirror. Okay, good to know. Sad to see the old Willow go. I'm not upset about it. Willow was my favorite map. I was pretty vocal about that. I'm not upset that it's gone. Hi, Frank. Hey, Frank, look. There's Floyd. Put these guys in the same room. Let them hang out, and we'll go get more stuff. Frank and Floyd, the dynamic duo. Little Big Sis, enjoy the merch. Yeah, drops will be active tomorrow. I'm guessing that'll probably be around like 7 a.m. Eastern. I'm hoping that they announce that soon, today. If they do announce that and I don't see it, don't be afraid to let me know. We're also waiting to hear about the time for tomorrow. We just are making an assumption. Who's Floyd the Flamingo? Yeah, Pink Floyd. Yeah, Floyd. It just felt right to name him. I mean, we named Norm. So my time tomorrow might change, but we'll see. Hey, Knight. Oh, did it let me record right there? Okay, it touched that. It's not a mare. Let's go over this way right here. What we're going to do is go to the truck quickly and go get a UV because it turned on that light switch. Derail, hello, how are you? First chance to get a drop. Definitely be watching. Let's go. Heck yeah. Give me the UV. Give me this. Give me the photo camera. Let's go. Call sign. Good morning. Are the room boundaries the same as the old? Pretty much. The boundary going from the kitchen to the hallway, it's intuitive. It's what you think it would be. So like as soon as you get past here, hallway. And then you get to here, kitchen. This is part of the kitchen. Yeah. All right. Unless it's like an obake or something like that and it went away quickly. Ghost writing. Get a photo of it. Wait. EMF. Excuse me. Wait a minute. Did I already... Did I accidentally record orbs? What the hell? Interesting. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? That's what I recorded when I thought I got the light switch. It was the... Hey, dick move, dude. Wow. Real mature. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at that. Look at that. Shut up. Oh, I need a photo of the ghost. Okay, well, guess what? 1, 2. Wait a minute. Oh, shit. Okay. And 3. I love the camera update. This is great. This has been the best, probably the best thing I've had so far beyond Willow. Yeah. Oh man, it'd be a shame if you showed up, a-hole. They fixed the issue with the URA. That I don't know. It really does sound like that song. Oh man, I'm coming over here to get swole. Michael. Hey Mike, can you spot me? Why does it love the doors so much? You won't hit the bag? Oh, come on. Tell me the ghost can... Put your dukes up. Bitch. All right, let's go. Oh, I need to pick up the bone. Let's go get a smudge and some stuff. Does the... No, I don't think anything moves on the treadmill. No, I think it's just aesthetics. No, that's an event. So what do I have? I have ghostwriting and orbs, right? That's it so far? Well, you turn on a light switch, so you're not a mayor. We didn't have UV, so that doesn't matter. We're not going to get spirit box. It's either freezing or dots. Is the video camera still on the tripod? It is. It's probably freezing, right? We haven't seen dots this whole time. Oh, crap. That's a Revenante? Oh no. Oh, no. Crazy Chaos, good to see you. All right. I'll have to pause again after this match. Maddie Vibes, thank you for the follow. Yup, welcome in. You're one of those nice revenants I heard about, yeah? Oh, look, now he's doing cardio. Hey, what's up, Sharky? That dude is on it. All right. All right. All right. Oh, I need you to pull out a firelight. Son of a... Let me check for freezing first, and then we'll go back to the truck. I'm shocked. What has been your favorite event? The 2023 Halloween event. By far my favorite event that they've ever done. Don't turn it off while he's running. No, he's just a jerk and he left it on. Yeah, this is the Willow update, Madam Wolf. Yeah. Here you go. Enjoy. Oh, lighting's a little weird. That'll get fixed whenever they do the Unity update stuff. Oh, very much so. It is way more modern. Hey, Mad Cheshire, good to see you. Now the ghost can turn that on like a regular radio too. Oh, he's frustrated. Probably from all that cardio. I have not had the ghost move the punching bag. No, not yet. It's turned on the treadmill. I had the lights on, so it's not going to be throwing very much. Hey! Leave it alone. Is he live on YouTube? Have you looked at YouTube, Clutchy? Welcome back, Mr. Cheese. Nope. Step one. Have you ever played the other side? I have. I have indeed. That's one that we're going to be playing more of for sure. How the fixes overall gameplay. So solo wise, it has felt similar in the sense that, like, for solo, yes, there were some things that sucked, and it is definitely fixing them. Am I recording right now? It feels faster. Things feel a lot better when it comes to that. Multiplayer, I'm a little bit curious about. Listen up, jerk face. We're gonna treat him like a cat. Make him follow the laser pointer. Ugh, fine. What are you fining? Are you fining looking at YouTube to see if I'm live? Yeah, the glass doors still work. Yeah. Up. Roger that. I know. It's hard. Oh, hey, how are you? Hey, I don't, okay. Relax. I do have all the objectives. I guess we don't need to do that anymore. Holy shit. Oh, the basement is a lot better. Yeah, it's way better. Nice try, a-hole. Nice try. Wanted you to stay. Well, F that guy. Doors jiggling before they move. Sounds new. No, that's been there. That's been there for a while. Love the gym door. The gym door. He tried to lock you in. I know. F that guy and his shoes. Damn right. I have not gotten the new ghost. No, that's kind of our mission right now, is to get the new one. We haven't gotten it yet. Not yet. Not yet. All right, give me a second. I'm going to upload this real quick, or try to. 30 ghosts? Yeah. All right, give me a second. Or a minute, you know what I mean. Get this figured out. Thank you all for the follows. Appreciate you, friends. I quickly moved over to my laptop so I could do this real fast. Might have been a little bit late. No, you're good, Tinsel. No worries. We're going to be live for a while, friend. That's why I'm trying to do this now. Where'd Flash go? Oh, he went over here. I went over to my laptop to try to finish this up real fast. Oh, princess. Well, no, it's not even a chair stream. The chair's gone. Well, I moved it over here. You know what I mean? Oh, princess. All right. It hath been posted. There we go. Neural, thank you for the 3 months. Conductor Dan, welcome in, man. Thank you for the prime. Pam speaking to you. Is she speaking for you? All right. If you have not seen it or you're interested in getting a more in-depth look at the Willow Street walkthrough that we did, let me get the link for you. It is right there, friends. So that's posted. It's live, ready to rock. If you haven't seen it, we go through all the rooms. We check out where all the hiding spots are. We check out where all the cursed possessions are. We do all the things. It's there. It's live. It's ready. Good deal. Wicked Slide, thank you for the 5 months. Al Doxson, thank you for the gifted sub, dude. Oh, look, a noti about a video. But that's why I was taking the time to do that. So it's just done early and we just have it so anybody asking about it can get it. All right, we're good. Watched it. Oh, you watched the video that I just posted like 5 seconds ago? Awesome. I appreciate how on it you are. All right. Let's go back. I'm going to do one more professional, then we might change it up from there. I want to get the new ghost if possible. That'd be great. I don't know. Okay. Super efficient. Super efficient.
Check the equipment and get set up before investigating.
All right.
No report this time. Be careful.
Benita fell asleep. You're actually walking through the house. You're good. It's there. Yeah. Rain, you sound louder. Louder. What do we have? Jennifer Robinson, capture 2 unique paranormal sounds. 3 videos. Get the Ghosty 2 event. It was a great vid. Thank you. Thank you. Will there be a stream today? No. Will there be a stream today night? What? Will there be a stream tonight? Yes. Yes. Indeed, there will be. Okay, no hiding here. Ghosties around here somewhere. Oh, princess. Oh, let's go. Power's right here. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's go get a UV. No, not all day streamathon. I will be live for a while today, but then we will stop eventually, and then I'll go live later tonight. And off to sleep. Good night, Kim. Today night might be a new time of day. I just haven't missed it. I mean, I haven't seen it yet. Like that breaker location. Me too. All right. I don't see any orbicals as of right now. Oh, that's a lighter. All right. Question is the ghosty in this room? I don't really know. Check temps. Hey, Grand. Welcome in. How are you? $11 degrees. I mean, this is the coldest spot. The hallway? You're not in the basement, are you? What the hell? Missed the first part of the stream because it was early. Oh, no worries, friends. You're good. If you missed the walkthrough, I uploaded it to YouTube already. Yeah, that's going through the floor. Am I missing something here? Oh, was I not paying attention to the temps? Was I? Oh, I was looking at the UV. Oh, my bad. Sorry, that distracted the shit out of me. Yeah, it's here. What the hell? It was like 1 degree down there. Give me that guy. Give me that guy. Give me this. It definitely touched this door, though, which is very interesting. Orbicals? No? Okay. That there. There's some... Oh, disgusting. It's a child. Good. Don't say yes, Dots. Yeah, when it's a different ghost, sure. Not the kid. Oh. It's like, oh, classic Willow Street. Ghost in the basement. Oh, you're saying for the new ghost. Oh. Okay, we can say yes dots to that. Okay. Okay. EMF 5 and ghostwriting. Well, let's double our chances, double our fun, and see if we can get it like that. Yeah, Mark, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you, dude. You think it's a Wraith? Maybe. Maybe that's why this happened. Very, very possible. What tier dots is your favorite? I mean, 3 is pretty awesome because of how strong it is. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you close? Where are you? Are you near? It's through the pull queue, I guess. Oh. Oh. You won't do it. You're being really active, dude. But I have no orbs, though. At least the basement's prettier. 100%. Pull door. Yeah, it could be freezing. I'm going to get crucifixes and a smudge. I don't want the demon child to nibble my toes off. Ah, crumba. Yeah, there is a new ghost in the update. It's this one. The Dildagast or whatever. Issue is we don't know if we have it or not. I'm not seeing any fivers, but that doesn't mean we don't have it. Stupid kid ghosts. All right. It looks like putting it here on the pocket covers that corner pretty well. And then when you do it on this pocket, it like covers the you could probably go further. Oh, ew, 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 ew. It's right there. This will be available tomorrow. This update goes public tomorrow. We just have early access today. You won't play video games? You won't do it? Idiot. Sorry, friends. It's an Oswong. Sorry. I do apologize. I'm sorry. Has the book always said that? This one. I think it has. I never see it that clearly. This one 100%. This one though, yeah, maybe we just never see it that clearly. Okay. Well, we have an Aswang. I'm gonna leave it some Nintendo games. Sorry, not NES, VES. How's the new map, Demon? It's great. I do like it a lot. You don't use tier 2 enough. Tier 2 what? Oh, books? What do you mean? That's true. I guess that's a good point. I just forget what they look like. It's not a new ghost. Do I even care? I guess. Chug-a-lug. The writing. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Sorry. Hi, Karumba. See you, Clutch. Are you excited for the next revamp? Yeah. I can't wait for Ridgeview. I can't wait for Edgefield. Can't wait. They will be awesomes. How's it running so far? Great. Make sounds, you little idiot. We call it an idiot because it's a child ghost. That's why. It deserves every bit of what we just said. Wow, you can throw stuff. That's so cool. There's one. All right, I need another sound. Do the thing. Nightly, thank you for the 43 months. Lurk sub. Thank you so much, friend. Are we seeing positive improvements so far? Yeah. The gameplay has felt a lot faster. Obviously, we can go play on other maps as well just to test it there too. It's New Willow, so we're playing a lot at the New Willow. Ghosty, do an event or something, please. Oh. Which way? Which way? Which way? This way. No, this way. There it is. Yeah, it says never back down. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. All right. I got the objectives. I got the ghost. It's not the new ghost. I think that's enough. I mean, I guess I could test, like, I don't know if I'm worried about sweating, like, natural hiding spots, although I guess I could try. Here, let me go get another couple smudges and we'll figure out what cursed possession we have, because I didn't look. Rework makes me happy for what Ridge and Edge are going to be later on. I love Tangle and Farmhouse reworks. I want to see more for sure. Give me all the smudges. All the smudges. All of them. All I've been playing Phas a few years. It's been my main game, and then we play other things. So natural hiding wise, I mean, like obviously you can't tuck into any of these spots. Like the ghost is going to see you everywhere in here. It's inevitable. This is a stretch and a half. I don't know if that's going to work at all. And here, I don't think you can do anything. I think this doesn't break line of sight, I don't think, because it doesn't look like the table's probably high enough. This, I don't know if this locks if you have no hiding. That I don't know. Obviously in here, you can go behind the middle area over here. This might break line of sight. Like the ghost might not be able to see you here. I don't know. Wasn't it locked last game? Was it? Can tuck in here like this and just pray it doesn't come in there. Yeah. What else do we have? What's my sanity? Blah, blah, blah. Now we're good. Yeah, the rework has been really good so far. No hiding, no hiding. Dude, I'm telling you, like all the hiding is gone. This is literally a pro preset. We're gonna have this again. So this is hiding. We can just go into here and break line of sight with the ghost. If we wanted to loop it and this hiding's open, you just loop it around this thing and then you smudge and then you can go and tuck yourself in the corner. We'll leave it on. I have too many lights on though. Behind the cabinet in the master bedroom. You mean behind the cabinet? You mean over here? This? Very unlikely. Very, very unlikely. Yeah. I don't think so. Now this guy, I think is going to be a good natural hiding spot. The only way the ghost is going to see you if it decides to path into the bedroom and go over there. Go over there. Go to this. Yeah, the armoire. Yeah. Oh, that's what you mean. Oh, okay. Yeah, that looks okay. No Ouija. No cards. What do we have? I wasn't paying attention. Franklin? No. Excited to play this tomorrow. I'm excited to see others play it. Oh. The mirror spawns inside of the gym. The garage area. Let's watch our sanity drain. I don't want any. F off. Go away. Go eat your food. Go. Shoot. You want games? It's our games now. Always a damn crawling child. God damn it. That's fine. I'm stealing that switch. Yeah. Yeah. F that kid. F that kid. All right. We'll try more in the next one. Screw that ghost. Not today, hotshot. Not today. Should get an extra $200 for stealing the switch.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
How are they going to play Mario Party? They're not. That's how. For anybody that was asking about the... Here, let me go to this. We have people that were asking about the cursed possession locations. I'll show you real fast. I'll show you real quick. The Nintendo lawyers are hunting. You do realize that this game is coming out on the Switch, correct? Okay. Let's go to this. To this guy. I'll just keep it on 100%. The ghost should be friendly ghost. Yes. Okay. All right. I will show you really quickly. Let me show you where all the cursed possession locations are. I'll show you real fast. Is there an Easter egg on this one? I don't know. If there is one, I have no idea what it is. No clue. Already got one. All right. So, let us look at the cursed possession locations for the new Willow Street. Okay. So, we walk in immediately. You come over here. You have the music box right in the living room. Easy peasy. Okay. So, as soon as you come through the front door, and you open that first door going to the kitchen, somebody circle. Literally right in front of your face. Right in front of your face. Okay. If we go into the gym area, Okay. Go to the gym. Go around the punching bag. Punching bag, you know what I mean. Go in the gym. Go around the bag. Mirror right there on the wall. It almost looks like it blends in, like it's a part of the map, like it should be there. I don't know. It was a really great place what they did. Great placement. Okay. There is the mirror. Franklin. Okay. So, in the hallway, you come down the hallway, all right? You make a left. As soon as you make a left, you go to the back corner of the master bedroom and you have the voodoo doll sitting on top of the little kitty house. Okay. And then if we come over this way, come down the hallway, make a right. Having a hard time with that door, hotshot? It's Frank's house. Oh, maybe that is. Oh, hi, Floyd. Sorry. Poor Floyd. I'm sorry. All right. You come into here. Over on the right-hand side, you've got the monkey paw on the shelf. No, I don't think you can put it in the kitty house. I think I tried. We'll just call it Frank's house. It's Frank's house from now on. That's fine. I'm okay with that. All right. And then go to the basement. You come downstairs. You make a right. And you've got the Ouija board sitting there on top of the little, whatever you want to call it. Hey, QB. Good to see you. Now, if you do the same thing, I'd go through the motion so people can just understand and just picture it. Yeah. So if you come downstairs, instead this time you make a left and you go over here by the pool table, sitting under the Never Back Down poster, you've got the tarot cards. Words do be hard today. They do be hard. Okay. Is that all of them? Ouija board, tarot, voodoo doll, monkey paw, summoning circle, mirror, music box, paw. I literally just showed you. Cards, you literally just saw it. Am I drunk? It is a Monday. I mean, I guess so. Damn. Yes? Who spiked the punch? The board. You mean the thing you saw right before the cards? Thank you, April. Thank you. God damn. If this is the new ghost, I am going to be a little upset. Because we're not here to hunt. We were just here to show the cursed possessions. You better not be the new one. I'm going to be angry. Where are the cards again? So if you go watch my YouTube video and you watch it all the way through, you'll see them. Beginning to end, though. If you don't watch it all the way to the end, then you didn't actually see them. Just in case it is. Just in case. Where's the back door? At the back of the house. Oh, thank God. It's a phantom. Okay. This is the map I chose if I had to pick a Phasmo house for an IRL house. I'm very interested to see what they do with Ridgeview to see how nice that looks. Love the update. The update's been great. I agree. It's been awesome. You ever have a dream that you it's bad now flashing us at 7 a.m. You kind of deserved it. All right. Do I stay on pro to continue trying to get this new ghost? It might be the way. It gives us experience checking out the map, getting the ghost in different rooms, trying different hiding spots. And also, if I get the new one, we will obviously do a bit more testing with it. If it's not, we'll just floor it. This is the way. I think it is too. I think so. Yeah. What are your thoughts on the player animations? The ones that they added and removed because people didn't like them? I'm glad that they're starting to remove them because people don't like them. Please and thank you. No, please and thank you. Insanity run after that? No. Did they add inventory spots for the... Yes, they did. For the keybinds? Yeah, I don't know how often I'm actually going to use them, but it's cool that they're there and you can rebind them to whatever you want. So I think the thing that's going to make people slip is that you have to pick up the items in the correct order for them to be in those spots. So, or, you know, I'm very curious. Hold on. No, okay, let's do that in game. Hold on, I want to try something. Let's see. All right, let's do another one. Let's see if we can find that new ghost. Okay. So let's say I do this. Okay. No, doesn't work. Nope. Okay. I was just curious. I was like, if I press the number inventory slot, will it almost open it up and allow me to place an item in that spot? And it does not. So like if I have a lighter, so there's my 4 spot. There's my number 1. This should be my number 2 because I pressed it to the next one, and then that should be 4, right? Ooh, wait a minute. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. 1. So that's 2. This should be 3. And then that would be 4. See, it doesn't work. But if you pick up a lighter, though, it's almost like it starts to set the different spots. So once you pick up a lighter, it's like there's your number 4. And now you can set 1, 2, and 3. So let's say that I only wanted to put dots in number 2, right? So there's my 4. There's 1. Here's number 2. There's 3. There's 4. And now I have 2 and 4. So it looks like that does work when you pick up the lighter. You can literally set things in the places that you want to set them. So that's pretty cool. You just have to get the lighter first so that way it knows where to start. Makes sort of sense. Yeah, it does. So like if you know for a fact, like I use Q to cycle through my items quickly like this. Let's say that I want to make sure that my number 1 is something, my number 2 is something, my number 3 is something, right? So I want to make sure my number 1 is a flashlight, and then I want to make sure that my next thing is a crucifix, and then I want to make sure that the next one's a smudge. Flashlight, crucifix, smudge. There you go. So that does work. It's just going to take getting used to is all. I don't mind it. It doesn't bother me at all. I mean, it was a quality of life thing for them to add us to have the ability to do the keybinds. People were asking a lot about it. So they did. And I imagine they'll eventually do it to console. All right. I have ads coming. So we're going to go ahead and run them. I do 3 minutes of ads every single hour. So that way, if you are new here, if you are not subbed, if you don't have turbo, you don't get hit by ads in the middle of the gameplay. So if you are waiting to see Willow Streets, as soon as the ads are done, we are going to go into the map. Okay. 3 minutes of ads. BRB. Wonder how many people will forget about it? Probably a lot. If you don't plan to use it, you're not going to remember it. It's that easy. Nanda, if you're having problems hearing in the game, I would suggest going to the Phasmophobia Discord and letting them know you have issues. If you have sound issues, there's nothing I can do. Turbo powers. So for the keybind of switching items, is it hold Q or press Q? It's press Q. So if you are looking at your control settings, so like for me, it's your cycle. It's whatever your cycle is set to. Mine is Q. I think its default is Q. So yeah. There we go. Graham, thank you for the 38 months tier 3, dude. Thank you for the sub, man. They did really well with Willow. I always have full faith in Kinetic Cobra. The map reworks have been awesome. They've been great. The bugs are gone. Not all of them. No, they did a lot of them this time, and then they're going to do even more next month. Even more next month. Thank you, Mark. I thought they were going to have a UI that shows us which item is in which slot, but I guess this is good for now. I don't want a UI that shows that. And a UI that lives on your screen all the time that tells you where the items are? No thanks. Not for me, dog. I was wondering how you switch so fast between the items. Q. Q, but you can switch even faster now if you use the 1, 2, 3, 4s. Yeah, I don't want a UI. No. What do you get? A stamina bar after that? And then we put some sponsors in the top left. And then we add the... No. Negative. I use spacebar to cycle, the middle mouse to crouch. Oh, nice. There you go. Dude, it's whatever works. Whatever works. Will you upload if you get the new Ghost? For sure. Yeah, the Willow walkthrough is already live on the tubes if you haven't seen it. Once we get a new Ghost, I definitely will. Then all of a sudden we're playing Rocket League. I knew it. If they have games on the TV, you know that's going to happen. Oh, hi, Joe. Josie, what are you doing? Yeah. Josephine. Get a hair. Huh? Schedule. Mom could schedule. Poor baby. Look how sad she is. Little whiskers. Hey, you. Go ahead. Go to mom. Go to mom. Rock. Love you. Are there patch notes? We have to wait till tomorrow. Let me look real fast. They were gonna give us something. Beep, beep, beep. No, I don't see anything yet. No, I don't see anything yet. Just read the folklore about it. Drop start tomorrow. Josie is basically a miniature golden doodle. Yeah, little short legs. She hates when it rains. Absolutely despises it. Thank you for the follows, friends. Welcome in. All right, let's go to Wheelers. Escape the ghost during a hunt, 25%, 3 videos. Eva Dyer. She's adorable. She needs a haircut. Her hair's starting to get longer again. All right, give me. All right, so ideally, the evidence that we're looking for is EMF 5 ghostwriting and dots. Ideally, that's what we want. Don't you hello there, me. Gamer? God damn. Oh, summoning circle. Oh, cute, dude. What's the clock? Oh, this is locked now. Oh. All right, I will go get the power in a second, but I'd rather get a quick UV check. I've done it in over a week. Okay, but why does that mean start now? Hi, Tash. Give me the give UV video camera dots. Let's go. So it is a hiding spot. Yeah. Is the optimization better? For me personally, it's really hard for me to speak to that because I feel like optimization wise has never been that bad for me. I think we'll get a better idea of it when other people have a chance to play. But yeah, it's been good. UV. think that cancels out the new ghost, right? Wait, was that an orb? Mother fricker, dude. What the hell is wrong with you? Freezing next? Oh no. Let's see. Spirit box. We'll put a book in there. Like the circle, you'll be fine. All right, give me a second. Let me put this down. I hope you didn't have Taco Bell again. We know it's been happening to everyone that's been having Taco Bell. A bad day. Ugh. God damn it. Where are you?
Close to bustling.
Jesus Christ. Pillow fight. Oh my God. That was rude as shit. Fluffy, thank you for the 3 months. Get the hell out of my face. Close to a button that throws a pillow at me? All right, dude. All right. Hey, Lucifer. You sick bastard. By the way, okay, dude, seriously. We're almost certain that there's a ghost cat here somewhere. I swear to God, we heard a cat earlier. All right, this might actually be a Cormos. Let's get the power on and then we'll light the circle. Do I have enough sanity for that? Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'll go get a maybe I'll go get a pill. Ghost cat? I think so. We were in the closet. We were over here. Hanging out, and all of a sudden we heard like a cat noise. Floyd! I changed my username long ago because that's not why you changed your name, Grim. Don't be a liar, McLiar face. All right, put that there. I know I dropped my lighter. It's fine. I just want to go get. I want to go get pills. Floyd needs help with what? With what? All right, give me double the pills, double the fun. Hey, y'all, is the game fixed? Depends on what you mean fixed. Like, is what fixed? What if when you're dead, you can see its ghost cat? Oh, how cool would that be? Oh, we might have to die on purpose just to see if that actually happens. You piece of shit. Wow, dude. Real mature. Real mature. If that was a thing, that'd be pretty awesome. Hey, you got games on your phone? Why are you guys this way? Who made you this way? Didn't I bring 2 things of pills? Wait a minute. Oh, I did. All right. Hey, watch this. You made us this way. Don't you blame me. Hear that speed up? And she's gone. Can it not see you through the glass doors? No, it was never able to, and it can't now. I don't know if that's something they're going to change in the future. But for right now, no. The ghost can't see you through doors. Y'all had too much lettuce. That's what the problem is here. Way too much lettuce. Yeah, it's blind. It's a Cormos. Moving on. Really, I think I'm just worried about getting the ghost, and if it's not the new one, we'll go to the next one. It was Taco Bell? Yeah, but it was the lettuce. I think there's also some other things that they have deemed to be, like, unsafe. You leave lettuce out of this. No, literally, we went to my son's game yesterday, and there was, like, food trucks there, and one of the food trucks, they actually wrote onto their signage, not serving lettuce. You know, that's a question that has just irked me for ages, and I've been so curious. All right, back to Willow. Beef stroganoff? Oh, man, I love beef stroganoff. So good. Thank you guys for the follows. Welcome in. We're trying to get the new ghost. That's kind of our mission right now. We are on a mission. We might change it up, though, so that way it's not only Willow Street. It would just be cool to get the new ghosty on the Willows. This time it's the new one? Okay. Break, I swear to God. Oh, power's downstairs. Oh my God. You say something about beef stew? I think I heard it over here. I did see a putty tat. I'll just dodge the laser. Nope, okay, I missed. So gassy. All right, 11. 14. So probably here. We'll say probably. All right. More stuff time. You hit the laser and the alarm started screeching. Oh, what, the farts? Isn't there new restricted versions of the maps? Yeah, but if you read that again, it doesn't say that they come out right now. Yeah, I don't think there was any specification on the new restricteds. I don't think at any point it said it's coming out at this time. I don't think so. Or it's coming out on the next one. No orbicals? Okay. You're lucky it's a work day. I have to go attend a million meetings right now. Oh no, break. Don't go, please. No, don't leave. No. Oh, please. Please don't. Please stay. You know what? You can go. God damn. Calling it as a Dio? Well, we have zero evidence, and this ghost is being a butthead and not showing itself. So I'm just going to go get more evidence from the truck. Get solved. Give me this. Give me this. Can hear the laugh. God damn, dude. Not looking forward to tomorrow. Why not? Adults, by the way. Bro, if you can't laugh at farts, then you're in the wrong place. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? If writing. Let's check for freezing. Tater Cheap! Thank you for the 54 months, sir. Mr. Taters, are you playing later tonight, sir? Or today? It's not that cold. Thud. Okay. Okay. Writing in UV. Sorry, no new ghosty. Hey, Beastly. How are you? Wait. Demon Obambo Myling Pulte. Okay. What's the time, just in case the ghosty starts hunting? Hey, Phantom, how are you? It is a very early stream. It is. Chicken leg? How goes the new map, Mr. Song? It has been great so far. For the most part. Oh my god. Damn it, I missed it. Did they fix the lighting bug in Ridgeview? I don't know. We haven't been on Ridgeview. So I can't answer that question. So much for more of a chance of getting a new one. I know. We could go to Ridgeview after this just to see if that that lighting is gone. Give me another smudge. Well, we know you're not the new one, so I almost don't care at this point. We did get a new ghost. Yeah, I just haven't ran into it yet. And I don't have it now either. What is the final piece of evidence you're hiding, Hotshot? So that's locked. Can't go in there. Hiding. Franklin? It's so aggressive. Unholy Trinity, hello. It's supposed to be working. My God, you guys are the worst. In honor of my birthday. Well, happy birthday, sir. I need to wish Mr. Chingus a happy birthday as well. I've been watching a lot of videos, and now that I have a newborn, I'm going to be tuning into the streams more while he sleeps. Oh, congrats on having a newborn, friend. I kind of want to wait to give Frank a poke until we're closer to 7 minutes. So that way, if it is no bombos, I'll hear the speed change. Yeah, apparently. Oh my God. I'm going to increase the price of that so much. It's not a normal speed, right? Well, you're not a Myling. You're not no Bombo. You don't want none? You don't want none? I said you don't want none. Wait a minute. Could you not see me? Could she not see me? She did, but I couldn't tell if she was just repathing to get closer or if she literally lost sight of me. Franklin, come this way. Oh, thank you. I'm going to go get a crucifix to put at my feet. It did look like a mixture of both. Give. We'll find out soon enough. Brooks, thank you for the follow. our sanity. I think this is the first time that we have been able to sit in the house and see your sanity drop from using the voodoo doll. Every time I poke, it's 5 sanity. That was a cursed hunt because I pushed in the heart pin. First one. Okay, so she saw me, yeah? She don't see me. Upgrade. Old couch. Old couch. You could not break line of sight with the ghost. New couch. Yes, you can. So, I mean, it's not a mile. Is this a Pulte? It's throwing a lot. Hi, Doc. Getting to a point in Phas where anything waist high we can crouch behind, I guess. So obviously when you come over this way, the ghost can see you. But if you get her over there or get the ghost over there and you're like on this high part of the couch, it seems okay. Oh, she almost jumped on the couch. I saw you. You almost cheated, lady. Eee. She can't see me here either. You better walk on, hard ass. Seems good to me. Yeah, she can see you here, but she can't see you here. Broken looping spots? How's it broken? What is broken about it? Not complaining. Either am I. Now, if the ghost comes over this way and you have to move like this right here, the ghost can see you. 100%. 100%. But the ghost can absolutely path to where you're standing. Saying they're really good. Yeah. All the people that are all upset about like what they're going to do about the looping spots. Look. She knows where I am. See? Careful SpongeBob though. So you have 2 different spots. Now, what you can't do here that you can do in the back bedroom, you can't completely break line of sight and continue going around. Like you have a nice section here where you can watch the ghost, but when you go over this way, ghost can see you. What's clipping in the corner when sprinting? Probably my arm. Did that seem like it was throwing a lot? Did that seem like a Pulte? Do we think that was a poultry? Again, I don't know if I'm convinced that it was. Is this just a shite demon? Was the new ghost due? I don't know. We haven't had the new ghost yet. I feel like there were some crazy throws too. Yeah, I would agree. Here, I'll give him more toys. Might be poultry. I think so. You're on pro. I am. I like trying to figure out the ghost not every time by just doing the evidence. I also like to try and get in the middle of the hunts. Tons of cat toys. Controllers. All that jazz. Yeah. Whispering Shadow, thank you for the 6 months. Here, I'll even give you a boot. Das Boot. How's the new map? Willow's been great. Path's been wonderful. Come on, Rhonda. See, like, look at that. That's not a lot of throwing, dude. That was, though. Okay, there we go. That's better. Damn, you're, like, being picky choosy about what you want to toss, lady. We'll go with it. Perfect place for a poultry to play with all of its favorite toys. I'm done with you. Well, I'm done with her. Whatever. Brooke, thank you for the follow. Mark, thank you for the biddies. Get me out of here. Watch this be a really aggressive, like, throwing demon, but not one that's hunting super often. Like a jerk. Give the ghost a break. Oh, the ghost is also learning the new map. Where do I find you at? Yeah. It was a demon. See? Anytime that you're like questioning, like, I don't know, man, those throws, were they actually poultry throws? This is why I ask. This is why I question. Because it wasn't. Chiba, oh, if I would have known you were here, I would have known it was a demon. It was a pretty awful demon, though. It was pretty bad. Yeah, apparently used its ability one time. Or so they say. No, the ghost can't see you through that glass door. No. Hi, Cheebs. Should have known, homie. I know. Cheebs, are we chasing naders again soon? I'm sorry, are we running away from naders again soon? Stupid ghost. Whatever. Let's go do a run at Ridgeview. We're curious if the Easter lighting is gone. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. So we're gonna try. I'm gonna stay on pro for now. Mainly because we really want to get the new ghost, and it's a lot easier when we can see that kind of stuff. Yeah. What is the new ghost? This one. 100% down time. Loving that game. It's fun. I can't wait till we play with more people. It'll be even more fun. Yeah. All right. April West, 25%. Photo of the EMF and repel. Well, let's go inside Ridgeview and see what happens. Fingers crossed. Yeah, it's up to 8 players. Yeah, exactly. Actually, hold on, wait. It's gone. The Easter lighting is gone. It only took a little while. Okay. Just a little bit. We haven't had the new ghost yet, so I don't know. We haven't had it yet. Supposed to get it twice as much, but I mean, it could just be unlucky chance that we haven't gotten it yet. No, my green nightlight. Oh no. Lots of friendzos today. How are you, sissy? No ghost in the potty. Ghost in laundry. No ghost with the piano. No ghost. Okay, it's probably upstairs. It could be downstairs, but we'll go upstairs first. I'm not gonna touch it. No music box. Touch the butt. Whatever it is, it's being awfully quiet. You were preparing for a shower. I do apologize. Ah, and you're not a mayor. Well, isn't that good to... That was a weird door touch. That might be one of the first times I've... Is it random if the ghost decides to shake the door or not whenever it touches the door? Touch the butt. 90%. Okay, that's normal. That was strange. Very, very, very strange. Okay, no orbs. We can tell. Winder? I heard a winder. Was it in there? Where's my EMFer? It was the winder. Okay. What? Still no UV. Roger that. You got this in here. Get. That down there. Turn that off there. Man, nothing so far. Okay. Nothing. Streaming tomorrow at the same time? Indeed I am. We'll be live probably like 6:30 a.m. tomorrow as well. Yeah, Eastern time. Give me that. Give me that. Check this. Go to the cams. See if we get some dudes. Oh, the new Willow has been great, Timeless. It's been good. It hath been good. What, Chiba? From the top. Oh, there it is. I don't wake up at 7:30 for work. He was like, shit, my day off? You think I'm going to wake up before noon? You lost your giblets. Okay. I mean, it is on the table. Still do a normal stream tonight? Yeah. I'm going to do... Tonight, I'm going to start with the weekly, so I'll go back to the original build, or the public build, and then after that, we'll switch back over so we can do New Willow Street for the night peeps. So I will be live again tonight. Yeah. Red Falcon, thank you for the 6 months. Gorio is also a strong contender. This is true. Very true. She looking like a man. All right. That there. Where are you? Are you here? I don't think it's a Gorio anymore. I definitely don't think it's a Gorio. Oh, we need protective equipment. We need protective equipment. This is the new ghost. I have no idea what to expect. I have no idea what to do. Just panic. Everybody panic. This is the new ghost. Okay. We need to decipher this. Okay. Having tampered with other people's property in life in death, the Dildagast, whatever the hell it's called, is doomed to fixate on anything misplaced. At the beginning of an investigation, the Dildagast has an upper hand. Dildagast can be slowed down by both the living and the dead. Now, here's another question. Do we think the Phasmo cheat sheet has this information already? Do we think that they have it already? Oh, I don't think so. No. Okay. What about... hold on. You think it does? I don't think it does. I don't think so. Okay. You know what? F it. You know what we're going to do? No. We're going to try to figure this out ourselves. How do you find the cheat sheet? Phasmocheatsheet.com. All right. So we definitely want to make sure that we have a smudge on us and a crucifix, because I don't know what it is that I do that's going to cause the ghost to do different things. So they can be slowed down by both the living and the dead. They fixate on anything misplaced. Like, do we think that has to do with objects? Like when it's hunting? Maybe, like, I'd say objects maybe from its favorite room, but does it change based, like, you find its favorite room and an object in that favorite room? So, or I wonder if it's just anywhere in the house. It does not matter about the room. One way to find out? Yeah. Let's go do the things. So. Okay. Out of curiosity. Can I throw something while I'm looking at this by chance? Okay. So that does nothing. Okay, good. Now I wonder if during a hunt, if we throw objects, it has OCD. I wonder if we throw objects, if it will change. Oh, hey. Remember that time I had a lighter? That was so fun. Start throwing shit. I think we might have to. New ghost yet? We have the new ghost right now. Yeah, the actual lore person becomes this ghost. They move the stone to the boundary. Yeah, we were reading about that earlier. They find peace by moving the stone back in its proper place. I wonder if this ghost has the ability to take items that we move and place it back. That'd be cool. We should go upstairs with it. We'll go hang out with the ghost. We'll take, you know what we're going to do? We're going to take the shit inside of that room and we're going to move it. Opposite of a Pulte? Yeah. It lifts all the objects up and places them back where they belong. Okay. You like that? Huh? You like that? Has it thrown anything yet? I mean, not really. There's also only so much she can throw. Here, come to your room. No. Come over here. Come. Yeah, come in here. There you go. There's a good little ghosty. Now, I do wonder if it has anything to do with stuff that is in the ghost main room or just anywhere, you know? At the beginning of the upper hand, they can be slowed down. I wonder if maybe it has nothing to do with the middle of the hunt and has everything to do with the hunt. Like when I say middle, I mean, maybe it has nothing to do with just a normal investigation, but when it's hunting, that's when stuff happens. So I might need to go find the cursed object and then start making stuff happen. And we'll just find out later if it has anything to do with the middle investigation. It doesn't seem like it, but it's really hard to tell. Maybe it doesn't throw things? Oh. Interesting thought. Interesting thought. She cleans the house as she hunts. Here, we'll get rid of half the table on the floor there. Just moving a couple items. Just, I don't know. Right now, it's trial and error. We don't know. My sanity is tanked. Right now, a theory is that she might not be able to move any objects at all during a hunt, which could be actually kind of cool. Bro, she got wheels. That does nothing. That does nothing. They can be slowed down by the living. I have no idea. By the living and the dead. It has to do with objects. It has to. That's the only thing that dead players can do is really just mess with objects. What if it's just objects that are on the floor? You know? I'm curious. Whoops. We'll see. Chevy, thank you for the 5 subs. It could have nothing to do with that at all. Let's see if we hear a speed change. This is slower. Interesting. Very interesting. My hand. My hand. Now, if it can't be those objects because ghosts, I mean. Hi, Grandmama. Love you. Because dead players can't touch normal objects. Only dead players can touch, the objects you could throw around the house. Throw a lot of things on the ground. Hold on. Bitch. Let's see if she's faster. Yeah, I know. I tossed my lighter on purpose. I know. I did it on purpose. She almost sounds slower. I wonder, okay. I'm really curious if this is if we just touch any object. Why are the lights on to the cars? What the hell? I wonder if it's if we just touch any object. So like if I touch an object, she gets slower. You know? Any object. It doesn't matter. Throw that down. So like misplacing all this stuff. If that would technically slow her down. She's faster now. We'll figure this out. I wasn't expecting her around the corner like that. Oh my God. I thought my giblets were gone. I thought she had them in her hand. Oh my God. Do we think, hear me out. When I cleared this table, okay, let me go outside. When I cleared that table, that following hunt was slow. You are such an ass. Was slow. On this past hunt, I didn't move that much, and she was fast. Do we think that it resets with every single hunt? Mr. Wahats, thank you for the 8 months. Reset each time? That's what I'm thinking. Okay, so if that's true, then this upcoming hunt, she should be pretty fast. Okay. Okay. Very interesting. When do the drops start? Tomorrow. They start tomorrow. Okay, so if I go in here, she hunts me. Hey, turn off the power again. She'll be quick-witted. Unless... Right? What if I put all of them in a pile? Oh, wait, where's my lighter? Did I throw my lighter in there? Oh, it's right here. She is not speeding up. There is no line of sight build up. Hold on. We're going to test something. Okay. We're going to do a test. Hey, I'm going to get the power on. She has no line of sight build up. Interesting. Okay. I think we need to put more stuff into a single pile so we can just throw all of it as much as we possibly can. You know what I mean? So like just move the pile basically from one side to the other like this. Grab. As much as humanly possible. And then I could do the same thing over here. Like put all this crap here, right? Now, there's obviously going to be some kind of a limit. I don't know what that is. I'm just throwing literally everything under the sun. Like that right there is a lot of stuff. Now what I could do is I could do like take all the items and go put them in a corner or something like that. So that way if I need to do this again, it's not somewhere where she's going to walk normally. She gets slower depending on the number of objects in a room. I don't think so. I think it's based on how much we move. I think it's based on the number of objects we personally move. between hunts. That's my guess. What about throwing during a hunt? Do you hear how slow she is? I don't know if it has anything to do with during a hunt. I don't know about that. But hold on. Oh my god, dude. I gotta get up there and get a light on. Hold on. I think we had her slower than this. We had her slower than this. I want her to be as slow as possible. I don't know what that takes, but we're gonna do it. Slight line of sight? No, 0 line of sight speed. She's not speeding up at all based on sight. No way. Okay. I wonder if it's like... Okay, new idea. What if it has nothing to do with the number of objects? What if it has something to do with just how many times you throw a object? If she's really slow, then yeah. I could be nuts. It almost sounded like she was getting faster. Like, it almost sounded... I could be completely wrong. It almost sounded like she was getting faster while I was throwing objects during the hunt. So I think the number of items does matter. It does matter. Give me this. Give me this. Has to be unique items. It's definitely what it seems like. We tried doing it with the same stuff and it did not work. Look, dude, she's so slow. Oh my god. You can do it, Grandma. Look at her life alert or something. Oh my god. I want more objects. I want to see if I can make her even slower. I want to try. Give me more things. I want to see if I can get her even slower. Yeah, this is the new ghost. Yeah. We're just having fun with her. It's a lot of stuff, dude. I moved even more this time. Even more. know. We're just having fun. We're like looting the house to see how slow we can make the ghost. This is a really cool idea, though. It's very, very different. There has to be a limit. There has to be. We just don't know what it is. Any objects we're missing? Fork. 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 Okay. What if all of a sudden she's like, I didn't like those objects. She seems pretty similar in speed to this last time, yeah? This might be the slowest she goes. Oh, I never grabbed my lighter. Shit. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it really doesn't matter that much. Come on, Grandma. Yeah, that's very, I think that's the slowest. My guess. So let's just, I'm not going to throw, wait, I didn't throw any objects, right? I'm not going to throw a single object, and we want to hear what her speed is. There's sadly a limit. I think there is. Yeah, I think so. Got to be a Moroi. Nailed it. First try. Poor old lady's slow in her age. Oh, really? You think she's slow? Hold on a second. Just give us a minute. Cam's not going to be so slow. Now, I do wonder how much you need to throw to get her to the point where it's almost like normal speed, or even slow enough to where you can walk. Yeah. Do you notice that? No speed change. No speed change. I think it has to be in between hunts. I do not think that you can do it during a hunt. Yeah, no change. So if we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's hear what 10 items sounds like. We're doing some testing. Maybe every 10, maybe. It could be every 5. I don't know. So 10 items. She's a little bit slower than what a average ghost hunting speed would sound like. She's a little slow. A touch slow. So if we threw 20 items, 3, 4, 5, 9, 7, 8, 9. There's 10. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So that's 20 items. No line of sight speed up. Do you think she'd have line of sight if you didn't touch anything, or none at all? I would assume none at all. It did almost sound like a slow twin speed. If I had to like put a ghost speed at that, I'd probably say, yeah, slow twin. Imagine you set up for a Pulte test and this ghost hunts you. It would be moving at nothing. You'd be like, oh, it's a Dio. Bitch. Hold on. She's pretty slow at 20. Grandma! So that was 20 items. Should I do less? Doc is 100% correct. What happened? Try 5. Let's try it. I'd say it's worth it. Bet it's at slowest when you talk. Wait, what? I swear to God, man. 5 forks, 16 plates, 2 cutting boards, and then touch the piano. Doc. We know what happens when that piano gets touched. What if you throw it outside the house? Oh, I don't know. Ooh, wait. Are you saying, like, what if you take the items, take them outside of the house and throw them out there and then see if it slows? If it's slow during a hunt? I don't know if that's what you meant, but that could be worth testing. Yeah, she's got some wheels. Excuse me. You can hear the obvious change, though, between doing 5 items and doing 10. You can hear the difference. Band Princess could finally have a purpose? I don't know. We're gonna have to do some tests. Oh, gosh dang it. I want to try that now. Yeah. That, and that one. You ghost, bro. They are shutting off the power like every 2 minutes. Maybe. My goal, I want to get as much out there as I can because then I want to throw them all while I'm outside in the middle of a hunt. Or before a hunt. You know what I mean? All right. She should be pretty slow. Stop hunting. Stop it. I said stop it. Thank you. All right, let's try. Let's see if her speed changes when I do it like this. If she's full speed, then we know that it has to do with the items that are in the house, not outside the house. But if you can take all the stuff away from the house, then the ghost can't mess with it. And then you're safe for testing. Give. Okay. Let's see. Hockey, thank you for the 16-month. Thank you so much, friend. grandma? So the items don't even have to be in the house. You can legit take all the items away from the house, like on the porch or something like that, like this. Get them away from where the ghost has the range to throw them. Continually move them back and forth in a pile or put them in the van. And then the ghost will be slow as dirt. Now, I don't think this has to do with your personal items. And the reason I say that is because the dildo gas or whatever can be slowed down by both the living and the dead. The dead cannot pick up your items. They can pick up that stuff though. So if you have somebody sitting in the van, they could literally just be moved the stuff from pile to pile in between hunts to slow it down. You are such a... Cherry, thank you for the 20 months. Very cool. I do not know if there's any other features about the ghosts. Hi, Grandma. We love you so much. Or a bug where the front porch was considered in the house. Here are some things just to verify. Oh, I see what you're saying. Are you saying like, are you asking me to move that? Well, because I'm gonna have to move the stuff off the porch, right? You're saying, what if I did it like over there instead? Put them on the walkway. Okay. Well, this will buy me some time. Okay, we can try. The ghost can throw the camera? Yeah, but the dead player can't though. Does it blink slower? I don't know. Good question. You know, I'm not going to even bother. We'll just do what we have out there. So, one of the last things we're going to try to do, you'd think this is a Hantu. If this is like programmed in for the ghost to cut the breaker this much, I'm going to cause an uproar. It is effing annoying. So the dead players can pick up stuff that works the same way. Yeah. Yeah, that's why they wouldn't do it with just equipment. Like video camera, EMF, and stuff like that. It wouldn't make sense. Hey. At least we figured it out. So that's cool. Go ahead, shut the power off again, you asshole. Yeah. All right, so now what I'll do is I will take all this stuff and I will throw it over here. The mission here is that we're afraid that maybe the porch is thinking that the stuff is still inside. We want to make sure that it knows, okay, no. These items are just being thrown outside. So now let's see what happens. I wonder if multiple people on the same items. Oh, great question. If you just have a pile of like 3 items, but 3 players all throw those 3 items, does it think of it as 9 or does it have to be 9? I would say it needs to be unique items all around. I would assume so. How'd you get her to slow down? By throwing items, changing the location of an item in between hunts. Yeah. Will it work in the van? We'd have to take all the stuff to the van. This is the new ghost. Yeah, it's this one. We've been playing pro to make sure that we got it. on, Ghosty. Okay, I think we have one more test to do. Technically 2 more tests. We need to do this 2 more times. I've tried throwing in between hunts and it didn't seem to do anything. It didn't change your speed. Hyper, thank you for the 34 months, friend. Tier 3. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, she's very slow. So, if we're going to do this 2 more times, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to take all this. I know it's a pain in the ass going back and forth, but we need to know. Can I do this from the truck? So let me grab bit by bit, take the stuff to the truck, and we'll see what happens. Nice call. Oh, thanks. Oh, there's ads played. Hold on. Moving items during ads. We'll wait. Okay. All right. Ads are playing. While the ads are playing, we'll do this. It's actually kind of good timing. Why is Viju so far with the van? I don't know. You know, that's another thing they're supposed to do. They're supposed to move the van a bit closer on prison and high school, if I recall. Maybe they'll wait to do that on the next one. Please repeat what it is. What do you mean repeat what it is? All you had to do was scroll back like literally 1 minute and see that. The ghost again. There we go. All right. We're going to take all this stuff and we're going to put it in the truck. And then we need to have it hunt again. And then my goal is we want to know if moving items in the truck works the exact same way as moving items out here or in there. That's the mission right now. Because now we're sciencing the ghost. I'm curious if the ghost will throw items while not hunting. I think we saw it throw items. I'm pretty sure that I walked into the room when it did throw something. I think so. It was a cool idea, like the idea of the ghost maybe not being able to throw anything. That definitely would give away a little bit easier, like what the ghost is, which we kind of wouldn't want. But this is cool. I like this. Because if you're not thinking about it and you're just moving items around, you're literally slowing the ghost down without even knowing it. Yeah, which is pretty cool. Okay. We have a minute. After a minute, we'll go back inside. We'll wait here. If it does work in the truck, would you want that kept or changed to only be within the house? I'm cool with it either way. I don't care. If you have a team of people and somebody can move the items in the truck to slow down the ghost, I think that's kind of cool. It tossed stuff down the hall when you said Granny Needle. Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, no, was that during a hunt, though? Night, thank you for the biddies. That's cute. How are you? Welcome in. What map are we going to play next? I don't know. I mean, I could do Willow again, or we could change it up. Either way. I'm waiting to go in until the ads are done. Once they're finished, we'll go inside. What's up, Slackjack? How are you? It did throw the ball downstairs. I thought it did it during the hunt. Could do a drop for it. Oh my God, would that break? I could try. Not right now, though. We don't know what time the release is yet, or at least I have not seen that. If you want to get the most up-to-date info as to when that's going to happen, make sure you're following the Phasmo socials and make sure you're in their Discord. For sure. At least the power. Don't say that. Moon, it's gonna jinx it. You're gonna mess it up. All right. Ads are done. Welcome back, friends. I waited for you. Okay. All we did was we put the items in the truck. So Ghosty should be pretty effing slow. Pretty slow. So the reason we came to Ridgeview to begin with is because we wanted to make sure that the Easter lighting was gone, which it is. And now we got us a nice slow little grandma. just liked. Well, thank you, friends. I appreciate it. Anybody that liked over on the YouTubes, I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. It is helpful indeed, friends. Oh, almost got stuck. Okay. Do you think the cool cat card is worth it? Do I think it's worth it to open up a stream and do nothing to earn a free ID card? Yeah. I do. Is it not? So, next mission. All of the items that are in the truck. We want to move these and see if the granny is slow again. Okay? Literally just picking them up and moving them. If granny is not slow, then that means that this doesn't work and it has to be outside of the truck. You know what I mean? We shall see. Okay. Items have been moved. Now let's go see if Granny's slow. Hey, what's up, Crystal? How are you? This feels like ecto-bullying. Hey, she started it. Alexandra, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. How are you? Would you be mad if it was changed to only inside? No. No, all you have to do is throw items from inside the house and it slows down. I wouldn't be mad. Yeah. I think it's good. Don't touch potatoes. Thank you for the 2 months. So, if it works everywhere, the ghost should be slow right now. My God, I can't hear. She is this slow from us moving items inside the truck. So that means you can take a bunch of stuff, which the pain in the ass is taking all the stuff to the truck. That's really the pain, and I don't know if it's even worth doing it. Really, what I would suggest doing is I would suggest getting a bunch of items and putting them somewhere where the ghost is going to walk, where it's less likely to walk, but you have a safe spot to go to. Put them in the corner of a room or something, and then just stack them. Because then you can just continually move it back and forth to slow the ghost down. And you saw how slow she is. That's definitely the way to do it. Oh, I never took a photo of an EMF. Oh, we should at least complete the objectives. And the dead players can move objects. Yes. So if you're playing with others and there's a chance someone's going to die, they could also slow the ghost down. Nora, thank you for the 6 months. Shadow, thank you for the biddies. Spirit, thank you for the biddies. So yeah. Oh yeah. I should probably slow her down just in case. Yeah. So I'll slow her down again. It only takes a minute. Dead players can do something now. Dead players have something they can do to help out with the investigation. Outside of like watching the ghost blinks or something like that. Yeah, they can literally slow the ghost down. Which is pretty cool. I like that a lot. What's up, Kira? Let's grab another one of these and another one of those and another one of these just because we're here. How do you grind levels fast in Phasmo? High difficulty as fast as you possibly can. If you're learning how to play, don't do it. Oh, yeah, I don't have any smudges, though. It's okay. Yeah, and if you're going to do this, it needs to be in the middle of a hunt, not during a hunt. Dead players always help. How do dead players help? Do tell. Grandma? Oh my God. Hi, Grandma. Ka-chow. I missed. Look at it blinking ghost inside of the thing. Look. Shit. I missed. All right, now we got the objectives. Okay. Hi, Karumba. Well, I didn't want your photo anyway, jerk. So, unless there's other things about this ghost that we don't understand, there is the new one. So at the beginning of an investigation, the ghost has the upper hand. And the reason this is worded like this is because when you have not moved any objects yet, this ghost is fast, very fast. And then it can be slowed down by both the living and the dead, because if you move objects in between hunts, it slows the ghost down. Now, we'll have to science to know the exact like speeds for how many items it slows down. So that way you're not needing to move 40 objects. You know, if I move 20 objects, this ghost is as slow as it can be, or 25 objects, whatever it may be. So either way, there's the new ghost. And that's what it can do. And not to mention, you can move the objects outside of the house, move it in the truck, whatever. And then the ghost can't scatter them around in the middle of a hunt. And if you move it outside and do that, and you walk outside, throw all the objects, go back in, it'll be slow again. So now somebody hanging out in the van has a nice little fun purpose. Or if somebody dies, they also have a purpose. Very cool. Do we see if the ghost can throw items out of a hunt? And if it can, does it? It does throw items in a hunt. It does not seem to affect the speed at all if it's throwing items in the middle of a hunt. But you're asking me if it throws items itself, does it slow it down? It didn't seem like it, because when it threw objects at first and it hunted, it still seemed fast. But I don't know that for sure. I don't know. It throwing objects and slowing itself down, I don't know if that would make sense. I feel like that has to be a player thing. So we just start chucking like mad whenever we start a game. You could. Now, basically, if you do that, it's either in your head going to be either a Revenant, a Dio, or this new ghost. So you just need to like make sure it can see you. If it can see you, if it's not running to you, you know it's not a Dio. If it sees you and it's still moving super slow like that from a distance, you know what this ghost is. And you know that it's that slow. God, I imagine like a 50% speed ghost like this, when you do this many items, it's probably walking backwards at that point. Man. New ghosty though. Let's go. Hell yeah. I'm so glad that they added the ability for us to get that ghost. Like, they added the chances of getting it twice as much. Thank God.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Nice. Very cool. I like the idea of this ghost. I wonder if there's other things about it that we have not learned yet that'd be cool, but I think it's cool. I like it, man. I like it. This is kind of frustrating. What is frustrating? Please do tell. How do you pronounce the name? I have no idea. I have no clue. I'm just going with it. Tom hasn't gotten the new ghost. I just got it. So, I mean, we've been playing a couple hours. This is the first time we got it. Pronounced like Dale, oh, dude, I'm going to have to, okay, I'm going to need to read that slower than that. Damn. I keep reading the name as, oh my God, Megster? What the hell? Oh, Chiba is our expert pronunciationer. That's right. Doug Dimmadome? Whatever it is. Whatever this is. Either way, we got it. That's what matters. So we got the new ghosty. We can go back to Willow. Now we can play on different difficulties. We can do nightmare and stuff like that too. It's a deli ghost. It could be. Maybe it likes a ham sandwich. I need to worry about lunch soon. Say gassed. We could just shorten the name. This is very, very true. Do insanity. Why would I want to do insanity? Insanity is awful. Insanity is a terrible game mode. Terrible game mode. I would rather do no evidence than do insanity. What's up, guys? How are you? Do an and cheese? I could do an and cheese. Yeah. Just got here. What ghost do? Ghost slow down. Item between hunt, throw. Slow. Why do you hate insanity? It doesn't give a cursed object. It makes the gameplay really slow and really lame. Doug Dickadome. It's frustrating to throw all the items out of the house. Well, you don't have to throw all the items out of the house. We were just testing. We were just seeing if throwing the items outside of the house did make a difference. You don't have to. Just throw them in the house. Just pick a corner, throw the objects in the corner, and then whenever it's in between hunts, throw it to another side, like throw it next to that pile or whatever. Yeah, you don't have to take it outside. We just did it to see if it worked, and it does. Science for the science, yeah. Yeah, nobody's saying you have to take them outside. A little crazy, APOC 1, depending on the settings you modify is easier than Insanity. I know. I know. Insanity sucks. Dale. So it's not like Dial, it's like Dale? Like Dale DeGast? Is it Dale DeGast? Going to be lunchtime? Yeah, I'm going to get some food here soon too. Dale DeGast? Okay, I get used to saying that. Yeah. Any tips for starter Twitch streamers? Yeah, don't be afraid to go live. A lot of people hesitate to go live because they are really fearful that they're going to do something wrong. Guess what? You're going to do something wrong. It's kind of inevitable that things are going to happen. They're going to be out of your control. Some things are, and you're just going to have to adapt and figure it out. Sound issues, video issues, gameplay issues, internet issues. Really, it's just a matter of the longer you do this, the more you stream, the better you get at figuring that stuff out faster. So that's basically been us, is figuring out things faster over time. But beyond that, though, I think advice if you're a new streamer, I would really focus on getting content out on other platforms. If you are only streaming on Twitch, your growth is not going to happen very fast. You growing on Twitch is going to be an unlikely scenario because the discovery on Twitch is basically not there. It doesn't happen. The way people discover you on Twitch is because they're looking for a particular thing, or they're looking at a game category and they're like, well, I want to just see that. And it's almost all the time high to low. So if you're not at the high, then people can't find you. And that sucks. Discoverability is not here. Did you Google what it was? No, people have been saying in chat what the lore was, Steph. So the new ghost, we can call the new ghost Dale. Yeah. Call it Dale. I'm cool with that. Yeah. You found me through Funnel Runners. I appreciate you. It's funny. There have been a couple people that have come in that has like said that they saw me live on the Steam page for Funnel Runners, which is awesome. Drops? Yeah, they start tomorrow. I'm assuming they probably didn't update this. I can almost guarantee it. Hold.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Yeah, nope. So hopefully this will get updated whenever it's time. A new update's available. Okay. Cool, groovy. Playing Funnel Runners. Oh, it's such a fun game, man. It is so good. All right, let's go back in. Mark, thank you for the biddies, friendo. For what game? Funnel Runners. No, I'm not Prestige 20. I'm Prestige 22. Yeah. All right. I'm going to go. We're not going anywhere. I'm just saying, when I do end today, I'm going to be streaming again later today. So if you're normally like a late bird, then around like 8:30 p.m. Eastern, I will be going live again to do the weekly that we haven't done yet. And then after the weekly, then I will probably go back to this build. Yeah. All right, let's do a nightmare run at Willer's. See how that feels. But before I do that, I can upgrade some stuff. I was in stream with Break doing Faz, and Steam showed you were live playing Funnel Runners, and I heard her, Doc, and Cheeves. I was like, Steam lies, he's not live. It's just past VODs. They asked if they could use some of my footage, and I said that was totally fine. Yeah. Am I eligible? Anybody that's streaming on Twitch is eligible to give drops. I will be eligible to do the animated and static badge. So if you're watching me tomorrow morning or whenever within the next week, you can earn the animated and the static badge at the same time. So 2 hours and you get both badges. I need to get to level 75 so we can unlock that. Sound sensor, photo camera, that's a good upgrade. Okay. Yeah, anybody that's a Kinetic Games partner has the ability to offer you an animated badge. Yeah, yeah. See you, Spectre. Have a good one. Recorder? I'll leave it as is. Wait, do I have tier 3? The sound recorder, you mean? No. The tier 2 sucks. Tier 1's better than tier 2. Tier 1, you have directions. You can use the left-right sound to actually show where to go. Tier 2 doesn't even have that. I hate tier 2. I hate that I don't like it. I love the nostalgia of it because it looks like an iPod Nano, but I hate that it's worse. Do you have to be a Twitch affiliate to do drops? I don't know. That's a great question. Yeah. Am I handing out the badge today? No. Tomorrow. Yeah. Not really handing them out. Hi, Leona. How are you, Fran? What was the verdict with the new ghost behavior? So the new ghosty, we did a little testing. We did some sciencings based on what we read here. So having tampered with other people's property in life, the death of the Deltageist is doomed to fixate on anything misplaced. Its strength at the beginning of investigation, the Deltageist has an upper hand. Weakness, the Deltageist can be slowed down by both the living and the dead. We figured out what this means. At the beginning, the reason this thing has an upper hand is because you have not thrown any objects yet in between hunts, which means that this ghost is really fast. The way you slow this ghost down is you literally move objects from where they just were before the hunt started or at the beginning and move them to another location. So we did a test where I literally took like 30 objects and moved it from one spot to another. And this thing was as slow, if not slower than a Dio. Moving none of them, this thing is fast. It is lightning fast. And we also did a test where we put all the objects in the truck, moved them in the truck, and it still worked. It does not matter where you are when you move an object. If you move an object from where it was before the last time the ghost hunted, it slows the ghost down. A new step for every investigation, throw every item in a corner. If you want to, you don't have to. But I think we said if you throw like 10 objects, it makes the ghost almost like twin speed. Smudge timer next? Yeah. Or just like hunt time, just to know what the hunt time is. Yeah. Do you think that that's a bug outside the map? No, I don't. I think it's intentional. I could be wrong. I don't think so. Does it carry over to the next hunt? No, it resets on every hunt. So if you had the ghost hunt and then it's not hunting and you throw a bunch of objects, it's super slow when it hunts. Hunt is over, reset. Now the ghost can be fast again if you don't move things again. So that's why it says that it can be slowed down by both the living and the dead. Because if somebody's dead, they could literally sit there and just move a pile of objects one by one and slow the ghost down for you. This is the first time that a player can purposefully change the ghost as a dead player. Because as a dead player, you can slow it down. Before, you could observe it for blinks and things like that, but you could not actually do anything to affect the ghost. Yeah, you can put things in a pile for a pulty ability, but you're not affecting the ghost. You're just like offering it an ability. This, you're literally slowing it down as a dead player. Wonder if it works before you go in, like in the truck, move everything. No, here's the issue. I don't think it's with regular items. I think it's only with the objects in the house. So I don't think it's like with your flashlight and things like that, because players can't, if you're dead, you can't move that stuff. So I don't think so. Now it's hard to figure a Dio out? Absolutely not. Nope. If you throw a bunch of objects and you're far enough away from the ghost and you hear that slow speed and it doesn't come storming to you, it's not a Dio. Yeah. Yeah, but it says living and dead. Yeah, but a player would have to go in there and die first. So you'd have to open the truck. You'd have to get in the house. Being at the campsite would be interesting. Yeah. Thank you for the follows, guys. Appreciate you. All right, let us do a nightmare at Willer Street. I have everything updated. Yes, I do. Let's go. How do you get the badge for watching streams? Do ! drops. And there will be a link in there that actually gives you all the information about how to do drops. How to link them up, what to do, all that jazz. Yeah. Do we know if the ghost has forced evidence? That I don't know. I am not aware of that. Like if it has forced writing or something. I mean, forced writing would be cool because we don't have a ghost with forced writing. But I don't know. That would be the only thing I could think of that would be the forced evidence. But I don't know if it has to have it or not. I mean, the only way we'd really know that is on a one evidence run and we get evidence that's not the writing or something. Yeah. Josh, thank you for the 6 months. Welcome back. Or EMF 5. Yeah, I mean, I guess the EMF 5 could work too. Yeah. Do we know the rate of the slowage per item? No, I have no idea. I haven't scienced it like that. No, people will figure it out though. They'll figure it out pretty damn quickly. Yep. All right. Let's go, friends. All right, Jack Hall. Capture 3 photos, capture 2 sounds, and escape. All right, what are the chances the ghost is still in the basement? What are the chances? Yeah, if you guys missed our walkthrough that we did of Willow Street, that's already posted on YouTube. It's already live. So if you're interested in seeing all the rooms, I would check that out because we're probably not going to go and do that much deep dive. Oh, it's in the basement again. Kind of modern. It is, and I like it. I dig. All right, no cards, no Ouija board. Seems that the power has 2 spots, either right here or in the garage. When you enter the garage or the gym, you make a right. Ghosty. Boner. Check out the tubes later today. I got you. Animation's gone. They've removed a bunch of them. Now, I think there are certain animations that you only see... Oh my god, Songograph. Hold on, let me go outside so I can read this. At this point, I think the only map where you could affect the other guy's speed is all on pre-entering the house would be Tangle, since you can throw the norm before you enter the house, but it's only one item, so there's not much of a difference. Yeah, that's right. Jesus Christ. Cap, sorry. No, you're okay. Looks like little wet feet. Is there an Easter egg? I could... That was a cat, right? We heard a cat? Did you guys hear that? Should have a cat pop up. Somebody said, which I thought was actually a cool idea. What if when you're a dead player, there's like there's a ghost cat walking around? Are there drops for go? There's drops for no. No, because they're not till tomorrow. No, imagine if all of a sudden you saw like footprints step on that mat and then like wet feet started walking away. Oh, the Easter egg thing. So my take / understanding on the whole Easter egg aspect of things, I don't think that they normally do Easter eggs on reworks. I think that they only do it for new maps. Because think about Grafton. Think about Bleasdale. Think about Tanglewood. No Easter eggs. None. Nels, new map, Easter egg. Yeah. That's why I think that we only get them with new maps. Like brand new maps, not reworked maps. Lilith is kind of an Easter egg. I mean, kind of. I guess so. I guess so. See breath. Put the book there. We'll put our dots here. I'll let him roll for now. Can the ghost interact with the car outside? I would say probably not, because I can't interact with the car outside. Unless maybe it can. Maybe it can interact with it. It's just it doesn't set the alarm off or something. So I guess that would be possible. Yeah. New maps are Easter eggs and lore. Reworks are more lore only. Yeah. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. It's very echoey in this van, though. We'll hit record. Oh, writing. I might as well keep recording. Probably get something different. No keys for the car. Exactly. Yeah, yeah. Next time, grab smudge and lighter. For what? I'm hearing it outside now. I would say Josie's an Easter egg. No, she's a dessert. She's a treat. If the ghost hunts to see if it's not fast or slow. What? What? All right. Writing. Thank you, Blondie. Oh, you clipped it. Oh, was it the cat? Couldn't hear it. Okay. Look, don't have to wait for the salt anymore. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? To see if it's fast so you can note it. Oh. I have played once before. Maybe twice. I'm not really sure. I'd have to go back and look at my journal. I got it though. Thank you. Thank you. I got it. Calling the new ghost Dinglehopper. You can call it Dinglehopper. I'm sure that it would be honored to have a nickname. Rookie numbers. I'm a casual. Yeah, that's right. What you want? What you want to do about it? Huh? You want to fight? Be a casual all day. I'm back. What's the ghost? I don't know. You tell me. Crucifix. I've got all the stuff down there and we only have writing. I need sounds. I need photos. Yikers. You know what? Let's take one of these. Chuck. Did you open those cabinet doors in the kitchen? Don't ask me that. I'm not going to remember. I'm not going to remember if I did or not. Don't do that. The cabinets in the kitchen. Oh, I think they can randomly start open. Sort of like doors for rooms. I have a feeling these can randomly start open. I think. House of Tomorrow. Thank you for the 6 months. All right, Ghosty. Wait a minute. I just heard another meow. I swear to God. Is the ghost not here anymore? Oh my God, that scared the shit out of me. Oh my. It came walking back over here. God damn it. know what? In prep, you know what we should do? Just in case. Just in case. You know exactly what we should do. Give me stuff to throw. Give me stuff. I need more things. I need more crap to chuck. Just in case. I mean, we'll know for sure, right? If it's hunting and it's fast, we know that it's definitely not that one. Make a just respect your surroundings. Probably not the best place to do it. I probably should have done that on the floor, but who gives a shit? It's fine. Oh, don't want you. No. So this should be enough. Should be. I presume. Hi, Bloops. All right. That will suffice. So we know that it's not a DO because we don't have Spirit Box. Could be a Thay. It's not super active. It's really not. Oh, Bambo. I could use a... I could use the Cursed Object just to make it hunt. I don't know. Yeah, I can't tell what my sanity is. Oh, I won't forget the bone. I'm waiting until I bring in a photo camera. Because I think I need to take a picture of the EMF anyway. Oh, capture 3 unique photos. That's what it was. I figured I'd come back in and get the photos. What? 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 Give me the sound. Oh my God. It was like in the wall or something. Wait, did I get it? No. Damn it. Hate it here. Another show for launch. Be back in a bit if you're still on. I appreciate you, Nostalgic. Thank you. I hear you in there. I hear you. I said I hear you. That didn't record again. That's rude as shit. Rude. Rose, it's been great so far. Hath been good, friend. I don't know what happened. I don't know why that didn't record. I definitely thought that I was recording. Could be wrong. Here. It wants to play games. Flash, you have writing. What? I do? No way. I hear you, Ghosty. Back when you actually own the game. Dude, why do you think I collect that stuff, Mr. Wahats? Licensing everything? That's a big old bag of tisk tisk. Hey, there we go. My sanity's probably taking a poop, but that's okay. You've had issues sound recording during events. I think it's a me issue. Honestly. Let's put it here to be safe. Another sound, please, before you hunt me. UV on the light switch? Nope. We have Nightmare. I'm not going to get any more evidence. We have all we're going to get. You used to have a Sega Dreamcast? I have mine. It's in the other room. That, Sega, N64, PS2, all that jazz. Do you know whether the art in the room is AI or a real artist? I would only assume real, and they would not use AI. I can only assume. Still got your Sega? Hell yeah. Ghosty, another sound, please. I could go get a candle. I just don't want to. I just don't want to. Miss the OG Xbox? Oh, no, you have an OG Xbox. Oh, I would love to have my OG Xbox. Like, what is... Okay, I think that recorded something, actually. Stupid. Out of curiosity, I kind of want to make it hunt now. The ghost is trolling us, I know. Found the cursed. All right. I need photo camera. Let's get another smudge or two. Let's see how it goes. Quinn, thank you for the 34 months. Thank you for the sub. Some recorders felt buggy a little bit. Yeah, just a smudge. Just a smudge. What events count as physical and which don't? Well, when we say physical manifestation, we're typically talking about where the ghost is in its full physical form. It's not translucent. It's not shadow. You see the full body of the ghost. That's what we usually mean. So like the Oni is more likely to do that event and it can't do the airball, you know? All right, we've got smudgies. I need to go take photos, which I could do with the EMF and all that jazz. We have an EMF in there, but I need to drop one of these so we can take a camera. New map looks amazing. Also, the drop starting this week. They start tomorrow, Tiger. Yeah. Tomorrow. Oh, look. The haunted mirror. Oh, look. The bone. I'm going to make it hunt. I play Outbreak for the first time. Oh, good luck. It's a fun game, man. Peeky, peeky. Wonder what this could be. It's Dale! I just got 2 of these in a row. I just got the new ghost twice. Old Chip and Dale over here. Hold on. I have no idea how many it takes. I'm just throwing as much crap as I can. That should be more than enough. Hold on, Chip. I do need to smudge you to buy myself some time. Hurry! Go faster! Hurry! Okay, let's go get the EMF. In the tiki 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 room. Run. Run. Run faster. Damn it. Oh, man. Whatever. It's fine. What is that ghost? That is the new ghost. He's like a super Dio. Yeah, so the new ghosty. The new ghost gets slowed down by you moving objects in between hunts. That's why I have this pile of crap here that I'm literally just moving from one little spot to the next. I don't know what the max number of items is. Maybe it's like 30 or something. I don't know. But I'm just throwing a bunch of stuff. That's the way. So the last hunt we had grandma, and then now we have this guy. So no, it's not gender locked. Oh. You're still in there, huh? Eh. Hey, jerkhole. Take a picture of Grandpa. Grandpa, photo. I gotta go move that pile real fast before he starts coming at me again. I swear to God, I'm hearing more meowing. Hi, Zero. Zero. I've gotten the ghost. I've gotten the new ghost twice in a row now. I've gotten it twice. Can you use the same item over and over? No, I think we tested it. Wow, we tested that and it didn't work. It had to be, it seemed like it needed to be unique items. Also, it seems like this breaks line of sight. Figured it out yet? I think so. I don't know if there's more to it than what we've already figured out, but pretty sure that we've nailed it. Yeah. Bye, little death. Bye, little ghost kitty. Miss you. Need to check the new ghost in the blood moon. I know I haven't gotten the blood moon yet. Listen, I think to this day I have yet to get a natural blood moon at Grafton. So it is what it is. That's another Daledegeist. Pretty cool. All right. I got the objectives in the ghosty. Yes, sir. Does it have a special ability? I would say probably not, but let me check the stats when we get out of here. I don't think so.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Twice in a row we got this ghost. Twice. Detailed stats, abilities used, none. Yeah, I don't know what the ability would be if there was an ability. I doesn't know. Does Ghost Cat have a name? I don't know. I think there was 2 cats though. There was like 2 food bowls. Yeah, look at him. Look at him. Look at him. He's around there. Look at him. Do we know if they're going to do double XP? I have heard nothing about double XP. If they decide to do double XP, it would be random. Like, I don't even know. We're trying to figure out what the decrease per item is. We think it's 0.1 meters per unique item moved, meaning 26 items. 2, does a crucifix reset the counter for moved items? Ooh, great question. Like, does it actually require the ghost hunting, or does it require it trying to hunt? So I see what you mean. If it eats the crucifix, do you then have to move the items again? Earlier, you could probably find it, Zero. I did a test with it where I moved 10 items, 20 items, and 5 items for 3 separate hunts. And I also did it where I took all the items to the truck and then I moved all the items in the truck to make sure that it worked, and it did. So I moved all the items in the truck from one spot to another spot, and it still slowed it down. Do we get a new ID card for Willow? Yes, we do. We do. So this will give us a new ID card. Yeah, yeah. Oh, as for tomorrow, though, for anybody that was asking about, anyone that was asking about drops, I forgot to show this earlier. So you can earn that animated card starting tomorrow. Starting tomorrow and then literally for a week. 2 hours watch time. I'll be live in the morning. You literally have a week. I like the badge, I think, more than the ID card. I like the badge. Yeah, the badge is great. Little sunglasses. I like it. I dig it. I dig it. But yeah, that starts tomorrow, guys. Yeah, yeah. Are they going to fix animations tomorrow? Well, everything you see today is what you're going to have tomorrow. The good news, though, we have the new maps already ready already. Let's go. You just let me know when that stuff's up and I'll make sure to show it for sure. But that's awesome, Zero. Let's go. Now they have a cat house. We need a dog house. Ah. Which animations aren't fixed? I mean, aren't fixed, like, for me, what I've seen so far from what we've done, the salt animation, like, you place the salt and it still does the weird little hand animation, but that's just a visual thing. You can place salt instantly. You don't have to, from what I've seen, it doesn't seem like you have to wait anymore. You can just spam it. Time is it for me? If you do exclamation point time, it'll always show my local time, but it's about 12:30. I need to start worrying about lunch soon. What that's going to be, I don't know, but I got to figure it out. I think it might be, like, I want to keep going. So it'd be silly to stop stream and start stream and then also stop stream and start stream again later tonight. That'd be silly goose material. The smudge, the smudge thumb moving still there? Nah, you know. How late are we going today? I don't know. That's a great question, Mr. Song. I don't know. What I might do is I might do like a little lunch break. Chill Flash lunch edition. More coffee? Yeah, more coffee would be nice. I agree with that one for sure. Yeah, yeah. 6 hours in, we're still going, man. I'm not stopping. I'm not stopping. How do you feel about them removing the bone? Cool with it. Get rid of it. I don't want it. F that bone. Ducks for lunch? I could. I could. I mean, I don't take very long to eat lunch. I could even just BRB screen, honestly. Hey, Julia, welcome back. Happy to see you playing Willow today. Yeah, yeah. No, they haven't removed the bone. So the sequence of events, the way that's going to happen is they are going to make it where we are able to see that we picked up the bone in the journal. And then whenever 1.0 is going to be released, then they're going to remove the bone entirely. And we're going to get these things called conduits. Now that was talked about in previous blog posts. I did talk about it in one of my videos. I don't remember which one, but definitely one of the update previews. Yeah. Deli sandwich would be funny. Deli to guys. I hate it here. Thank you guys for the follows. Lins, thank you so much for the 4-month Prime, friend. Looked up what the name meant, and you moving the objects is related to the folklore. That's really neat. That is cool that they decided to go with it. And not to mention that the text is not just flavor text. It actually has meaning. Like, we figured it out because we saw the text. Yeah. Hey, Nami Swan, how are you? Go read the Nels menu and inspire you for lunch. No, it's whatever we have available upstairs. We might do that, though. I think that might be the move. I think what we might do, I sent you a message if you want to see it. Wait, where'd you send me a message? Mr. Wahat? On Twitch? I'm not eating mustard pancakes, you sick bastards. Oh, Discord. Wait, where? Oh, I sees it. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you, sir. No, thank you. I gotcha. Hold on, let me approve. There we go. I was like, where? Now I see it. Are you liking that tornado game? Oh, Funnel Runners has been a blast, man. It's been great. It has been really, really good. All right. I think, listen, I am one that gets prone to like headaches and migraines if I do not eat. So I'm going to eat. I'm going to do a short like BRB. I do not take very long to eat lunch. I'm not somebody that takes like an hour. If anything, it'll take me like 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes. I don't even think the family's here. I think they went to go hang with friends. So, yeah. Yeah. So what I'm going to probably do, just to keep it simple, I'm going to go to my BRB screen and just keep the stream up. And then as soon as I'm done lunch, like 15, 20 minutes, probably, we'll keep going, man. I'm probably not going to only stick with Willow Street either. I like the idea of just getting a feeling for the gameplay. If it's feeling better, which it's been feeling better to me. So I think what we'll do is we'll like different map, Willow, different map, Willow, and just kind of keep that cycle going so we get used to the new Willow, but also so we're not worn out. I think that's the way. Yeah. Yeah, let's do the things. Once we hit this again, once we hit that again, we will do another wheel spin. Just a heads up. I think subs are even discounted for the next, like, or for they were discounted for like 8 hours or something. So, friends, I'm going BRB. I will return shortly after lunch. Give me like 20-ish minutes. If it's any longer, I'm sorry. I'll try to come into chat and say hi. But yeah, I'll BRB. If you're not already in the Discord, friends, if you're not already there, the Discord is there. The socials are there. All the stuff is there in case you're not getting notifications about when I go live or when I post YouTube videos or any of that stuff. Yeah, I think, yeah, Sissy. I think alternating is the way. I think so. So we'll go back and forth between maps. But all right, I will be RB shortly, friends. All right, be right back. Alrighty, friends. We hath returned. Groovy, we are back. 'Twas fast. Yum yum food, 'twas yum yum. Yum yum indeed. There we go. What I have, I ate tuna. Made a tuna sandwich. I love tuna. I love it. It's good for you. But we are back. Hello, friends. Got more coffee. We're good to go. I did not get a chance to see the clip yet. No, Blondie, not yet. But I will. But I will. Lost Cat, thank you so much for the 31 months. Did I not stir that? It doesn't taste like I stirred it. Do I have anything in here I could stir with? Ew, tuna. What do you mean, ew, tuna? Ew, you. No leftover spoons or nothing? Gosh, dang it. It just doesn't taste like it was stirred. Nice little break. Got to cuddle the kiddo who... Wait. I got to cuddle my kiddo who hates it now. Who hates cuddling? You better tell them to knock it off and love you. You better tell them you deserve every bit of it. Scarlet, thank you for the prime. Welcome in. Thank you for the sub. Okay. Does that work? I don't know. All right. We go back and do another nightmare. Is there anything we haven't looked at that has been changed or fixed or anything? Oh yeah, this. I forgot about this. So whenever you go to do, so you can just stay full out like this, but now whenever you do the zoom, it'll actually zoom in on what you're trying to mess with. So now it'll actually move to the thing that you're trying to do. Shirt, pants, you name it. What else is there? Yeah, now it actually moves to where the, see, that's cool. Which it should have done from the beginning. Liv, thank you for the gifted to Batman. Baving, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Cool. Well, that's fixed. Okay. Well, that was an easy one to look at. Nice, nice. Nice, nice. Been streaming so long, I know. We're still trucking, man. I'm not going anywhere. Yeah, trying to change the accessories was a pain in the arse because you couldn't see anything. But now it's fixed. All right, let's do another. Let's do a Nightmare at Willow. And then after that, again, what I think what we'll do is we'll just bounce back and forth. We'll do Willow Street. We'll do another map. We'll do Willow Street. We'll do another map. And we'll go like that.
We've had no reports of violence, but keep an eye out.
Phantom, how are you? Turtle Man, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. What's up, Kill Term? All right. Let's go, Dave Moa. Ghost event, 25% photo camera. One of these days, we're going to get a blood moon on here, too. I don't know how long that's going to take, but we'll see. It's foggy. Just bit up Phaz. Nice. I thought I saw that bone. Power upstairs? Getting real sick. Getting real sick of the power being in the basement. I feel like I'm back in the old Willow now. Oh. I swear to God, I'm hearing the ghost. Oh, I'm hearing it down here? All right. Hey, cool guy. Thank you for the super chat, man. Say goodbye to old Willers. Oh, we already did, friend. That hath already happened. Hi. Has the layout changed? Not really. The basement's different. Oh, don't want you. What? Where am I? This one. Now, layout's basically the same, man. Basically, break! Thank you for the subs, friend. Thank you. Yeah, it's basically the same. You will know where you're going. You will know where you are. The new ghost is cool. It's a really cool idea. Yeah, I don't know if there's other things about the ghost that maybe we just haven't run into yet, but the idea behind the new ghost is pretty cool. Am I crazy or do some rooms feel bigger? They might be. They might feel somewhat bigger. Like the living room seems awfully similar. Kitchen, same vibe. Hallway feels wider, obviously. All right. Question is the ghost here? You look dehydrated. Oh my God. So that's what that is. It's gotta be. Yeah, it's here. 6.5 degrees. Yeah, okay. Ghosty's in this room. You look dehydrated, I swear to God. Alright. Turn that off. We'll turn that on. You know, we'll turn this on too. After this one, we'll spin it. A little parched. How's lunch? Lunch was good. Lunch was good. I was hanging out with Miss Josie. May I ask what map this is? This is Willow Street. This is Willers. Give. UV. Spirit box. Salt. Pray it doesn't murder us. Oh, event. Okay, 25 in photo camera. Got it. Will this be a legendary three-peat? Ah, no shot. No way. Just called out of the crypt. Looking a bit flaky and parched there, buddy. Hey. I'm almost offended. Daz, thank you for the 5 subs. There's no... Was there an event? Or... Hold on. Sorry. Making sure that computer was muted. What? There was no EMF on the door. Do you think we would get UV on that? How cool would that be? Well, I don't think I have a UV ghost, so it doesn't even matter. Well, damn. I got a little excited. Where are you?
A closing.
Where are you? Are you here?
Found far from
Where are you? Are you here?
taken
Are you
away.
near?
Taken
Where are you?
away.
Are you here?
Far
Where are
from
you?
Hold it here and
Always worth a try. You never know. You might get lucky and get a DO response. You never know. Spirit box is all we got. So what do we know about the new ghost? So we learned that the new ghosty is really fast. If it were to hunt, when you just, let's say you walk in the door. Now, I don't know what the hunt threshold is for the new ghost. Let's say you walk in the door, ghosty hunts you. Then it will be really fast. Now, in between hunts, the more items that you move from where the place that they were just in, the slower the ghost gets. So if I have a pile of items in front of me and the ghost just finished hunting, and I throw that, and I take that pile and literally just move it over, just take the items and throw it over, the more items I throw, the slower the ghost gets. And I don't know, there's got to be like a max amount you can slow it down, but it literally gets to like a Dio speed, if not slower. I don't think equipment, I think just items. Yeah. Hi, Wolfen. How are they go? It's been good so far, Mr. Wolfens. It's been good, man. Game feels smooth. Everything feels good. Willow Street's feeling good. Haven't run into anything big. It's been pretty chill. Anywhere on the map or in the ghost room, I took a crap ton of items and brought them to the truck. Waited for the ghost to hunt. When the hunt ended, I took those items and moved them over in the truck. It also slowed the ghost down. So every single hunt, it resets. And you have to do it again. Yeah. What is its name? The new ghost is the Daledegeist. Or Daledegast. Whatever, Daledegast. It's gonna be hard to test on school. You know what's funny? In high school, if you think about the front door when you walk in, the rooms that are like along the front of the building, whether it's downstairs or upstairs, seem to have more items in them than the sides. Okay. I don't really trust this ghost. I have, oh wait, no, I do not have UV. What do I have? I just have Spirit Box. It's probably hiding freezing from me. Ooh, wait a minute. What is my sanity? Oh crap, I don't know. Damn it. What's up, Banana? Thank you for the super chat, man. Does the new Willow come out tomorrow? Yes, it'll be out to the public tomorrow. Don't you go doing mean things there, Mr. Mans. Oh. We think it's TV time, huh? I'm gonna hit him with a laser. He's not ready for this. He's not ready. Is it possible for me to like... Dodge, 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 dodge. I'm gonna laser him. Get lasered, get lasered, get lasered. Stop following me. It still hit me somehow. That's some bullshit. We should probably take some sanity. I almost want to let it hunt. It's not TV time. No, it is not. Shy Guy, thank you for the 3-month prime. Would the player have the throw the item, or would it also count if the ghosty throw? I think it's the player. Again, this is speculation because I'm not 100% certain, but I think that's the way that it goes. What did the laser do? It blinded him. It's for what used to be cats, we presume. That bone was over here, yeah? All right, give me my lighter back. Did I even see the cursed possession? Maybe not. My game scared you? Oh, the basement is so much better. It is so much better. All right, no monkey paw. No Frank? Wait. Was that upstairs? Hi, Floyd. Or did it just sound like it was upstairs? Well, you walked in salt. Can't be that. What's your Dave? Can't be a Diane. Galoo, Spirit, or twins? Would you stop it? Galoo, Spirit, or twins? Let's take this. I do have the cards. I see them. You couldn't find a single curse item in yesterday's challenge? You talking about the challenge at high school? Yeah, probably no gal. If it walked in multiple salt, then we could say no Galu. It'd be spirit or twins. Do a little gamble. Do a little gamble. Did they fix the cards bug? Yes, they did. Don't you do it! You piece of crap! God damn it. What a jerk. Getting spirit vibes. I don't know what vibes I have right now. Never mind, they're broken. Cards are broken. They don't work. Such a spirit. Yeah, you better walk on. Hard ass. Is there still living room looping? Technically, yes. You do have to be careful, obviously, but the ghost can't see you behind this. Ghosty cannot see you behind this. Or this, so if it's over there. Now, if you go to this side here, it can see you. So, careful, careful. But same thing goes for the kitchen. In here, the ghost can't see you over the chair. It can see you here. So if it's like this, but here, nope. Those items seem to be thrown together. You sure it's not twins? The twins doesn't throw multiple things in the middle of a hunt. It's not, you're not looking at two different ghosts. For twins, it's literally one single ghost with two interaction ranges. I'll have it hunt one more time. Oh, what am I doing? Yeah, it seemed normal speed. Yeah, big range, small range, correct. It's like 3 meter range and 16 meter range or something like that. Man in the wide brim hat, thank you for the biddies. Dreamy, thank you for the follow. What's up, Crockett? How are you? Trying to think if there's anything else we haven't experienced yet. Like that was supposedly fixed of something that was broken. Now, I didn't smudge this ghost. Bam. Use all the cards. Oh, no, I did not. Hermit. Death card. Yippee. Yeah, you can record the crucifix burning. We did it earlier. Yep, that's fixed. Look at that normal speed piece of crap. Walking around like he knows somebody. Hanging out while I do the weekly. What's up, Blake? The shame. The absolute shame. No, Darren, I have not. Not yet. Nah. What are the changes to the photo camera? So now you can take, so now the photos will actually show a little, they will show like the similar to the video camera does with the outline to tell you what you can take a photo of, what you can and what you can't. Cousin Tony, thank you for the 5 months, dude. All right, here we go. High Priestess card. That's not, you're about to bust these lights too, aren't you? You know what, dude? No, F you. No, not today. Not today. I said not today. What did I do with the cards? I mean, the camera. What did I do with the camera? Did I throw it down there somewhere? Oh, it's right there, son of a... Oh my... Jiminy Christmas. You know what? We're gonna do this just in case. My Lanta! He misses me. Oh, that's what it is? And it's gone. Mother effer. Crockett, thank you for the prime. EMF 5. EMF reading. That's a double photo. I'll take it. Wants a buddy. Well, it can go play VES by itself. No, this guy's a jerk. And it hit the breaker. Oh, what an a-hole. And there we go. Cards are kaput. Yeah, the EMF 5 is now its own photo. Yes, sir. Oh my goodness. It's a Tommy Tom. Look, this is how we brought him in. We brought him in with the laser. See, that's how it works. Hi, Mr. Tom. Neon, hello. Hi, friends. Lydia, good to see you. Crummy, hello. Thank you for the primes, friends. Tom, how are the games? How did it treat you? Did you get the new Ghosty by chance? Was it not busted lights? I mean, yeah, it busted the lights, but that doesn't say anything about these ghosts. No? Damn it. You get the wheelie gas yet? Yeah, I got the doppeldinger, whatever it's called. The dingleberry. Yeah, this one. The Dale-to-Gast or whatever it's called. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. I got it back to back. I literally got it twice. And we figured out what it does. You didn't hit the button for Tom? Wait, what button? No new ghosts, but love the quality of life changes so far. The game is feeling smooth and fast. Yeah, I was showing people, Tom. I said, I want you guys to see, since I play on keyboard, I want you to see what happens now that we have the keybinds for 1, 2, 3, 4. The 1, 2, 3, 4s. I was like, dude, do you understand how fast you can make the items change now if you want to? Yeah, can't complain about that anymore. The Dilly Gas. Yeah, the Dingleberry. Yeah, that one. Yeah. This one is just a spirit, and I'm not too hell-bent on trying to go hard on them. fast, fuck boy. Oh my god. Well, I hope you guys had fun with Tommy Tom. Welcome in. Hello. We are obviously doing the new Willers as well. Kinetic partner, just like Mr. Tommy Tom. Do you actually think you'll use the 1, 2, 3, 4? I don't know. I guess it depends on how useful I really think it is. It's hard to say, but I guess we'll see. It's wild. Salt, candles, everything feels like it did 3 months ago. Huge step back in the best way possible. I feel the same way. It's nice. I understand that it was like self-inflicted wounds, but it's great that they heard it and they're like, listen, we get it. We're going to fix this. We're going to remove this and implement new stuff. I think one of my favorite changes that I've seen has been the photo camera. The photo camera with that, with the outline telling you that you can take a photo. I love that. That is one of my favorite things that they've done to the game. Like one of my favorite things with this update for sure. Rusty, thank you for the prime. Man Vibrant Hat, thank you for the 2 months. Banana, thank you for the super chat, dude. Love watching the vids. Learned a lot from you. Been playing a lot of no evidence runs where I loop the ghost to figure it out. Let's go. I also heard, Tom, from other people that were multiple people that were telling me like, yeah, the looping spots, blah, blah, blah. I was like, dude, I had no problem in the living room and also in the kitchen breaking line of sight with the ghost and it could not see me. Had no problem. What are the benefits of burning incense without a hunt? Stopping the ghost from being able to hunt. So let's say that you are working on media and you really want to get the media done and you know you're close, but you don't want the ghost to start hunting you yet. You can smudge the ghost and guarantee, as long as you successfully smudge it, guarantee yourself at least 60 seconds, if not more, depending on the ghost. 60 seconds if it's a demon, 90 seconds for most other ghosts, 180 seconds if it's a spirit. Yeah. Friend and I used to play Phasmo with is not playing the game anymore, and I feel sad now. Oh, your friend's not playing? I would just find other friends. Tom got a picture of a Goryo dot ghost with the camera earlier with the frame thing. I haven't had a Goryo yet. Just don't have the talkie-walkie in your hand whilst hunting the ghost. Did you have the ghost interact with that? We'll go back to Willow. Did you have the ghost interact with the little radio in the kitchen? It turned it on for me as if it was like one of the bedside radios. Yeah. I was really hoping that it did some like creepy interaction. Another thing I was hoping for, which I'm going to suggest, I really was hoping that by turning on one of the gaming consoles and then turning on the TV, that you would see that gaming console on the TV, even if it's just a menu screen. And then when you turn the gaming console off, it literally goes back to snow. Give me my immersion. I want my immersion. Oh yeah, iOS spin. Oh yeah, you're right. Did the same thing. I know, I was so excited. I was so excited for it. I was like, oh, my little retro heart, it feels so full. Oh, never mind, it's empty. Never mind, it's empty. If you guys are not following Mr. Tom, please make sure you do. Tom is one of my amazing friendos. We have played tons together. We've done many at Update together too. Both part of Midnight Society. Both are Kinetic partners. All the things, man. Have they fixed the server bugs? What I don't know is I don't know about the multiplayer stuff. Yeah. Oh, maybe got to check the HDMI lead. Millsy, do you think that the virtual entertainment system is going to have an HDMI lead? What does this look like? Amateur hour? Come on. HDMI lead. Makes me sick. Hey, Reborn, good to see you. Freaky, thank you for the 13 months. Ay, caramba. Now, it is going to like a modern TV, though, so he does kind of have a point. But he has a point, though. It would probably be to a converter. If you were to, which going to a modern TV is a sin as it is, but you take it basically from your RGBs to the convert. Yeah, to the TV. Yeah, daisy chaining those connectors. Yeah, you got to do it. No. Not me. No, sir. Connect the 3 RCA cables. Yeah. Yeah, it is Mr. Song's birthday. It is indeed. Did they update the APOC requirements? That's a great question. Requirements. Successfully identify the ghost, complete all 3 objectives, capture proof of a ghost, photo, video, or audio. I don't know if this was the update that changed it, but it looks like they did. So if you have been waiting to do your APOC stuff, it is now a little bit easier. So now when you're going to get your APOC, obviously you need to identify the ghost and you have to complete the side objectives. But now, instead of needing to get a photo, it can be photo, video, or audio. And then you're good, which is great. That's awesome. Yeah. Super cool. What's up, Joey? Welcome back, friend. I love it. I dig. Yeah, there's 2 pages. The reason is because we have all these here, and now we have another page for the other maps that they add for the cards. So this one will be available tomorrow, starting tomorrow, where if you get the ghost correct 50 times, then you get the new ID card. And also starting tomorrow are drops. Starting tomorrow, you will have the ability to earn the animated and also static card by watching the stream. I will be live at like 6:30 in the morning, Eastern time. Hopefully they go live at 7. If they don't, I might adjust things. We'll see. But I'll keep you guys posted in the Discord if anything changes. But yeah, you can earn the animated badge by watching Kinetic partners like me or Mr. Tom. Yeah. It's a great card. I love the badge. The badge is great. The cat with the glasses is awesome. I love that. Does the UV from the ghost stepping in the salt count as evidence? Only if you get UV. Yeah. Yeah, way back in the day, it used to be called fingerprints, and then they changed it so that the footprints were also counted. As long as you see UV, you have UV. Yep. All right, let's go back. Let's do some more Willers. We'll do another nightmare, I think. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, wait. I'm sorry. Hold on, we gotta do this first. Yeah, yeah. Shazza, thank you for the 6 months. Little Freaky, thank you for the 13. It's gonna be your favorite one. There's a lot of people I heard that were saying they were so excited for that badge. Fair enough. If you're a cat person, then there you go. Can we do no evidence? Absolutely. We'll do it maybe after this one. Yeah. Is there a Willow badge like Tangle? Yep. Alright. Okay. Thank you for the follows, by the way. Kelsey, thank you so much. A gifted game. Phew. We're dodging. we're currently dodging. All right, give me a second. We'll set that up, and then after we set that up, we will go in. Dang it. By the way, Emery, I know it was you. I know it was you. Watch on the work break. Well, I hope work's going well. Always wanted to watch within the streams. Welcome in. Retry. Hello. Do you know what the new Willow badge looks like? I do. I don't have it at the ready, but I could pull it. It's inside of the last news post that they posted. I could pull that up on stream. Yeah, yeah. Hey, Banana. Thank you for another super chat, man. I'm better at looping on no evidence. Let's go. Started following yesterday. Subscribe so far. Found the stream. Oh, I appreciate you, big homie. Trying to become a Phasmo streamer. Do you have any tips? Yeah. Have you streamed before? I got hunted at 80 sanity. Is it 100% a demon? Depends on what happened leading up to it. If nothing has happened, probably. You have not. Okay. I would very highly suggest looking up tutorials on how to set up a stream. But also what I would do if I were you is I would not only concentrate. We were talking about this earlier. I would not only concentrate on stream. I would really concentrate on trying to get content posted on multiple platforms. If you don't have an IG, if you don't have TikTok, Facebook, whatever, you name it, I would if I were you. If you want to grow your stream, that's how you do it. That's how. Just relying on Twitch, you might grow, but it's going to take a while. If you're not worried about growth and you just want to stream for fun, then I wouldn't worry about any of it. I would just go live. No, the update goes live for everybody tomorrow. Tomorrow. And at the same time, drops will happen tomorrow as well. Ads are coming, guys. We're probably going to let it happen. I'm going to start. Well, let me try to do this first before we actually do that. Hopefully this isn't so busted that it won't work. It should work. This is kind of wrecked, but we're still going to try it anyway. You know what I should do? Nah, we'll do this. We'll do this. I could have done a drop, but that's okay. All right. If you would like to win a free Steam game, type exclamation point free into the chat. If you are not on Steam, don't worry about it. If you still want to enter, you are more than welcome to. Whoever wins, if you're not on Steam, just give it to somebody else. Yeah, you only have to enter once. Once you enter once, you are good to go. You're good to go. I'll give you guys 60 seconds to enter this. Bun Cake, thank you so much for the subs, man. Thank you. I stream it for fun, Faz, every week, and I enjoy it. Hell yeah, that's the way to do it, man. Honestly, keeping the fun in it is really important. Because if you're not enjoying what you're doing, then you're gonna really despise streaming. Yeah, you've got to enjoy it. Do we choose the game? No. It's a random Steam game. It is not Funnel Runners. No, they have not given me codes. Although I probably could reach out to them about that. I probably could reach out, and I'm sure that I could probably get some codes for it, but I'm not gonna do that. If they want to offer them to me, that's awesome. If not, nah, we just play the game because we enjoy it. We play it because we like it. All right, let's see. Crap sandwich. Hold on. What happens if you have the game already? You can give it to somebody else. Or if you literally do have it, I mean, we could always just get you a different game. It wouldn't be a big deal. Playing games for enjoyment. Absolutely crazy talk. Crazy talk. No, the Funnel Runner game that they're talking about has, I don't know, we've just been enjoying it. There's just something about the chaos of it. Even in solo. I did it solo and I was enjoying it. It felt manageable. I think that's why I like Phas solo, because it's manageable. Yeah, it's fun, man. I like it a lot. Joyful Pizza, thank you for the Prime. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. If you win, I'm going to message you on Twitch. Just a heads up. Okie dokes. Usually I play solo games. I like a mixed bag, man. I really enjoy playing games with friends. We get into some really stupid stuff and it's just so fun. It's such a blast. Jordan! Let's go. GG's, Jordan. God, this application wants to break so hard. Oh, cool. That was right before ads. Good deal. Good deal. That was perfect timing. All right, Jordan, I am going to whisper you on Twitch, friend. All right, got you there. And you are getting Police Simulator patrol officers. May you patrol every patrol that needs to be patrolled. All right, hold on. There you go, friend. GG's. GG's, it is yours. Love me a good simulator. I do too. If I see, I might go watch it. I might buy it myself. We'll see. Relentless, thank you for the 18 months. Silent Wolf, thank you so much. Thank you for the follow too, Silent. What the hell, dude? You sold me at Sim. You sold me at Simulator. Lunchtime, what I missed? Not much. Not much. Nothing crazy yet. Earlier, we had back-to-back new ghosts. We literally had one at Ridgeview, and then we had one at Willow Street. But we haven't had it yet. Yeah, the Dale... Was it Dale DeGast? Or Dale DeGast, right? No. Not Dial, like Dale. Dale DeGast. Dale DeGast. You're sold it free? Roger that. Doug Dimmadome. I got a double D. That is correct. What is its ability? I don't think it has one. Dilly. People have been calling it Dale, which I totally think is fine. Spooky Stitches. Thank you for the year. Thank you for the 12 months. Dale's got gas. Oh, poor Dale. Poor Dale. All right. Ads are running, friends. We have a minute 11 left, and then we'll be back inside. Tips on finding a mimic. Tips on finding a mimic. I mean, if you have extra evidence, it's a mimic. So it doesn't matter what difficulty you're playing on, whatever the difficulty is, if you have an extra piece of evidence, it's a mimic. Found you're playing some Funnel Runners and found you interesting, so figured I'd come follow, use the Prime. I play a bit of Phas. Enjoy it. Haven't played it in a while, so I don't know what I'm missing. Well, they just did a quality of life update, Silent Wolf, that is been really nice, and it makes the game feel better again. They did this like player character update. They really jack stuff up, and they're fixing it, and also adding other things, which are great. So they did that with this one. Next month, they're going to be releasing another quality of life update, which is going to give us even more. And collectively, between the two, there's like 150 fixes or something and additions. So play it by ear, man. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, if you get orbs. Yeah, mimic your guaranteed orbs no matter the difficulty. But if you get orbs, it doesn't mean it's a mimic. You want to verify. Is it bad? My mind went to the gutter on the new ghost. No, that's fine. You do you, boo-boo. Turtley, thank you for the Prime. My two Turtley for the Turtle Club. What is the evidence for the ghosty? The ghostie's evidence is at EMF 5 writing something. What is it? Ah, dots. EMF 5 writing in dots. There we go. Yeah. EMF 5 writing dudeskies. Yeah. Like the content. When is this update going to be live for everyone? Tomorrow. We don't have a time yet. I haven't seen any notifications from Phasmo anywhere about the time for tomorrow. But I'm just right now making assumptions. And my assumption is that it's going to be around 7 a.m. Eastern time. I'm just basing it off of past updates that we have had and it being probably close to the same time. Yeah. All right. Ads are done. If you're not subbed, if you're not turbo, I try my best to stop whenever that stuff happens so that we don't miss anything. Yeah, yeah. Is the prestige worth it? Only if you feel like it is. Not everyone's going to think that prestiging is worth it. For me, I do it just to challenge myself. But if you're not interested in challenging yourself and you don't want to lose your equipment, then prestiging is probably not worth it. I think it is. Is there anything I can do if the ghost seems to refuse writing in the book? Does placing the book again help? Remove all the other items from the room. Stop allowing the ghost to have the opportunity to have other things to do. Force it to make it do that. So turning the lights on, removing the objects, you're forcing it to have to mess with the book instead of messing with those other objects. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Lee, thank you for the 3 months. Tracy Lynn, thank you for the 10 months. Hello, friends. Okay. Back at it, shall we? So, Nightmare Willers, hoping for another new ghost? Maybe. We'll see.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly.
I have not had a blood rain yet. I mean, not blood rain. I have not had a blood moon. No blood moon. So basically, take the ghost toys away. Correct. Its toy is writing in the book. That's what its toy is. Usually, I look up here. If I see red bouncing off the monitors, that's usually a giveaway that there's a blood moon. So, I haven't got one here yet. So, yeah, hard to say. Do you think they rework Prestige? Why would they rework it? Any info with the new ghost or thoughts on the new Willow? New Willow is awesome. And yes, the new ghosty, yes, I'm going to be putting out videos for all that stuff. But basically, long story short, with the new ghost, if you have not seen it yet, this guy right here, the way you figure this ghost out is by moving objects in between hunts. The more objects that you move in between hunts from one location to another, whether it's 2 feet to the right or whatever, the slower the ghost gets. Just got done watching the video test. I think the ghost was also throwing things that were throwing off the expected speeds. Oh, do you think that the ghost throwing stuff also counted? See, that I don't know. People were asking me about that, and I was like, I have no idea. I wonder if the ghost throwing stuff also slows it down. Yeah, it's cool though, but you can force it. So in between hunts, you throw a pile of stuff, it will be really slow. And it also has no line of sight speed up, which is also another one. Spaghetti! It's 9 plus 10, 21 months. Wait, what? Wait, what? Hope you and the fam are fine and dandy. We are, friend. Thank you so much for the sub, man. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. The key does have a little kitty cat. Yeah, it does. Interesting. So is that confirmed? Yes, that the ghost throwing things will also slow itself down. Gosh, dang it. It's been in the basement the past like 5 games. God damn it. Stupid ghost. Snuck a 9 plus 10 joke in there. What the hell's wrong with you? All right, no cards. No Ouija's. Seems a little bit self-destructive. Right, well, it's also weird that the ghost is able to slow itself down like that. Oh, well, aren't you just a hooker pants? I thought it was hunting from the hallway. I was like, well, that's curtains. Nope, it's in here. Okay. Yeah, hooker pants. You heard me. Stupid ghost. Blinded with a laser. Jerk. I know. The rework looks, just the character of it is so good, man. So good. Mystic, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Just look how fast everything is. I swear to God, I'm hearing like Dementors in the background. Also, I don't know if Tom's still here. Tom, did you hear the cat meow? I swear to God, there's a ghost cat here. I've been liking the new Willow Street. It's been great, Vertex. I'm still loving it. Also, we named the flamingo. That flamingo right there. He's Floyd. Oh, look, the bone. In the main bedroom closet. That's where I heard it. I heard it in the exact same place. Oh, where'd you throw something? Oh, you're such a turd, dude. Whatever. Oh, yeah, no. Please, throw whatever you want, jerk. I have hiding, though. There you go. Floyd the Flamingo. Floyd the Flamingo. Yeah. Get it? Pink Floyd? Yeah. It makes sense if you think about it. Is the poor kitty stuck in the closet? I don't know. It's a great question that I can't answer. Teddy, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Okay. Let's get a photo camera in there. Spirit box, all that jazz. I'm also going to do one of these. That's fixed also. So now you can actually see that the pills have been taken. Not just thrown to the ground. Yeah, I got the new ghost twice already. Yeah. Does the map maybe have an Easter egg like the lighthouse or the diner? No, and the reason I think that is because this is a rework. This is not a new map. Brand new maps, new ideas, new Easter eggs. Lore? I could see lore. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Damn, dude. Cat's neither alive nor dead as long as you don't open the box. Roger that. Where did I see the bone? Oh, over here. This thing might kill me. Boner jam. Franklin. Testing the dodgeball skills. Listen, you gotta do what you gotta do, man. 5 Ds of dodgeball. You gotta be ready at all times. Right, Frank? Oh, I need a video of the ghost, too. Interesting. Okay. You can dodge a wrench. Hey, Floyd, I'll bet you 20 bucks I can get you gambling for the end of the day. I forget what he says. How about 50 bucks? I'm going to get you. Nuh-uh. Dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ghost. Yeah, the keybinds with being able to like quickly switch the number keys. I mean, it's a cool idea. I just don't know if I'm going to end up using it. Others probably will. Just don't know if that's a me thing, dog. Footsie doodles. What'd I do? What did I do? Give me this. God, my feet are so loud. Play another one in. Put another one in here. Wait a minute. I'll be back, Frank. Some games queue is drop items. I got you. Got it. All right. I still need more videos and more sound, though. I have 0 sound, so we need to go get more stuff. I don't use the keybinds to rotate the items because my number keys are already used to do actions. Ah, I got you. Yeah, for me, I don't know. I mean, I could, I guess, rebind them, but then again, you have to remember which one is where. For Klondike Bar? Yeah. I did get early access, yeah. Yeah. It's chucking a lot, HR chucking stuff. We need audio, smudge, and another crucifix. I think that's the way. What evidence do I have so far? Do I have anything? Oh, the UV. Duh. I think that's it, though. Might have freezing. We'll go check. Is there guest to ghost? I usually do it like once a month. Because we have a guest to ghost champion. And they get a role in Discord. And I send them a custom sticker and all that stuff. So we do it like once a month. All right. Are you freezing, Ghosty? Uh-huh. You certainly are. Jin Demon Hantu? You haven't cut the breaker yet, have you? I can go get a firelight if I need it. The journal seems huge now. Comparably, I mean, it was fine before, and then they put it far away, and now it's back, and now it feels larger because of that. So, such a Hantu? I don't know, man. Getting some Jin energy. Why are you going in the hallway, hotshot? Why you do these things? Love the YouTube videos. Help me learn the game. Welcome in, Celestial. Are you moving rooms? Unfortunate. It's moving. It's absolutely moving rooms. 100%. It's in the hallway now. Ghost, are you a gym? Yeah, see my breath out here? Yeah. Used to have this carpet. Want me to tell it off? That's so aggressive, dude. Damn. Hi. Is it... Great. It only happens every now and then. I don't know if it's user error or not. With the music box, do you use the place keybind to prevent it from stopping? To prevent it from stopping? To drain your sanity? No. When you started playing the music box, I can't just stop it. You can't just be like, oh, that's enough. If I don't want it to deplenish any more of my sanity, I will pick it up and chuck it. Because by breaking it, then it's not playing anymore and it's not going to drain any more of your sanity. I hear you, dude. We hear ya, dude. Although I do need more video, don't I? Maybe a little object check? Eh? Apocalypse, the rework has been great. But breaking it will indeed cause a cursed hunt. This is facts. So it already has to be on the ground, like with the firelight is what I mean. Well, I'm not... Wait, Woos, what exactly are you trying to do? Toasty? Hello? Hello? Oh, there's a sound somewhere. Yeah, I'm frustrated too. I have to go get a firelight if this is going to be like this. Although I don't... Oh, there's my breath. I was like, I don't think I see my breath anymore. Yes, this is a hiding spot. Because this can be blocked. Yeah. Like if I were to drain my sanity like earlier, you had it on the ground, it was playing, but then you picked it up and threw it to stop it. I mean, like to start it playing without ending it early. To start it playing without ending it early. No, I already got that, 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 I already got that. There we go. All right, I need 3 videos now. Yeah, this is a new Willow Street. Yeah. All right, let's do this. Let's make it a little bit easier on ourselves. Yeah, I guess I'm trying to understand what the question is. Or like what the goal is. Like what Deviant said. In order for the ghost to start an event, you either have to hold it or place the music box on the ground. Yeah, so you have to be within range of the ghost to get the ghost to event to the music box. So typically what a lot of people will do is they will start to play it in their hand so they can figure out where it is. They'll get away from the ghost, start to play it, and then they will get closer and closer. Now, when you get close enough to the ghost, it will start to walk to the music box to do an event. Like it'll event as it walks to the music box. That's an event. So when it starts to walk, you put that thing down and then you can get your video or your photo or your audio or whatever it may be. Yeah. If you want to complete the 25% objective, the easiest thing to do, take the music box, get away from the ghost, start to play the thing, put it on the ground. If you're on pro, then you can watch your sanity. When you see it go below 25, you can literally just leave. Or what you do is just be at the ready to smudge it. And then when you're below 25, you could just start a cursed hunt and then just hide. Yeah. How's the table loop on the new map in the living room? The table loop? Oh, I haven't tried to table loop it. No, but you can lose line of sight though with the ghost at the couch. So that's a fun fact. We still don't know what this ghost is, technically. Still don't know. How you liking the new map, Sam? It's been great. I love the decor. I love the way this map looks and everything. Yeah, so like this right here, ghost doesn't have line of sight on you from the door. No line of sight. Now, when you get to here, though, it does. As for looping it around here, haven't really tried. I haven't felt the need to. Oh. That was a Jinn. It literally couldn't see me through the door. So the door that's over here, this door, it couldn't see me through this, but it like walked through it, then it just got line of sight of me. That's what just happened. Just get this over here. Where did it start hunting from? Was it in the basement? Yeah, that was a Jinn for sure. That was a Jinn for sure. King, thank you for the follow. Ninja, thank you for the follow. quality of life update. Oh, it's been great. It's felt fast. Like everything has felt fast. You don't feel slowed down by the animations. Yeah, if anybody is trying to see any part of the map, I do have a full walk through this map uploaded to YouTube. Have you gotten to test the sounds after dying? No, I have not. I've been playing solo, so it's harder for me to test that. Frank has a question. Yes, Frank. Go on. Can the Wraith teleport towards the music box when it's being played? Yes, it can. It certainly can. What's up, Jake? Excited to play tomorrow? Oh, Sam, you're gonna like it. I think everybody is. I think everybody is. But again, I can't speak to multiplayer because I don't know. I think it's in the basement. What a butthole. What an absolute jerk. Smudged him. Good. See, when he gets line of sight of you, though. Careful, SpongeBob. All right, I got that video. I need 2 more. So if I get this and this, we'll be good. We're coming. Which room are you in? That's the question. Ooh, it's cold here. Maybe. Hey, Dorito. Ghost is here. Got it. Come on, give it up. Assault, hunting, ghost, motion. Okay, if it throws something, I can get a video of that too. I don't know if I have that already or not. Let's go. Nope. Give me you. It can start hunting in 5 seconds. Okay. So we have photos, videos, audios. Definitely a Jinn based on the sprint that it did. We have all the objectives. We've got the bone. Amen. Did they fix the legs when you crouch and spin? They did indeed. They did indeed. Jennifer. Sean, I'm not sure. We'll see. Hard to say. I mean, I am going to be ending at some point because I'll be hanging with the fam for the evening and everything like that. But then I'll be streaming later tonight as well. I have gotten the new Ghost twice. I have not had it in a little bit, though. Yeah. 'Twas a Jinn. 'Twas a Jinn. Yes, sirree, Bob. Really hope this is the change update they need to not forever ruin the game. Well, I think this was this was definitely a test. This was a test. It's like, if they fumbled this, then I don't know if there's really a return. So if the multiplayer experience is better, then I think that they'll be on the up and up. If it's not, we'll see. It's hard to say. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen the Willow walkthrough, like walking through, looking at all the items, checking out all the interactables, every room, every hiding spot, every cursed possession, I have the video up on YouTube right now that has all of that. And it was literally from today. How you feeling about the quality of life fixes? It's been good for me so far. It's been speeding up the gameplay a lot. It does not feel like we're being drugged down by animations, which is really nice. All right, let's go to a different map. You know what? Let's go Let's go to Grafton. Because it is the lighting around the player is said to be increased, which means it should be a little bit easier to see in the dark. A little bit when you're close to things. Grafton has always kind of had this issue of it being really dark. So we're going to give it a try and see how it goes. So the hold on. Up. I'll pull this up since we're referencing it. Since the Deltagast is Norwegian, it seems you should hear Google Translate pronounce it. Oh God, I can only imagine. Oh, the new map has been great. Yeah. Bone indicators next month. Should be. Yeah, it's not in the map right now. I mean, not in the map. It's not in the game right now. No, when you pick up the bone, it doesn't tell you anything. That should be in the next quality of life. Which I'm assuming they will probably be doing more previews. They'll probably be doing more previews for the next one, which we could get an understanding of what we're going to be getting. All right, let's try Grafton and see how this goes. As I say, if that's how dark it is, we're in trouble. It was just us loading into the van. Okay. Let's go. Yeah, the lighting of Grafton has always been a little strange. Also, it being dark. Being dark is definitely a thing. I'm not going to turn on any light just yet. Let's just see. Still pretty dark. I mean, when you get to here, you can see the lamp and things like that, which is super nice. You can see that. But then if you have something like that, it's even better. Or like this, then it's perfectly fine. Yeah. Hey, Monkey Man. Hey. Power down here, not upset. Zappini, did you try refreshing, friend? Uh-oh. Oh, it's in here. Hi, friends. Out of all the gin joints. Oh boy. Can we see them move? I mean, I've had one move before where it literally moved my player. So I don't know if we're going to experience that or not. Oh boy. Oh boy. Mannequin room is okay, but the doll room? You know, I gotta admit, I like getting those rooms just because it really keeps it interesting. Mannequin room, doll room. It's in there doing stuff, I hear it. It sounded like a Mint advert. Have you tried refreshing, friend? EMF fiber? I don't think you're normally like that. Wait, are you normally facing that one? So we have EMF 5. Super cute. Is Blood Moon just random, or do you have to complete? No, it's random. 100% random. Yep. The update is tomorrow. It's publicly tomorrow. Yep. And then the badges are going to be, the drops are going to be out tomorrow as well. Yep. Make sure you're paying attention to the Phasmo Discord and social so that way you guys know when stuff's coming up. can't wait for me too, because it's gonna make playing those maps feel very different. So I'm excited for those as well. They should let you choose the weather on custom. They do. Have you played custom before? Alright, probably no UV, but what ifs? We'll give. Oh no, I hope I don't fall. Where are you? Are you here?
Far.
Where are you?
Get away.
Are you angry? Are you angry? Are you angry?
Wheel of death.
Death. It's angry and there's also death. So be careful. Dorothy. Spirit, Galu, Diane, twins, or a wraith. And it walked in the salt, so it's not a wraith. What mode is this? It's nightmare. Yum. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The other mannequin was looking up at the sky. No, the other one was looking up at the sky like, take me away. What was the consensus on the flamingo? It's Floyd. We went with Floyd. Galu? Or not? Diane, Spirit, twins. The lighting's all buggy in there. Oh, it's buggy out here too. You're still a fan of Flamantha? Diane, Spirit, or twins? Okay. Might just make you hunt. Why not a Galu? Because it walked in salt once and then it walked in salt again. Over 3 seconds later. We have hiding here. This here. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Cursed object. Do we know what that is by chance? Yeah, really? I'm not sweating this one. I just wanted to see how the lighting was. Does the Galu not do that? No. No. The Galu, once it's walked in salt, then it changes its aggression. And then after that, as long as it hasn't hunted yet, it can't walk in salt anymore. All right, let's bring a backup smudge. Do I care enough? I mean, I could try to get the parabolic. Witness a ghost event. EMF. Yardy yar. Smudge. The smudge. Strange but cool, yeah. The more you know. Alright, let's check and see if we have the cards first. How often do you think you explain ghosts or get questions about why not in a single stream? Oh, I don't know. Oh, crap. Probably a lot, but I don't pay attention to it. Because the person that's asking me that question has never heard the answer before. So if I ever want to get a point across, or if I ever want to get a message across that I don't want to verbally repeat over and over, I'll usually make a command for it or something like that. Or people are in chat and they will usually try to be helpful as well and answer. So yeah, I don't mind. goal here is to get possibly a death card. Or the mods will make a command. That's correct. Yeah. You're my favorite. Oh, another one. The cards even look like more crisp. You know what I mean? This is stupid. Oh my god. Don't. You're gonna break the lights. Oh, you are just a tool and a half. I hope the mannequins just... I don't even know. I hope... I just hope. You know? I'm hopeful. God damn it. What a jerk. I have like full sanity now. This is so unfortunate. Do you use filters on this game? No. Oh my god. So, I have full sanity. This is either die in spirit or twins, and I can't. The only way I could lower my sanity is by just sitting in there and waiting for the ghost to do stuff. Very sane. I'm about to go spirit and get the hell out of here. Hello, friends. I've missed you. Dorothy the Dying? Oh, you know what? You know, I could see that. The old Dorothy the Dying? Hey, Shattered. If I sit in the corner, you guys won't try to attack me, right? Thank y'all for the follows, by the way. If you guys are not in the Discord, you want to get updates about when I go live again, which I will be sending out an update for not just tonight, but tomorrow when drops are happening. I'll make sure to ping whenever I go live. Dance for us. Dance, monkey, dance! You have orbs? No, I'm not going to get orbs. No, I've got all I've got. I say we guess and go on this one. See what happens when we use the cards? This is what happens. Do you go over the cursed possession locations on the Willow video? I do. We go through every single room. So yeah, we do see all the cursed possessions there. Yeah. You want to move for the camera? Huh? You want to move for the camera? Hmm? That'd be super neat. Oh. Rachel, thank you for the prime. Welcome in. How are you, friend? Rachel, thank you so much for the follow as well. Goose, welcome in. What's up, Mad? Merge. Was the door wobbling? Oh, the shutters are. Because it's windy outside. The weather type makes it wobbly. The ghost is in there. Doing nothing. I know the lights are on, but the mannequins can still move. It'd be kind of cool if like all the lights would go out and then all of a sudden they're all in different positions. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, Dorothy the Dying sounds kind of nice. Took me forever to remember where. Mannequin, please move. It's going to take me a while to remember Willow's. Yeah, I mean, it's just a repetition, friend. Repetition, you'll remember it for sure. Wasn't Dave's stream made me giggle that your Hi Dave is a redeemable item. I just thought I would share the chuckle. Yeah. Yeah, Dave asked me one day, he was like, you don't mind if I use that sound bit, do you? I was like, no, that's fine. Maybe it doesn't want us to look. Maybe it's shy. No, it's a piece of crap. We're getting out. It could be a spirit, but I like the idea of calling it Dorothy the Die-In. Ghost hunting during funnel runners. Oh my god. You're trying to figure out the ghost and avoid a tornado?
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Hey, yo. Listen, it was a 1 out of 3 chance. One of them had to be right. We'll take it. That's money in the bank. All right, let's go back to Wheeler Street. Let's go back to Wheeler's. We see you, Dorothy. It'd be like a scene out of Poltergeist. Oh my god. Okay. So we'd like to get a new ghost again. We've gotten it twice today. A third time would be loverly. Let's try. It was indeed a die-in. It certainly was.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating.
It's a lot of ambient wind. Rose Kemper, capture a photo, motion sensor EMF. Let's do it. Rose Kemper. Yeah, look at that. Look at that wind, a schmoovin'. It's a schmoovin'. Now, if something pops up that we can take a photo of, it will show. Like that. The power's upstairs. Nobody told me it was my birthday. No bone yet. I have not gotten a blood moon yet. No. No. Figure when we play here enough, we'll inevitably see one. Dawn, thank you for the 15 months. Oh, hey, the bone. We have hiding here. No hiding there. Hi, Floyd. It's Floyd. Let's go get some stuff. What a cute 13 Willow. Doesn't it look so good? It's so nice. We're almost done with our photos already. Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. Out of sheer safety, we're gonna do this. Ew, a child. It's playing games though. That's enough. Relax. Boy, boy, boy. It did touch a door somewhere. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? So the camera now shows what you're taking a photo of. It basically, it makes it so you know if you can take a photo or not. Which is really, really nice. You'll know if you can take a photo because the little thing will pop up. Which is super, super nice. Orbicals. I like it. The nice thing about orbs is it lets you know where the ghost room is. That is nice. More. More. And they changed the priority. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. If you have multiple things, it will choose whichever one is the higher priority. Now, I wasn't getting Spirit Box. Yeah. This will come out publicly tomorrow. That's correct. Yeah. Think of it like we're another layer of like beta testing because there are things that we have found. UV. Okay. The cat tree is impressive. It's a lot. It's all over the place, man. Ooh. 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 Oh. It disappeared. Son of a bitch. Let's do this. All right, walk. Walk over here. How are we pronouncing the new ghost name? I think we had it down. We had it, and I forget it. Walk, walk. Eat, rest. Dale. Oh yeah, Dale, that's right. Dale to Gast. Yeah. Calling it Dale for short. Ghosty. Ghosty. Or Dale Dimmadome. Yeah. That's another good possibility. What are the possibilities here? Okay. Wondering about how you feel about the new looping. Doesn't bother me at all. I don't need to have countless spots to loop the ghost. As long as I have ways to break line of sight and still be able to see the ghost, cool with me. Really? Like, you are such a bitch. God damn it. Look at this. Look at this little jerk. I'm gonna stand right here. I'm gonna record like this. Got it. Yeah, take that, a-hole. You little twerp. 93 videos, sounds, motion sensor, yardy yar, a yardy yard. So orbs and UV, Banshee, Kormos, Hantu, Obake. We'll see. We do have countless spots for looping on here, way more than we had before. Oh yeah. Yeah, not to mention in the living room, if you're on the high parts of the couch, you break line of sight looking this way. If you're in here and the ghost is walking back and forth here, you break line of sight looking this way. The table there, you break line of sight completely going around the table. And if there's hiding here, you can go over here, do a natural hiding here. There's tons of hiding. Tons. Rose Kemper. It's possibly mimicries. It technically could be. It could be. I need to check for temps and see if we have freezing. Now, is the ghost still here? Okay, I see my breath. So it is still cold here. Oh. Yeah, that's a mimic. Good times. You want to walk through the motion sensor? Thank you. There's the other objective. All right. I'll throw my lighter in there too. Yeah, it's a mimic. Had to run with -10 and it was a Jinn, but not a Hantu. It was snowing. The temperature doesn't decide what ghost it is. All that does is tell you if it's freezing or not. Does not matter if it is -2 or -1,000. That's not like, oh, it's a Hantu because it's colder. No, that's not how it works. Give me this. Give me this. Wait. I need a sound recorder. We've already got one of those in there. Give me this. I know it could technically like mimic a demon if it felt like it, but better safe than sorry. Knight, thank you for the biddies. Give. Ghosty. Can the mimic swap what it's mimicking mid-game? Oh, yeah. Every 1 to 2 minutes, the mimic can change what ghost it's mimicking. It can't do it in the middle of a hunt, though. In the middle of a hunt, it can't do it. Just give me all the media I need, and I'll be out of your hair. You don't really have hair. I'll be out of your teeth. Wait, I don't need this anymore, right? You know what I mean. This is the longest stream I've seen from you. Oh, I've done 24 hours before. Multiple times. Mm-hmm. Another sound, please. Yeah, Child Ghost has more of an antenna. Yeah, it's not really, there's no hair up there. I don't even know what the hell you want to call that thing that's on its head. Hi, Twig. It's got like a mini hatchet up there or something. No, I'm not doing 24 hours right now. I've done them though. Yeah. Ghosty. Ghosty. Sounds, please. Are we hair shaming? Well, no, because it doesn't have any hair to shame. Come on, you little twerp. Do the thing. I'm going to touch your switch. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm doing it. That didn't record. Oh my God, this is happening multiple times. I'm touching it again. Oh, you shit. Do you know the hunt threshold? For the new ghost? No. I can't definitively say. If you touch it more than 3 times, you're playing with it. Roger that. Okay. Now, about that ghost event that I so heard about. It goes like this. Really force any more sounds out of you. Kinda just need you to do the thing, dude. Kinda just need you to do the thing, dude. Oh wait, what? Yeah. If it's a mimic, get the spirit box response. I'm on Nightmare. I don't have spirit box response. I have freezing, ultraviolet, and orbs. Like the circle, you hush your lips. Yeah. So, it's either a Banshee, a Cormos, or an Abake. Edgy scrape. Edgy scrape. Sorry. I'll shut up. I need 3 videos. I need 3 videos. I don't think I captured you yet. Have I? Orbs, salt. Yeah, let's turn the lights off. Allow it to throw some stuff. Bam, bam, bam. Cormos can't walk towards you. No, but it's a mimic. It doesn't matter. The new ghost doesn't have any abilities. I thought I had the motion sensor. Do I not? Oh, no, I don't. Orbs, object throw, disturb salt. Oh, you're right. But what we have learned about the new ghost is that it's really fast. And the way you slow it down is by moving objects in between hunts. As in like items from the house. The more items that you move, the slower it gets. We did some trial and error and figured it out ourselves. All right, do I have the bone? I do. Well, that's, I mean, I don't need it to hunt. Yeah. So if you haven't seen the new Ghosty yet, this guy right here, the Dale DeGast, whatever, Dale DeGast, whatever it's called. The way that you make this ghost change, or what you can do, is something that you or a dead player can do. Dale, we'll just say Dale. So Dale here, our friend Dale, the way that you slow it down is, let's say that you walk into the house. The reason this is saying it has the upper hand is because if you haven't moved any objects yet, the ghost is really fast. And then the more objects that you move before the next hunt, the slower it is. And then in between the next hunt, like when it hunts, it resets and you have to do it again. But the fun part is that you can move these objects anywhere. So if you move a bunch of objects to the truck, in between hunts, if you move all the objects in the truck from one little pile to the, like, over to the next little pile or whatever, or the next spot, it will slow it down. I do not think it includes equipment. I'm not 100% about that. Yeah, Mama, thank you for the 26 months. Leave. Oh, thank you for the gifted to Chug. I don't know why those didn't pop up, or if they did, I didn't notice, and that was weird. I don't need this ghost to hunt, and we have a perfect game. Yeah. It's a mimic. But, I mean, for funsies, we can make it hunt. No, the drops aren't till tomorrow. Nope. Not till tomorrow. Leave, thank you so much for the subs, man. Thank you. Didn't pop up either? That's weird. If it didn't, Shield, try refreshing. That's really strange that it's not popping up. I don't understand why. All right, well, we can make it hunt at least. I mean, Ghosty's in there. It'll probably change at some point here. No hiding there, which is fine. Yeah, the cool part about it is that a dead player can slow down the ghost by moving the objects as well. So it's pretty cool. Yeah, why is that? Is Stream Elements effed right now? Is Stream Elements or Twitch? I see them popping up, but they're not popping up on screen, and I don't know why. Hold on. Let me try and refresh the cache or something. I don't know. I don't know. Lee, thank you so much. Well, let's see what it's mimicking. It ate the crucifix the second I made it hunt. Did you hear that? Yeah, you better walk on, hard ass. I said walk on. That means get out of here. Lee, thank you for the subs, homie. I don't know what it was mimicking. I don't know. I'm not even sure. Wasn't paying attention. It was throwing a bunch. Hey, just so you know, we don't like you. You're mean and you're cruel. And I'm taking your Switch. Thanks for the games, nerd. Any theories on the map on the kitchen table? Not really sure yet. Maybe the next map. That would be my guess. The subgoal thing isn't updating either. Oh, it must be taking a hot poo-op. Okay, that's enough. Kid is a nerd. What a nerd. Map name, Willow. Don't think it went into the pantry. You just opened the doors for it. Oh no, it walked into the pantry. I swears I saw it. I swears to it. Ads are about to start. Heads up. Just a heads up. Mimicry. Nice. I do 3 minutes every hour. Just a heads up. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why it's not updating the things. I'll have to try to restart stuff. Yeah. Null and void. Hello. Actually, here, while we're sitting here, when the ads start, I'll go to the ad screen. But until that time, does that mean that the pantry might not be safe? It looked like it was walking into the pantry. I could be wrong about that. It certainly looked like it was trying to. Again, I could be wrong. I can't tell if that's a Twitch problem or a Stream Elements problem. It might be a mixed bag. Mojo, thank you for the 7 months. Thank you, dude. What's up, Raymond? How are you? Tato Head, thank you for the 9 months. I don't know what's going on and why it's not updating, but it's being really weird. Tom ended a hunt with a Cormos in the pantry. Oh. Yikers. Yeah, it's not updating, and I don't know why. I really hope to get that fixed. It was fine. It was fine for a while. Then all of a sudden it went poof. It went poof. Yeah, what the hell? Okay, hold on. There must be a problem. I see the correct number on the Stream Elements website. Hold on. Yeah, that's the correct number there. Yeah, I can see it correct here. I don't know why it's not updating there, but there we go. Okay. I'll keep double checking that then. Could have been checking the hiding spot for people. Yeah, but it should be checking an official hiding spot by walking into it. Like, no door check or nothing. It just cruises on in. It shouldn't be doing that. Yeah. All right. All right. Ads are about to happen again. Just a heads up. There they are. Now we wait. Watched another Kinetic Games partner get murked in official hiding in Willow. Not even death could keep it from its hot Cheetos. You know, I'm not a big spicy guy, but like, there's like the taste of hot Cheetos is so good. No, it's still broken. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I'll just have to keep refreshing every now and then. Lovable Purple, thank you for the sub. Welcome, man. I'm sorry that the alerts aren't working. Yep, either Stream Elements or Twitch is taking a poo-op. I don't know what's going on. I do not know. Got killed in official hiding in Tangle at an amateur. See you at night. Have a good one, friend. Leave. Thank you so much for the subs, friend. You don't like hot food yet hot sauce challenges? Yeah, it's for pain. That's the reason I do them, is because people know that that's not exactly top of my list of things I want to do. Tom went in the pantry with an Oswong and it ended the hunt. That's cool. Hey, Shelling, good to see you. What's up, Squish? What if I told you I almost got you spicy soda? What if I told you that my trash can is fresh and new? Fresh bag in there. What if I told you that? Fresh bag. Do you know if the hand animations are going tomorrow? I'm confused about it. Well, whatever you see today, Ben, is literally what you're going to see tomorrow. So if you're wondering if there's an animation that's going to be happening, if you're watching the gameplay, what you see today is what you're going to see tomorrow. Do not send spicy sodas. No. Negative. Hey, what's up, Peachy? Tune in for a second stream since getting Twitch. Oh, let's go. Welcome in. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see how long. Again, I don't know how long I'll be live today. Kind of dependent on family, whatever they're doing. So that way I can hang out with them. And then later tonight, I'll be streaming again. What about spicy candy? Don't send me spicy stuff. Don't you do it. I found my grape water enhancer. Grape water enhancer? What the hell's that? Just grape soda? What the hell's grape water enhancer? Is there anything on the new Willow that you dislike or wish that they did differently? I'd have to give that a think. I'd have to give her a think. Just send more sodas. No, we're good on the sodas. I've got them. We're good. Oh, the flavor add-ins. Oh, okay. No. Fridge has sodas. That's fine. Don't you stress it. Oh, you know what I wish they would change? I can tell you what I wish they would change at Willow. I wish that they would... Oh, Das, thank you for the biddies. Yeah, see, there you go. It's not like a certain alert thing. The bits and the subs are also both not working. So there's something going on. I wish, this is a really stupid small thing, but it's just immersion. I wish that when you turn the TV on and it's static, I wish that it would show the menu screen of the gaming console that you turn on. Whichever one you turn on first. If you turn on like the Nintendo looking one or you turn on the PlayStation looking one, that it shows the menu screen for it. It doesn't have to be playable, but it just, when you turn on the TV, you turn that on. Yeah. I think that'd be a really cool addition. I don't know how hard that would be. I don't know. But I think Tom and I both were like, man, they should do that. Or we were hoping that's what it was and it didn't happen. I think that's what it was. Yeah. Hey, welcome in. The PS startup. No, it has to be their own. It's not a PS. It's their own custom system. All right, we'll do Willow and then we'll go somewhere else. All right. You know what? Do I want to do no evidence? Do I? I kind of do. 100% agree. Showing that. Yeah, I just think it'd be a really cool addition. It's nothing too crazy. It's nothing wild. It doesn't affect your gameplay at all. It's just a fun thing to do. Yeah. Is this update worthy of a reinstall? I would. I would, so that you can play and you can test it for yourself. Gameplay wise, it feels faster. Everything is moving really well. I don't know multiplayer wise. I can't speak to that. All I can speak to is solo, because that's all I've done today. So I don't know. The way items are picked up now, flashlight defaults to slot 1. So if you don't pick up a non-flashlight item, it automatically wait. Flashlight defaults to slot 1. So if you don't pick up a non-flashlight item, it auto pickups into slot. Hold on. Let me get into the map and we'll look at it. All right. Let us do our first no evidence at Willow Street. Let's go.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
It's so boomy, dude.
Got the intel. Looks like this is going to be a tough one. We've had reports of violence, and it looks like they left in a hurry.
Is that from that? Is that from that? So this is how this is going to go. My first no evidence run at the new Willow has to be a blood moon. You hear how boomy it is out here? I borderline want to run in here with a smudge. Dude. Shit. Oh, man. Listen, I know we mentioned Blood Moon, but listen, dude, listen. Listen, dude, listen. Listen, dude. Oh, my God. All right, let me line it up. Hold on. I got to get this. Oh, no. All right, that's good enough. Ah, crap. What do I do with my flashlight? Oh, there it is. All right, game on, friends. Please don't kill me. Oh my God, it's downstairs. Gosh, dang it. Boner. Was that in the bathroom? Oh, it's a push door. One of those push doors I heard about. Backyard looks great. Floyd, are you okay? Floyd! You think he's okay? He's drinking Kool-Aid. I heard more chuckery. Okay, I think it's taking a poo up. The random, like, heavy freaking breeze. Okay, yeah. You're there. Hey, no, you weren't even close. That's hogwash. Do we have a name for the rubber duck? Yeah, Squeakers. Yeah. Wish we could save him. I know. Or like a little trinket so we can remember him, you know? Man. I'm not risking it for the biscuit. We're taking one of these. All right, let's go check for... So, by the way, I did not see any red here. Oh, there it is. Okay, I guess you can see it if you come over this way. I saw it here. That's how I knew that we had Blood Moon. All right, we don't need any of that jazz. We need these for sure. Oh my God. Okay, well, I guess I didn't notice that. Or is that just because the truck's open? No orbs? No mimicries? Okay. Imagine if, like... during a blood moon, when it filled a tub, it would, like, fill it with blood. What's that weird blowing? I think it's part of the blood moon. I think. 9 degrees. Dude, it is not that cold. Six. Okay, that's a little better. All right. All right. A little bit better. That's fine. It's almost like a low siren in the background. We need to track you. We need to know where you are. Okay. Sandy-wise, we're groovy. Groovy. Still not used to seeing you turn right from the truck. I know. Yeah, I catch myself sometimes almost turning the wrong way. Yeah, I noticed the same thing. Marble, good to see you. Oh, gross. Ew, dude. You see that? Ugh. Dirty bathtub water. Ugh. You wanted this. Not just because I mentioned it doesn't mean I want it. God. Disgusting little animal. Why'd they do that to us? I don't know. I don't know. I'm bringing more stuff in. Yeah, the outside is like booming. It's like booming. Oh, wait. Hey, wait. Oh, wait. Was there a sound? You hooker. Yeah. Dirty water. Yeah. You call it whatever you want to call it. We know what it is. We know the truth. Don't we? They ate the lettuce. Taco Bell. More stuff. Lettuce water. Good. Oh, delicious. This is true. No, I'm not going to get freezing. It's a no evidence run. The only thing I would possibly get is orbs, and we don't have any. How do you get early access to the rework? If you're a Kinetic partner. It would still be freezing if it was a Hantu. No. On a no evidence run, you're not going to get evidence. Two sounds. Okay, well, we could do this again. That's one blowout, so let's do another. The sound. Where? Where? It's not getting closer. Did that just record something? Jesus. 10, thank you for the sub. I'm sorry the alerts aren't working. Friends, there's something going on with the alerts. I'll make sure to update when I can with the number. Something's wrong. Yurei? I mean, I don't know. My sanity didn't take a hit from that. If that was a Yurei ability, it didn't do it. When does this go live? When does the update go live? Tomorrow. Okay, there's two. Fire extinguish. Another... Not a mare? Oh, God. Did it just do that at the switch? Yes, it did. Mares don't do that. Hey! You jerk. Wait, is it up here or downstairs? It's downstairs. Gosh dang it. Why is there a duck under the sink? You don't keep a duck under your sink? What's that say about you? Mares don't do what? Mares? Mares do not do this weird thing where when you have the lights flicker and there's an EMF going off at the switch, I think it was Justly or Maddox that figured it out, that mares can't do that. Because I always wondered forever, we still don't know technically like what it means, but apparently they can't do that. Did I have 2 blowouts or 3? Listen, is it not poopy enough for you? 2, let's get a 3rd in there. 2 videos and 3 photos. 2 videos and 3 photos. Oh wait, what do I have photo as? Dirty water. Oh. Hey, do the thing again. You're not cleaning the bathtub? What are we paying you for? See? Did the thing again. That's 3. Not an Onryo. Not a Mare. Not an Onryo. Not a Wraith. Not a Galu. Oh, I could have gotten the switch. Oh, you're officially not a Mare. Oh, you turned this light on. Yeah, yeah. Not a Shade? Probably not, based on it throwing or doing stuff with us in the room with it, right? Let's make sure it's not, though. Did I already have object thrown? Okay. 2 photos? Can you get a photo of objects levitating before the object gets thrown? You can. Or that can be one of the things, yes. So if I do this, right? And then we do this. If it picks up one of the objects inside of that pile and lifts it up, if we get a photo before it throws it, interaction photo. See, I've been retaining my sanity, which has been stopping bad things from happening. I don't know why it's so echoey in there. Interaction. About as clean cut as that's going to get. Take all your crap that's in the room, put it in one little pile, wait for it to try to move one of them, get it while it's levitating, boom, interaction photo. Dirty water, EMF, bone, interaction. Ooh, cursed possession? Why are you there? The interaction that pops up is a nice fix. It's so nice. No mirror, right? No. Yeah, that little statue being moved is strange. Yeah, I don't know. Oh shit, is it the cards? Wait a minute. What the? I do have a cursed object, right? I'm pretty sure I do on this multiplier. Misform. Gotcha. Yeah, it's music box. I see it now. Yeah. Audio, video, photo. Escape the ghost during a hunt. Okay. Do I have all... Hold on. Now that we've completed the media, now we can really start to narrow down what the ghost is. A hunt is going to give us some info, but we have to be really careful because a blood moon makes the ghost faster. So it's definitely a careful SpongeBob kind of moment. I could drain my sanity and get it to hunt that way. Yeah. I technically have hiding there. I don't know if I trust it or not. Don't know if I trapped it. Yeah. Bone found, yeah. We got the bone. Hi, Grandma. Hi. What big red eyes you have. Eek. Oh, Lord. Now, do I have somewhere I can duck and cover? I just don't know if I trust it. Actually, I got an idea. Hold on. I'm stuck on the door. Put you over there. Because that's probably where we're going to hang and listen. I do have in here. You know what? I didn't want to go in there anyway. A-hole. Did you burst the lights? Why was that so quiet? Oh, God, I hate you. Does that mean it followed you? It's so hard to say. It's hard to say if it's followed me or not, but one way we can tell, though, since we don't need these here anymore, is by doing this. This will tell us if it's following us. Listen, we know you're not a mayor. We understand. Give me. I have one free hand, I do. Eh. Which map is this? This is Willow Street. I just so happened to get my first blood moon. Alright, let me go get the parabolic microphone and we'll listen real quick. You never know. We're trying to tell right now if it's we're trying to tell if it is a possible banshee. Hi, Time. How are you, Fran? Time. Someone got blood moon all over my willow. They got it all over the place. Time to clean it up, right? Who's doing it? Who's on cleanup duty today? Blood moon? Yeah. You're about to burst these lights. The amount of butts you suck, I can't express. And it's not a mare. That's the thing. Endless butt suckery. And that's not even like that's not even a stalk. You can't even be like, ooh, it's stalking me. Because it can event all it wants to. What a jerk hole. Someone hates incandescent light bulbs. Randy just remembers the Great Fire of '74. You go downstairs and check for a stalk? No, you can't. Not with a banshee. That felt like a reach. But you didn't walk in here, though. Maybe it did that from the kitchen? It sounds like it's in the kitchen now. It's blowing that out, but it's not coming in here. Or it doesn't feel like it's stalking me. Let me put it like that. It doesn't feel like it's stalking me. Anybody gotta go to the bathroom? Oh, then we're gonna fart. Oh, that's so cute. Banshees, it's only for single room basement. No, that's not how it works. The Banshee will stalk the player if the ghost is in the attic or the basement. If its main room is an attic or a basement, then it can stalk the player to the main floor. So the only way you can check for the Banshee would be to be on the same floor. With this situation. Really, the only hiding I have is in there, which is super dangerous. Unless I use this. I could just use this. Maybe Grandma's just trying to prevent fire hazards. Is she? Do you think so? Because I don't think so. I beg to differ. It would appear she's trying to start the fire. Granny started the fire. Hi, Carumba. I saw that. That's an Obake. As she was coming back up from the basement, she was on the ground as Pam and then became Grandma. I saw that. Uh-huh, I seenst it. And there's no orbs to be had anywhere, so this would mean it's not a mimic. Oh, shiitake mushrooms. I need to escape. I'm going back in. Oh, God damn it. Music box, there's no point. All that would do is extend the hunt. Nah, that's okay. Oh, yeah, she's not trying to start any fires. Bull. Man, do you hear the howling outside of the wind? Looping time? Nah. Get line of sight and then go in the closet. They grow up so fast. Just like Benjamin Button, though. Captain, thank you so much for the sub. I'm hoping they get the alert stuff figured out. I'm hoping people have reported that. Oh my God, dude. That door just moved me. Oh, yeah. Hi, Grandma. It literally just threw me into the hallway. God. So aggressive. Love a good shove in the booty. Oh shit, broke my arm. Wants to bake me some cookies. I feel like that's not what she wants to do. you can test. Okay, hold on. All right, Granny, where's the video camera? Grandma? It's right there. We're gonna try this. One of the changes that they made, good point made. One of the changes that they made was they made it so that the ghost hunting video now counts as a ghost video. Now the problem though, I don't, I'll still get the hunting video really, unless I have like the get video of the ghost objective, does not work as well. Because it's still gonna say ghost hunting video. I'm sorry. Is there a cat in the hamper? Hello? Yeah. The idea was solid. The idea was there, and I was down for it too. The issue was that without the video of the ghost objective, you can't really see that work. So one of the fixes that they made was where you need a video of the ghost, you were getting the shape-shifting ghost, and the issue was it wasn't counting, but now it should. Yeah, you definitely heard the cat that time, right? Yeah, I'm fairly certain there's a cat in the basket. I'm fairly certain there's a cat in the basket. Or it's a ghost kitty that we're unaware of. All right. Videos, sounds, photos, objectives, bone. That's a perfect blood moon. That's a perfect blood moon. Yep. If I would have gone over here and done this, I would have seen it. I would have seen it and I missed it. No, there's no drops till tomorrow.
Welcome back.
I'm glad I caught her when I did, when she was coming up the stairs. If I would have caught her like a frame later, I probably wouldn't have seen that shapeshift. And we would have had to spend more time there. Dang. Because we got the perfect investigation bonus on Nightmare Harder and the 10% on the Blood Moon, it was almost a $4,500 XP money run. Not a bad first Blood Moon. I'm not upset about it. Tips on getting Spirit Box to work: make sure you know where the ghost is. Use motion sensors to track the ghost, for sure. All right, let me double check this, because for some reason, again, I don't know why Stream Elements has been having a stroke. Don't know why. I might just have to refresh that every now and then. Yeah, 'cause look, this is actually what it is. Yeah. Don't know why, man. I did get the new ghost. I did. So really, I mean, we've kind of knocked off a lot on the list. We did a walkthrough of the map. We did our first investigation, actual investigation on the map. We did a, we got the new ghost on the new map and also on Ridgeview. And I got my first Blood Moon and did our first no evidence. So kind of rolling through it. What's up, Maddox? Kind of rolling, man. Twitch side, you weren't allowed to reply. I think everything's having a stroke, to be honest. I think kind of everything's having a stroke. Was next stream with Doc? I have no idea. It'll probably end up being on a Sunday. More than likely. It's usually our MO, what we do. Is the keybind to skip animations in the game? The keybind to skip animations? Like which animations, Maddox? How are the keyboard settings? Oh, the keybind settings. I don't use them. I don't use them, but they're really fast. Super, super fast. Why don't you use tier 3 incense? Because I don't want to stop the ghost where it is. I want the ghost to keep moving and get away from me. So tier 3 will stop it in its tracks. Tier 2 will slow it down, but will still make it move away from me if I'm hiding. Streaming all week or just the normal days? So I'm streaming obviously today, the extra stuff along the during the day, and then I'm streaming tonight. I'm streaming tomorrow. I'm streaming Wednesday. Not streaming Thursday. Not Thursday. Did you test the order in which things are picked up? Yeah, it's usually the easiest way to look at it is if you haven't picked up a lighter yet, then whatever order you pick stuff up in, that's the way it is. But if you pick up a lighter and then you start swapping through the different spots, 1, 2, or 3, you can choose where it's going to be. And it's still kind of a pain in the ass to even think about, so I don't really worry about it. I usually just fly through using Q to like get my stuff. So like if I did this and then I picked up this and then I picked up this. Hold on. Yeah, I guess it's going to have to be like that, isn't it? Hold on. And I do this. So there's the empty spot there. Now, it does mark 1, 2, and 3. So like there's 1. 1 is my weekly. 2 is my daily. 3 is the book. The speed at which now you can cycle through stuff, if you want to use those, is that. If you want to. Or if I use Q, I can still cycle through like this. But this way I can go backwards and forwards on it. Yeah. So I mean, if people want to fly through like that, they're more than welcome. It's there. Yeah. It's fast. Yeah, but it's like, do you need it to be that fast? Right. That's the question. No, not the scroll wheel. No. The way that you do with this one is with the new keybinds that they did for 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4 is how you're doing this. Like this. Q is my cycle keybind. So like I cycle like this, which is usually how I do it like that fast. But 1, 2, and 3. Yeah. Yeah. All right. You know what? Let's go to Tangle Street. Let's go to Tangle Street. Maybe we'll get the new ghost again. How's it feeling? It's been feeling good, Maddox. It's been feeling good. It's been feeling smooth. It's been feeling like everything is kind of coming back into motion, like speed-wise, where everything was feeling like we were having to slow ourselves down on purpose just so we can match the speed of the animations. Them removing a lot of that stuff is helping a lot. It's helping. And I'll tell you, one of my favorite things so far, the photo camera. The photo camera thing where it shows you what you can take a photo of, fantastic. I think it's such a great addition. It helps new players a ton. A lot. What can I take a photo of? Pull out your photo camera. If there's nothing around it, it's not going to give you anything. But also, it's like an early bone warning system. If you walk in and you're looking at the photo camera, hiding. Let's go. Let me get the power first. Oh, look, the Honda mirror. And you know if you're close enough to take the photo because the thing will pop up. That's also cool. Have you played Sunny Meadows? I heard it's super dark. I have not. Do I need to check out Sunny? It's been nice doing... I mean, I always love doing small maps just for the sake of it being faster. Owner jams. Feels more reliable? Yeah. For sure. Willow's still your favorite? As of right now, it is. Ooh. Wait. Did they fix it? The train moves again. It's a simple thing, but it's the little things. It's the little things, you know? All right, anyway. I did not see the bone in my travels. Why do you grab a flashlight and a headlight? So that way whenever I drop the headlight, when I drop the flashlight, I can still use the headlight and people can see. Because I like using the flashlight. It's a lot easier for people to see on stream. But then I like using the headlamp so I can drop the flashlight and people can still see. Thought I heard that. Oh, picture frame down. Good chow. Aha. On. Bon. Nice. That's available. That's available. Like that. Ooh. Oh, got a problem? Need a tissue? Or that hallway in the dining room counted as the same room? Does it feel like they fixed way more bugs than what was added? I feel like that's been a struggle with updates lately. It does. I mean, the hardest part with me, Maddox, is that like as a solo, yes, there's things that were annoying, but it didn't feel unplayable at any point. This feels smoother. It feels so much better. And honestly, we all knew it. By removing a lot of the animation crap, it already makes the game feel so much better. It makes it feel more like it should, if we want to say that. How do you get the badge? You can't get it till tomorrow. Yep, no drops till tomorrow. Hello? Anybody home? Did you cut my power, you asshat? Hey, jerkhole. Cutting my juice? Huh? Friend and I often accidentally waste photos taken because it doesn't count. Yeah. I mean, it's still possible if you're going to go take a picture of the EMF and the EMF stops EMFing, then you're not going to get it, right? Hey, 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 hey! Did you throw the book? Did you throw the book, piece of shit? Oh no, it's right there. Wait a minute. Wait, did I place the book? Oh, maybe I did. I had to have, because if I would have thrown it, it would have done the thing. Anyway. It's a good thing to hear. I'm really excited to play tomorrow. I'm hoping some of the multiplayer bugs are fixed as well. I'm honestly more worried about multiplayer than I am solo, and I don't even play multiplayer as much. I'm more worried about it because I want the overall player base to have a better experience than me. Dude, something else I've noticed, like, I don't know if this is meant to be or not. I've noticed all of the cars, all of their taillights and headlights are glowing. I don't know if that's supposed to be happening or not. Phalanges. Where are you? Oh, did that not count or did it count? Okay, good. Where are you? Wait a minute. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No, you can't do that. Are you a phantom? Is that an EMF stock? Spirit box, ultraviolet dots? I mean, I'm not seeing dots. I tried spirit box. Maybe I wasn't in the room with it. I could always use motion sensors just to make sure. Yeah, Ted. Yeah, you're right. I don't know. I'm a little suspicious right now because that EMF that happened felt like it was a nothing EMF, which is usually from like a stalk. Usually. Oh no. Let's go get another video camera. Maybe it's a Goryo or something. The tarot cards are fixed. The journal is close to your face again. Yeah, there's been a lot of good things. Lots of good things. I brought the UV back out here. Son of a bitch. You know what? F it. That's fine. All right. Let's watch like this. See if maybe we get dots. The cross burning audio is fixed. Yep. We did it earlier today. Tis indeed. Yeah. There's obviously going to be things that we still want to see fixed, and that's why they have the 2 quality of life updates this month and next month. But there's been a lot of good stuff that's been fixed. This stuff. Amateur hour? What do you mean? Have you had a urea? I have not. No, I would love to see if there was a change or a fix. Right. I have not had a urea yet. Is it just freezing and it's a lazy bum? Oh, bringing stuff back to the truck. Yeah. Yeah, 9 hours, not a urea in sight. Nope, but I have had the new ghost twice. I have had the new ghost twice, so I can't be that upset. Bitch. Still no freezing. No writing. No EMF. Are you a spirit boxer? Dude, some of these doors are loud as shit. Where are you? Are you here? Door slam new? No, but it's been very aggressive. Like some of the door shakes have been very aggressive. Very, very aggressive. Let's start bringing these things in because I feel like it's going to try to kill me. Yeah. Silkier, thank you for the raid. Hello, friend. I'm sorry. My alerts, something's happening today. They're not going off. They were earlier and then they just stopped. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I'm on Nightmare. Yeah. Indeed. But the issue is that we're on Nightmare and we're still only getting one piece of evidence. Had the same issues. Oh, has the same issues right now? Holy shit, dude. Good Lord. That door slam from the event, though, is insane. And it's, look what we have. We have UV. It can't. Had issues with the alerts. Okay, thank you, Giggly. Good. Well, I don't want to say good, but I'm glad it's not like I did something. I'm glad that it's like probably an outage somewhere. Yeah. Well, you're not a phantom there, Hotshot. So look at that. You see how I had freezing on the thermometer? Look at this. Gotta dig that. Djinn, demon, Hantu, or mimic. Well, we don't have any orbs unless I'm being foo-welled. Yeah. Not a Djinn. No, I'd kick the breaker. Probably not a mimic. It's a demon or a Hantu. Do I care enough? Not really. So the Jinn can't turn off the breaker? Nope. Oh, there it is. Okay. I was like, wait. Never mind. We're good. I was so confused. When I was first staring at it, it didn't show its breath. I was like, what the hell's going on? Why is it speed the way that it is? It did. It just took it a second. I thought it sprinted. No, I was like, the speed is weird, but I knew that it was a Hantu. It just wasn't showing its breath, but we're okay. Side-eye. It vaped instantly on the start of the hunt. Oh, it was hard to see. I missed it. Ah. The old vapor, huh? Here, you'll eventually go through those. Have fun. Watch wrist is still wonky. That's still a little bit weird, but I think to them, they probably, like, it's fine. I don't care. Like, that doesn't bother me. Least of my worries. Let's watch this get checked off so satisfyingly. Wait for it. Wait for it. Unless it moved rooms, and then it will never get checked off. I literally have 2 motion sensors inside of the room with the ghost. Isn't the ghost in the hallway now? It hunted from the hallway, but that doesn't mean it's in the hallway necessarily. But it probably is. God damn. I was really hopeful. Hey, Puncher, how are you? God damn it. All right, we're coming back. You jerk. It's going to do it when I leave. Do you hear the EMF going off? What an absolute a-hole. Found the new ghost? I did. I had the new ghost back to back. I had it twice. Tom was playing earlier. He was like, he didn't get it. Here, get off my door. Get off. Guess what, Grandpa? Nobody likes you. Taking your cup. Where'd the possibility for the new ghost was higher temporarily. It is. Yeah, I don't know exactly how long it'll be like that, but it is higher. Tips moving pro to nightmare. What I suggest that you would do, I would play pro like it's nightmare. I would play pro, get 2 pieces of evidence, and then try to figure out what the ghost is. And when you think you know what it is, get your last piece of evidence just to verify. That's what I would do. It will help you start to learn the abilities of the ghost. If you need like somewhere to look up information about the ghost, phasmocheatsheet.com. It will take you to the unofficial Phasmo cheat sheet made by the Zero Network. Tons of information about the ghosts, ghost speeds. You can literally listen back to the speeds themselves. I pull it up on stream sometimes. You'll see it in clips. Yeah. Yeah. Is this the longest stream I've done on Phas? No, definitely not. All right, Norm, let's get the hell out of here. All right, normies. Let's go. That's a Hantu. That's a Hantu. Yeah, Chi-Chi's great. I love it. Love it. Higher chance for Ghosty for a few weeks. So that could be 2 weeks or 3. I don't know. Hard to say, man. Hard to say. Yeah. All right. I have ads coming, friends. I'm going to go ahead and run them. I do 3 minutes every hour. So stretch your legs, get a drink, whatever you got to do. Yeah. There we go. What time am I going live tomorrow? Husky, if you can hear me, I am going to be going live tomorrow at like the same time, like probably around like 6:30 in the morning. Probably. Yeah. I don't get the new ghost trait. Apparently the dead can interact too. Yeah, so the way that works is that I'm trying to find the easiest way to explain it to people. So that ghost is really fast. When you have moved nothing, when you've moved, because it's all based on objects in the house, cups, books, whatever it may be, not items you bring in. So when the ghost is not hunting, when you're moving objects around in the house, you are literally slowing the ghost down. So the more objects you move away from where they were last sitting, the slower the ghost becomes. So if you make a pile of objects, like 20, 30 objects, and then in between hunts, you take that pile and just move it over, literally just pick the items up and throw them over, it slows the ghost down to like a DO speed. Now, if you move nothing, if you move no objects, it's really fast. And it seems to have no line of sight speed up. And the reason that dead players can help is because dead players can literally throw the objects and slow it down as well. How was it?
It was good. Down the
You went down the big slide? It's new, right? Well, they replaced the slide. They did. Ask Mom.
The big one.
Yeah.
They did, but the small one that goes down. Deep.
Oh, you went down that. Did you go down the other one too?
That one.
Bunch of turds.
Back out.
Okay. How was the deep end one?
It was nice. Like,
Yeah.
Every time after we kept saying house, I just kept saying
Hey, careful, watch your body. So you guys were yelling full house phrases while jumping into a pool.
Alex, we had to. I said, "Oh, and said, oh, nuts," and oh, cookies.
I don't know if I remember that.
You don't know that?
I don't remember. It's hard to say. I don't recall. I'll be done here. What? Yes. Yeah. I was kind of waiting for you guys to get home. They were at the pool. The big slide is not open yet, in case anybody was curious. tell him to give you beans. She knows she's going to get some anyway. There's no difference. She knows she's going to get some. She borderline. I mean, she does ask, though. I have to give it to her. Rainbow, thank you for the 9 months. Sorry the alerts aren't working, friend. Hey, Karen, good to see you. Her little explanation hands. Yeah, I know. She was saying that she was going down, which is a bigger deal for this year. They have a deep end, like in the deep end of the pool, there's a slide, like a little slide. And she was going down. They said that they were yelling full house phrases as they were jumping into the water. I don't know the significance, why that happened, but they were. So she said that she was yelling, how rude. Landon was saying, "Oh, nuts," and I don't remember what Alex was saying. Something I don't remember. Something about cookies. Maybe I have that switched. I don't remember. They like watching. They've watched Fuller House, which is meh. It's whatever. But they like watching the original Full House. So that I enjoy because they like watching older shows. So it makes my little heart happy. Have fun. Burn some energy. Yeah, she smells like a pool. So I told her, I was like, "You smell like a pool." Yeah. Kate Toss, hello. How are you? Oh, friends, it has been almost 10 hours. I think this is probably a good time to call it. My family just got home. So we'll call it for now. And then I'm going to be back tonight. It's been almost 10 hours. Yeah. I'll be back tonight for more. So around like my normal time, 8:30, we will do the weekly challenge. And then after the weekly is done, then we will go back to doing more Willow. Oh, hi, Joe. Yeah, there's no beans on the floor for you. She's looking for beans. I know what she wants. Don't you? We know. Are you on a plate in Bleasdale? Yes, you are. Where's Mom? Where's Mom? Where's Mom? All the children, apparently. Yeah. Hey. Love you. I'll be right there, Al. Kind of dog? Miniature golden doodle. Yeah. Little Miss Joe. You can see her face in Bleasdale. She's one of the plates. She's one of the plates. It's the puppo from the plate. That's her. Always save Josie. I appreciate it. You have a cockapoo? Oh my God. She's a very pretty girl. Her hair is getting long. I need to make her an appointment to get a haircut. She is overdue. Her, it's funny. The hair above her eyes and then also right here gets long. So sometimes we'll have to shave her mustache. Give her a little mustache shave. Basically just cut it so it's not all over her face. All right. I'm going to end it on the tube so we can go find someone to raid. But if you guys are not in the Discord and you want to get updates about going live, about if you want to find people to play Phas with, if you want to just talk outside of stream, that's where to do it. If you're subbed, make sure that you link your Twitch to Discord so you can get access to the Twitch channels as well. Okie dokes. All right. Man. Well, I got to decide if I'm going to save videos for tomorrow or if I'm going to do another one. I don't know. How can I play? We do viewer days whenever we reach our monthly Twitch goals. Yeah. We add a viewer day, which, I mean, with the feeling of the game, as long as the multiplayer feels the same, we're going to be adding one soon. All right, let's go raid, friends. No, thank you guys for being here. If you were here early, if you were here the last 5 minutes, whatever it may be, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you. All right, let's stop the raids. Hopefully Stream Elements and Twitch gets the stuff figured out for alerts. That'd be really nice because I don't know if it's the sub and the bit alerts are not coming up for certain ones, and then I don't even know if the follow stuff is even coming up anymore. Yeah, it's annoying. He's annoying. Made the workday enjoyable. I appreciate you, Blondie. Yeah, 8:30 tonight I'll be live, and then tomorrow I'll be live at 6:30 a.m. Eastern time, and I'll have animated drops tomorrow. Yeah. I'll see you guys tonight. Yeah. Cousin Tony, I'll see you this evening. All right, let's go find our raid friends. No, thank you guys for being here, man. I'm glad. I like when I get the opportunity to do a longer stream. It's awesome. I enjoy it a lot. It's a lot of fun. It's freaking great. I tell you what. I know where we're gonna go. Let's do this. How long will your stream be tomorrow? Probably another long stream. I don't know how long necessarily. I might do a like midday lunch thing again, maybe, but we'll see. Yeah. All right. Let's go say hi to a friend that I haven't said hi to in a while. Or like I don't get to raid very often. Not at the same time. Hi, Queen. How are you, friend? Try to be here faster. Don't worry about it. Don't stress it. All right. One of our friendos is playing Phaz. Mr. Wolfen. We're gonna go say hi to him. He's great. Awesome vibe. He switches up his schedule, but he used to be like my morning chill, because Wolfen is very, very chill, kind of like me, if you call me chill. And I always like just hanging in the streams and having it on in the background when I was working. So let's go say hi. Guys, if you're a follower, that's for you. If you're a sub, the next one's for you. Creepy tier 3s, they get their own raid message. Let's go say hi. You guys are awesome. Thank you all for the love today. So freaking much. We're almost to the July goal, which interesting. I don't know what the extended is going to be. I have no idea. But thank you, friends. We'll figure out. I don't know when the next time I'm going to play Funnel Runners is, but it'll definitely be soon. We had a lot of people asking about that today, which is awesome, because that means there's a lot of people that want to see it more, which is great. It's a lot of fun. I did a lot of solo. I'll definitely have another video of that soon. Bye, Mr. Tater. I'll probably have another Phaz video today. I'll probably have my first hunt video today. And then tomorrow I will do my videos for I'll do the video for the Blood Moon No Evidence run. It was meant to be just a No Evidence run, but it ended up being a Blood Moon. So that'll be good. But also the new Ghost. The new Ghost too. So I'll probably have 2 videos tomorrow too. Just flooring it, man. Flooring it. But thank you guys so much for all the love today. I appreciate you guys. Let's go say hi to Mr. Wolf, and you guys are awesome. I will see you later for more fun. What did you just say? Keep whatting it? Fate, you can't say that. Fate, you can't say that. That's going to be misconstrued. Anyway, goodbye. Love you guys. Bye.